Hey Yo, sorry for the delay. I don't know why, but my like chat consolidator thing is not working, and so I was trying to get it to fucking fix itself before I got on screen, but I couldn't do it. You guys are edging to the to the corner. The DVD logo going to the corner. My entire Twitch channel, the only clips that I have are people that have clipped what they believe is the thing hitting the corner. It's not actually even like clips of me. I dislike this black screen. I do too. Usually it has chat on it. Okay, give me a break. What am I supposed to do? Like, I like reset the whole thing that I use. This is like normally where my chat is, but if I can't fix it in time, what am I supposed to do? But okay. Let's get into this. Let's get into this. Lots of shit going on. I don't know if I want to. I think I want to start on like the Epstein stuff, which is like not my favorite thing, but whatever. It's fun to watch Maga like eat itself over it. Everyone's freaking out that no way the Epstein footage was edited. Even though that Axios article that dropped the other day showed that they didn't, they couldn't independently verify it. Even like from there, I was already thinking that they probably like if they couldn't independently verify it, then they know that it's possible that things were taken out or even manipulated. But then Wired was reporting this. Metadata shows the FBI's raw Jeffrey Epstein prison video, raw Epstein video, was likely modified. There's no evidence the footage was deceptively manipulated, but ambiguities around how the video was processed may further fuel conspiracy theories about Epstein's death. Oh my god. Imagine expecting me to pay for journalism. Very funny. So the DOJ this week released nearly 11 hours of what it described as as fully raw surveillance footage from a camera positioned near Jeffrey Epstein's prison cell the night before he was found dead. The release was intended to address conspiracy theories about Epstein's apparent suicide in federal custody, but instead of putting those suspicions to rest, it may fuel them further. No shit. There's nothing like anything short of complete transparency was always going to fuel more conspiracy theories. Even if they were completely no. Complete transparency that led to indictments, because they could have complete transparency, but if nobody goes to jail or there really was no client list, these people wouldn't believe it. Metadata embezzled. I'm looking at analyzed and embedded, and I want to say embezzled. Embedded in the video and analyzed by Wired and independent video forensic experts showed that rather than being a direct export from the prison surveillance footage, the footage was modified, likely using the professional editing tool Adobe Premiere Pro. How would they know that? The other weird thing is that, like, the 11 hours of footage, you barely even see him. No, isn't his thing, like, off in the corner? The file appears to have been assembled from at least 2 source clips saved multiple times, exported, and then uploaded to the DOJ's website, where it was presented as raw footage. Experts caution that it's unclear what exactly was changed, and that the metadata does not prove deceptive manipulation. But why? The video may have simply been processed for public release using available software. No modifications beyond stitching together 2 clips. I guess so. Doesn't really make sense, though. It wasn't on 24/7 watch to make sure that didn't happen. Somebody fell asleep, right? Isn't that the line that they said? Like someone was tired. Video may have simply, stitched together, but the absence of a clear explanation for the processing of the file using professional editing software complicates just the DOJ's narrative. In a case already clouded by suspicion, the ambiguity surrounding how the file was processed is likely to provide fresh fodder for conspiracy theories. Any aspect of the official story that isn't fully explained will be co-opted by conspiracy theorists, says Mike Rothschild, an author who writes about conspiracy theories and extremists. Okay, this guy, Mike Rothschild, writing that in and of itself fuels conspiracy theories. Do you know what type of people fall for this type of bullshit, or like are really, really in the hole for this type of stuff? It's like anti-Semites. So if it's like, oh, okay, it's a Jewish guy telling me that, this is a conspiracy, this is just going to fuel conspiracy theory. Dude, that's going to like supercharge it. So whatever your flavor of Epstein conspiracy is, the video will help bolster it. For months leading up to the joint memo from the DOJ and FBI published Monday, Attorney General Pam Bondi had promised the release of records related to Epstein, raising expectations that new, potentially incriminating details might surface about the disgraced financier's death and his ties to powerful individuals. However, rather than revealing new info, the memo largely confirmed conclusions reached years earlier, that Epstein was found in a Manhattan prison cell on August 10th, 2019, and died by suicide while waiting on trial for sex trafficking charges. To support its conclusion, the FBI reviewed surveillance footage overlooking the common area of Special Housing Unit, or the SHU, at the Metropolitan Correction Center, where Epstein was held. The FBI enhanced the footage by adjusting contrast, color, sharpness, and released both the enhanced and what it described as the raw version. Both versions of the video appear to have been processed using Premiere and include much of the same metadata. According to the FBI, anyone entering the area containing Epstein's cell during that relevant time frame would have been visible on that camera. Working with two independent video forensics, Wired examined the 21 gigabyte files released by the DOJ. Using a metadata tool, reporters analyzed both exchangeable image file format, or EXIF, and extensible metadata platform, or MXP data, to identify signs of post-processing. The raw file shows clear signs of having been processed using an Adobe product, most likely Premiere, based on metadata that specifically references file extensions used by the video editing software. According to experts, Adobe software, including Premiere and Photoshop, leave traces in exported files, often embedding metadata that logs which assets were used and what actions were taken during editing. In this case, the metadata indicates the file was saved at least 4 times over a 23-minute span. On May 23, 2025, by a Windows user account called MJ like -1. The metadata does not show whether the footage was modified before each time it was saved. So the embedded data suggests the video is not a continuous, unaltered support from a surveillance system, but a composite assembled from at least 2 separate MP4 files. The metadata includes, yeah, the J. Cole stands are up to this. You know, that's who I suspected personally. Includes references to Premiere projects with 2 specific source clips. And then they have like different dates. These entries appear under a metadata section labeled ingredients, part of Adobe's internal schema for tracking source material used in edited exports. The metadata does not make clear where in the video the two clips were spliced together. Haney Farid, a professor at UC Berkeley whose research focuses on digital forensics and misinfo, reviewed the metadata at Wired's request. He's a recognized expert in the analysis of digital images and the detection of manipulated media, including deepfakes. He's testified in numerous court cases involving digital evidence. He says the metadata raises immediate concerns about chains of custody. The documented handling of digital evidence from collection to presentation in a courtroom. Just like physical evidence, he explains, digital evidence must be handled in a way that preserves its integrity. Metadata, while not always precise, can provide important clues about whether that integrity has been compromised. If a lawyer brought me this file and asked if it was suitable for court, I'd say no. Go back to the source, do it right, Farid says. Do a direct export from the original system, no monkey business. Another anomaly is that the aspect ratio shifts multiple times at several points in the video. Why am I suddenly seeing a different aspect ratio, he asks. Cautions that while the metadata clearly shows the video was modified, these changes could be benign. For example, converting footage from a proprietary surveillance format to a standard MP4. While there may be uncontroversial explanations for the metadata artifacts, such as stitching together multiple days of footage during compilation, or the routine export of surveillance footage to an MP4 format, the FBI did not respond to specific questions about the file's processing, instead referring Wired to the DOJ. The DOJ in turn referred inquiries back to the FBI and the Bureau of Prisons, the BOP, I guess that's what it's called, did not respond to a request for comment. Wow, shocking. No way. You have an independent media outlet in the United States trying to verify information with the Trump administration. And wouldn't you know it, they don't want to comply. And they're fucking tossing it back and forth like a fucking hot potato, trying to be like, no, you go to the DOJ. No, you go here. No, you go there. Finally, an editing-based political news story. Yeah, it's a huge day for editors, you guys. According to a 2023 report from the DOJ Office of the Inspector General, MCC, the detention facility where Epstein was found hanged, Jesus, they really have like no confidence in the attention span of their viewers because they already said what that was. They already said what that was earlier in this. And around 150 analog surveillance cameras, but starting on July 29, 2019, a technical error prevented roughly half of them from recording, including mostly inside the shoe. Convenient. Premiere Pro once again being used for evil, many such cases. Well, in this case or whatever, they did nothing wrong. Adobe for once is innocent. It's the users. It's a user error in this case. So the system's scheduled for repairs on August 9th, the night before Epstein was found dead. But the technician assigned to fix it couldn't access the necessary equipment. Thank you for following or subscribing, CJ in the Culture. Necessary equipment before the because the corrections officer required to escort him was nearing the end of their shift. Wouldn't want to inconvenience the corrections officer. It's so sloppy. I mean, I don't know what they thought. Did they really think that nobody was going to go through that 11 hours of footage? As a result, only 2 cameras were operational near the shoe at the time MCC staff found Epstein hanging in a cell, one covering the common area and stairwells near the entrance to the adjacent 10 South unit, and another monitoring a 9th floor elevator bay. Neither captured Epstein's cell door. According to the DOJ's memo, the footage confirms that from the time Epstein was locked in a cell at approximately 8 p.m. on August 9, 2019, and between around 10:40 p.m. and 6:30 a.m. the next morning, no one entered the tier where his cell was located. However, the recording includes a notable gap. Approximately 1 minute of footage is missing from 11:58 p.m. to 12 a.m. It was like practically 11:59. The video resumes immediately after. The OIG's report found no evidence of a conspiracy to kill Epstein. We investigated ourselves and we are found that we're completely fine. Instead, it documented years of chronic staffing failures and system breakdowns at MCC. The facility was temporarily closed in 2021 after the DOJ essentially deemed conditions unfit for its incarceration. Never underestimate the levels of autistic hyperfixation surrounding conspiracy theories. It is weird, though, that they it's not just weird. I mean, they're explicitly lying by saying that what they're showing people is raw data, but then they have actually manipulated it in some way and tried to present it like they didn't. It would have led to less conspiracy theories if they just edited it and said what it was. But I mean, nothing short of them actually releasing the raw footage was going to, quell that. At a press conference on Tuesday, Bondi attributed the missing minute to a flaw in the surveillance system's daily cycle, claiming that 1 minute is missing from every night's recording. Interesting. But why? Given the years of high-profile conspiracy theories surrounding Epstein, any perceived inconsistency in the official narrative is likely to draw intense scrutiny. I mean, this isn't a perceived inconsistency, though. It is, and it was explicitly a lie if they tried to present it like it was raw footage, and it wasn't. Like, if you have an expert saying that this would not even pass or, like, be accepted in a court of law because it's clearly violated it's not gone through the proper chain of custody, then that's not a perceived inconsistency. So Alex Jones called the DOJ memo sickening. Next, the DOJ will say, actually, Jeffrey Epstein never even existed, he wrote in a post on X. In the world of conspiracy theories, evidence that disproves something happened becomes proof that something happened, says Rothschild. He explains that the case of Epstein's death is a good example of this phenomenon. Every piece of evidence that points to him taking his own life, the negligence of the prison staff, the disrepair of the cameras, the coroner's report, is turned into evidence that he was killed by powerful figures who weren't competent enough to cover up the crime correctly. Isn't the argument that they were competent? A lot of the conspiracy theories didn't actually really come just from people, you don't have to know any of these details or whatever. Doesn't it get fueled by the fact that, he's about to stand trial for a highly consequential, very, very public scandal that's salacious and involves potentially a bunch of different celebrities and politicians, and he doesn't just turn up dead. He's being reported that he killed himself. So obviously people think that this idea that they think he was killed by powerful figures who weren't competent enough to cover it up, it's like, no, there would be some level of competence to execute that. No? The apparent gaps in the video, Rothschild says, will naturally inflame these suspicions. One media forensics expert who reviewed the metadata and agreed with Wired's analysis, but requested anonymity due to privacy concerns and a desire to avoid having their name publicly associated with anything related to the Epstein case. Jesus Christ. Why include that? They're just an anonymous source. Put it bluntly, it looks suspicious, but not as suspicious as the DOJ refusing to answer basic questions about it. Pretty much. I mean, he's like not wrong. Like the conspiracy theory expert guy is not wrong that all of these like small inconsistencies are definitely going to fuel it more than it already has been. But this is more than inconsistencies. And if you have somebody close to the admin who's willing to go on record saying, yeah, that's it's not good that the DOJ, the FBI, the BOP, the Bureau of Prisons won't answer anything. Which camp are we leaning towards here? Self-deletion or not? I don't fucking give a fuck, man. I've never found this case particularly interesting. It's only like MAGA people that do. I think he did kill himself. There's no client list that he kept. There is a client list if they appropriately investigated. A list of confirmed clients and potential clients that the DOJ complied. The list from number 3 should be released. Well, that's the thing, is that more data... There's even more victims, apparently. I didn't read this before, but like I just saw the thing. This is from Ken Klippenstein's Substack. Jeffrey Epstein had 1,000 plus victims. Industrial scale abuse enterprise far larger than previously believed is revealed in a new document. So this was posted 2 days ago. 20 years after Jeffrey Epstein was exposed for his child sex abuse enterprise, the Justice Department this week made a startling revelation. Rather than the dozens of victims previously alleged by the government and media, Justice now says there were over 1,000 victims. And like, is this just me or like, did I miss this? Because I had covered this, but I don't remember them mentioning this. Everyone is talking about Epstein again, from MAGA types furious that the Trump admin is not producing a supposed client list to the mainstream media, which is giddily mocking just about anyone critical of the Justice Department. Here is conspiracy theorists. One person who doesn't want to talk about it is Donald Trump, who told New York Magazine in 2002 that his buddy Epstein was a fun guy who likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. I saw that it's grown from like 200 when he was arrested to 1,000 plus, but they aren't providing any new info. The new figure of over 1,000 victims appears in a Trump administration's review of FBI holdings concerning Epstein, a summary of which was released in the form of a 2-page memo earlier this week. The overview says, as set forth herein, over the course of many years, Jeffrey Epstein, the defendant, sexually exploited and abused dozens of minor girls in his home in Manhattan, New York, and Palm Beach, Florida, among other locations. Epstein Review 2025 says over 1,000 victims. This systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. There was also no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. Consistent with prior disclosures, this review confirmed that Epstein harmed over 1,000 victims. Each suffered unique trauma. Sensitive information relating to these victims is intertwined throughout the materials. This includes specific details such as victim names and likenesses, physical descriptions, places of birth, and associates, and employment history. Wait, if I do Axios exclusive Epstein GOJ, because maybe this was in that, I just don't remember. I put this would have been from this. It's weird that they didn't report on that. Justice says it reviewed more than 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence, including over 10,000 downloaded videos and images of illegal child sex abuse material. There's no client list, Justice says in its memo. This despite Bondi herself implying in February that such a list was on her desk. She now says she was referring to files more generally. Sad day for those with severe psychosis. They're not wrong that, yeah, this isn't going away. This was from CNN earlier today. The Epstein searches, like, are going crazy right now.
Massive unforced error by the Trump administration. Donald Trump would love this story to go away, but in fact, interest is climbing higher and higher, to quote Jackie Wilson. Look at this. Google searches for Epstein up 1,200% this week versus last. And get this, it is currently the top topic search with Trump on Google alongside his presidency. So Donald Trump normally, leans into stories in which there's controversy, like tariffs, for example. This is a story in which he's trying to get away from basically saying, why is anyone still interested in this story? But the bottom line is people are very interested in this story to historic degrees, at least this week.
Give us some perspective. You see that 1,200 number about other stories in comparison, how people are viewing this one.
Yeah, okay. So, I mentioned tariffs earlier on, right? Epstein has been Googled a lot since Monday. He's actually been Googled 1.4 times as much as tariffs.
Jesus, more than Grok, more than tariffs.
A huge news story. How about Grok, which is another insane news story this week? I mean, my goodness gracious. But in fact,
is this just because of the CEO resigning or something like that?
Epstein is
over that like weird tweet.
5 times as much as the Grok story has been Googled. So the bottom line is this is a story in which there's a lot of interest, and it's one of the few stories in which both Steve Bannon and Elon Musk are going after Trump. At least the Trump administration, he's managed to bring together 2 parts of the administration or 2 parts of the fan base that have normally been against each other.
Yeah, you can bet on anything, and this proves it. What are you seeing as far as whether or not people think that they will actually release these Epstein files?
Yeah, I know my buddy Vin from Jersey would love for the Trump administration to release more Epstein files. But get this, Trump releasing more Epstein files in 2025. This is the betting market odds. You go back 2 months ago, it was 43%. You go back even a month ago, it was 39%. But now it's just at 20%. I think that they're going...
Even 20% is really high. I don't know why anybody thinks he's going to do it. Did you come across the CNN reports from 2 hours ago that Dan Bongino and Kash Patel are purportedly considering resigning because of the Epstein fallout? Yeah, I did see that. I saw it on not CNN, but on Newsweek. Hold on. Trump appointed FBI official may resign over Epstein files clash. Didn't Dan Bongino say, like, it's Pam Bondi or me? FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino is reportedly considering resignation after a major dispute between the Bureau and DOJ over the fallout from the release of the Jeffrey Epstein memo, according to sources cited by CNN. Okay, this must be what you're talking about. Dude, why link just the CNN website, but not the actual thing that they're citing? Yeah, we know why it matters. Tensions within the Trump administration escalated after a heated exchange earlier in the week between Bongino and Bondi regarding management of the case. CNN's Caitlin Collins reported Friday. Multiple sources told the outlet that Bongino did not turn up to work on Friday, increasing speculation that he's eyeing an exit. So it's just optional for him to show up to work. Following the exchange, Bongino told People he was considering resigning with the infighting over the case and claims that he and FBI Director Kash Patel were behind a story that the FBI wanted more information released, but were undermined by the DOJ. Bongino has denied that allegation, first reported by News Nation and citing a White House source who said Patel and Bongino wanted to unseal evidence months ago and release every single piece of evidence they could, while protecting victims. Bongino in May 1st revealed the existence of video that he said made it certain that the disgraced financier had died by suicide while in federal custody. He clarified that the video did not show the actual act, but proved that Epstein was the only person who entered and exited his cell the night that he died. Didn't Kash Patel also say, like, I saw it? I actually saw, like, some sort of, like, forensic footage or something? Why do you sound extra Latinx? Stop. Latinx. I'm aura farming. So the DOJ, in response to Newsweek's request for comment, referred to a post on X by Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who wrote, I work closely with FBI Director Kash Patel and FBI Director Dan Bongino on the joint FBI and DOJ memo regarding the Epstein files. All of us signed off on the contents of the memo and the conclusions stated in the memo. The suggestion by anyone that there was any daylight between the FBI and DOJ leadership on this memo's composition and release is patently false. In response to Blanche's post, far-right political activist Laura Loomer wrote on X in part, how come nobody signed their name to the memo? Okay, this one I had as well. Her scoop. This crazy bitch. She was like, yeah, they're livid with both Kash and Bongino are apparently livid with Pam Bondi over her DOJ memo and lack of transparency from her office regarding the Jeffrey Epstein files. And unfortunately, this is somebody who is actually like a trusted source on this in some ways because she's so close to the Trump administration. Source tells me Bongino is taking the day off from his job as deputy director of the FBI, and there's now speculation on whether or not he will return to his job at the FBI over his disgust with Bondi's lack of transparency and handling of the Epstein files. Pam Blondie, nice bitch, has brought total embarrassment to President Trump, J.D. Vance, and so on. She has lied to the American people. And what about you? I'm told Cash and Bongino are furious with Bondi and the blowback she caused them with her lack of transparency. Patel and Bongino should call for Bondi's, am I crazy? Isn't it? Oh, it's Blondie. This whole time I thought it was Pam Bondi. Okay, I'm the one that's a stupid bitch. I don't know why I always read it as Bondi. Public resignation today to save themselves and to also push for transparency into the Epstein files. This is an issue the American people care deeply about. Someone needs to be fired for this. Giving Blondie courtesy to resign is more than she deserves. Trump should just fire her. It is Bondi? Oh, wait, no. Oh my God. When I read this, I was reading from hers. It is Bondi then. I guess then it's just like some stupid nickname for her. She lied on national TV. I mean, Pisco was the one saying that, like, she's just a scapegoat. But I don't think she's, like, going to be the only one that goes down from this. And then on top, this is, like, on top of everything, apparently Trump is considering pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell. This is according to, Trump held talks on pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell, according to a biographer. President Donald Trump weighed pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell for fear that she would spill secrets about his decade-long friendship with convicted child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Yes, this is very real. But I haven't seen this one reported nearly as much. After Maxwell, now 63, was arrested by the FBI in July 2020 for allegedly helping Epstein run his sex trafficking ring, luring and grooming young girls into a web of abuse, Trump grew very wary and began asking, what could she say? What would she say? Author Michael Wolff said on the Daily Beast podcast. Trump and Epstein had been friends. Trump's inner circle pushed back on the idea, however, warning him that it would blow up in his face. Everyone around him was kind of like, God, we hope she won't say anything, but we really hope he doesn't pardon her, said Wolff, who has published 4 tell-all books on the president. Trump, then in his first term, didn't go through with the pardon. But when asked about Maxwell's looming trial, he struck an oddly sympathetic tone. Okay, this I remember. I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. Trump told reporters, I wish her well, whatever it is. Reached for comment, Trump's communications director, Steve Chung, said, Michael Wolff is a lying sack of shit and has been proven to be a fraud. He routinely fabricates stories originating from his sick and warped imagination, only possible because he has a severe and debilitating case of Trump derangement syndrome that has rotted his peanut-sized brain. This is official statement from the White House. A senior White House official told the Daily Beast that there had been no conversations regarding a pardon for Maxwell and that none will take place. She did not testify during her trial in New York, was eventually convicted on 5 of 6 federal charges, including sex trafficking of minors. She was handed a 20-year prison sentence in 2022. A leaked DOJ memo revealed Sunday that he didn't have the client list. Okay. All that fucking background, just so I can see Flagrant Pod, which is like a MAGA podcast, like what they had to say, because apparently they're turning on him. Why Trump is covering for Epstein and how Diddy got off. I'm not watching the shit about Diddy. That's a fucking sex pest I care even less about.
Everybody, welcome to Flagrant, free Ghislaine. She has been wrongly imprisoned. She was convicted guilty of something that clearly never happened.
Never happened.
After the FBI's incredible research, shout out to cockeyed Cash Patel. That motherfucker was looking at the documents double time, and he was 100% certain that there was no RICO charge.
No foul play.
No, he's a pedophile.
But just him.
But only.
Thousands of girls, just him.
Yeah, the guy's busy.
And that list that they said that they had was a list of one name.
Guys, what the hell is going on? We know a lot of people on apologies. This poor big-titted whore wrangler.
Let's get a picture.
She's not even a whore. Child wrangler. Excuse me, child wrangler. Ghislaine Maxwell has been locked up in Maine or Vermont or whatever cush prison she's in for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
Does nobody feel bad about this unbelievable injustice?
Yeah, they're the real victim of this whole thing.
It's Ghislaine. And this guy who killed himself for nothing. For getting massages from underage girls. Like Alex doesn't do that in Chinatown after.
And someone just raid me. Thank you for the raid.
Every single week.
That's
You
Mark,
never
that's Mark.
ask. You never ask how old they are in Chinatown. Just be
Yeah, you
honest.
can't really tell us. It could be
How you
13 or
judge that man
38.
when you've been down there in Chinatown not asking?
It's not they 80, but they look 60. I think I'm safe.
Well, they always look 20 years younger. If they always look a little bit younger.
I'm safe.
Wait, is he stupid? The flagrant pod guy? For sure.
I'm safe.
All right, we believe you're safe. What I'm trying to say
Only
is,
seniors.
Yeah, Alex asked for the old ones. He wants to give me the oldest one you got.
speaking of Alex,
Oh, fuck.
no, I'm just going to say that this is an abortion of justice. This is an abortion of justice. You know?
Get her in the bathing suit so we can apologize.
Yeah, we have to look at Ghislaine in the bathing suit
forgot
where she
she
looks
was-
far more innocent. I'll be honest, when I saw her in that bathing suit, I always thought she was innocent.
That's when you realized.
Yeah.
Nah, fuck. Oh.
Good one. These guys are like paid to laugh at this guy's like stupid jokes.
Look at that bikini. How you? That's an American flag
This
bikini.
is such a fucking weird shit, man.
She's a patriot.
Why are we
We got her
doing
locked
this?
up for no reason.
She's still a child, guys.
No, she's a wrangler.
She's a
She's
wrangler.
a child wrangler, and then the child rapper is Jeffrey Epstein alone. Nobody else. I mean, there's nobody else had anything to do with it. Yes, you know, one of the richest men in America, Les Wexner, gave him full power of attorney over his estate.
The hate for Michael Wolff dates back to the first Trump admin because of the book Fire and Fury, which had some crazy shit in it. It was the first book that broke a lot of nuts stuff about Trump's admin, and Trump's hated him since. Yeah, but why has he written like 4 books on him still?
Gave him quite possibly like the most expensive apartment in New York City. I think it was like a whole brownstone at one point in time. Just handed over to him in a deed, gave him the power of attorney to his
Everyone
billions
keeps mispronouncing her name. Do you mean like Ghislaine? I don't even know how you actually say it.
of dollars. Yes, that happened when he has no actual skill set whatsoever.
Yo, can you give us an apartment? Like, what's up, bro?
I thought that was friendship.
Yeah, I mean,
I thought that was friendship.
Les is a real one.
that's
bro.
what I
Mark
think.
won't even let Miles stay at his house for 2 nights.
Can we talk about this? Can we really talk about that? We thought that we're friends, right? All of us here, over a decade of friendship.
Yeah.
I mean, combined.
Yeah, can I get a couch in the Hamptons?
Combined. That's some Epstein math right there.
No, I'm
These girls are
saying-
30 years old combined.
No, it's like I've been friends with Akash for 10 years, and I'm not friends with you guys. So there's at least a decade of friendship. There's a decade of friendship.
Until you get an apartment, I don't believe it. You're
Is this what men like to listen to?
the same as us.
Ghislaine? Is it Ghislaine?
I don't think that we've been treating each other as real friends. Like
Yeah,
we've had
true.
loyalty and support and kindness and love, but there's no point in time where I just gave you power of attorney over my, my finances. I never gave you a building.
We could look into this. We
Yeah.
could start today.
Yeah, we could
You know what I
start.
mean? Considering everything we've done for you, I gave you a Dom Perignon bottle. Lenny Kravitz.
Give me the Lenny Kravitz Dom Perignon bottle.
That's fine. That's a collector's item.
And now the value of that has gone up so much.
Yep.
By the way, Akash gave you Solana, which is 0, and that Dom P is up like 5K.
I wish I gave you
I'm
Solana.
telling you, it's actually a better gift. Let the record show.
Yeah, it is. You know what?
If men listen to this, I'm identifying as non-binary starting today.
I should take that back, and I appreciate that. You getting me to Lenny?
If you sound like this, you too can start a YouTube channel and apparently get 2 million subscribers.
Kravitz, Dom Perignon is one of the greatest. I think that was a gift for my marriage. I believe I got married, and you decided to get me a Lenny Kravitz bottle of Dom Perignon.
One they had.
Yeah. Well, it was the only one they had. So you got me the one nobody wanted. That was your thoughtful gift.
It glows in the dark.
So, imagine on his wedding night, he's opening it up, and now his wife sees a hotter guy than him.
He's not on the bottle, you fucking asshole.
yeah, I would imagine he's on it.
There's a picture of Lenny Kravitz.
Where they like include little like images. What they're saying. Things that do not require imagery.
Might as well. What is it going for now, bro? It's easily $250 now. Come on, dude.
Oh, that shit.
It's gone up a lot, okay?
That's a $1,000 bottle of champagne? Yeah. I thought it was like a $30 bottle of champagne.
No.
Dom Perignon is expensive.
I don't look up the prices of gifts.
Lenny Kravitz edition, dude. I'm telling you.
Yo, that's fine.
That's a $1,000 bottle of
That's
champagne.
definitely
bro.
worth more than mine. $5,000 of crypto. I should have told you to sell it that day. It was $7,500. Then the next day it went
Sell it
down
that
to like
day. Just give him the
$3,000.
money.
Okay, no, I can't do this. I can't do this. I just want to see.
So he must be a big misunderstanding.
Good point.
There's no smoke here at all.
Yeah.
Any of that shit.
Unbelievable.
This is years ago.
Yeah, why would we sell or
records. House members are killing themselves. But they said that they're going to release footage from the day before and the day after to prove that
It's worse that it's sped up. It's the only way you can get through this.
Minutes missing.
the minute misses every single day at the same time because every day records.
Oh, you can't doctor that in any way.
Resets.
Now,
They got
question:
some slow ass editors, man.
Is there
They
any
be shitting
way?
on this shit.
Is there any way that they can get us the footage of the cell or of a cell close to his? Can we
I don't
see
think
the
so. I
people
don't think
moving
prisons have
around?
surveillance like that. I think they just film in the corners. Like,
Got it.
Only corners.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, in the most technologically advanced country in the history of the world, it
Yeah.
makes sense.
This is from years ago, bro. This is from 2019.
Full of criminals.
Oh yeah, 2019.
Yeah.
Did we even have cameras back
I
then?
don't think this is filmed on a fucking beeper, bro. They don't have any of that shit.
Unbelievable.
This is years ago.
Yeah. Why did we fall for this? Why do we fall for it every
I
time?
mean, what the hell does a technological advancement of the society have to do with anything? There's huge budgets dedicated to these types of institutions, but it goes to like salaries. It doesn't go to like technology or anything like that.
And why are we so gullible?
We're the idiots, honestly.
We really are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These
Why
guys
do we
get it,
want to
dude.
believe? It's really on us. Why
Yeah.
do we're such crazy conspiracy theorists. Why do we want to believe that there's a blackmail ring?
Yeah.
Where they're honeypotting with underage girls? Why do we want that? What's wrong with us?
That's a good point.
There's no smoke here at all.
Yeah.
It's just us, just running wild with our
I
imagination.
mean, like, he makes it sound like the people that are really, really into this, like, want children to have been abused, but in reality, it's like a thing that they already suspected. And then this entire scandal drops, and it literally seems like it's a fiction. It could be like the plot of a bad fiction novel. That's how, like, to a T, diabolically, like, evil it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Why is Trump dog not running for it? You know what I mean?
Can you play when what he said?
Oh, this is so funny, by the way, in the full context of understanding what's going on.
Yeah.
Because he's doing a press,
He's being sarcastic? I don't think so.
like basically a press conference regarding these horrific floods that
I think he's being tongue-in-cheek.
happened in Texas,
Yeah.
where many children got swept away.
Yeah.
So you care about kids a lot.
So he's talking about children's lives.
Yeah.
And then they bring up Epstein, and he's like, "What are you bringing up Epstein for? We're talking about kids that are missing. You know what I mean? We're not going to talk about the other kids that are missing. Why do you keep talking about it?"
And I'm disappointed in Trump, man. He didn't go to Texas and Steph Curry some paper towel rolls and shit like that. Like, come on, bro. What happened?
Yeah.
You used to stand for something.
It's been so funny.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February.
So we're stupid.
Yeah.
We're the fucking idiots, guys. Just to let you know, we're wasting
look at
time.
us.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point.
That is, like, in all seriousness, that is, I think, what is enraging people right now is it's insulting our intelligence. Like, obviously, the intelligence community is trying to cover it up. Obviously, the Trump administration is trying to cover up. Something changed because they ran on this idea of exposure.
You're insulting the intelligence of Flagrant Pod, you guys. What do we want to bet, like, the median, like, IQ is in this room?
Yep.
All these guys had great ideas. Cockeyed Cash, Dan
Son, he had
Bongino.
clips, dog. He had bars.
He was ready to tear it all down. He was ready to tear down the entire FBI office.
Shut down the Hoover building day one.
Day one.
Them bitch still standing.
And then he goes on Joe Rogan and he's like, listen, do you think if I had it, I wouldn't share it with you?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
I do believe that 100%, especially when you're staring at me like this, telling me that.
Hey, how cockeyed is he? You've said this a few times. Can we get a photo of him really
Once
quick?
you protect pedophiles, you are the most cockeyed person in the entire world. I never
He's so
called him cockeyed Cash
He couldn't
before
see
this.
all the other people raping the children. He could only see
He's
Epstein.
just staring at the bridge of his nose. I don't see anything over here. I watched all 3,000 hours of footage.
They're leaving out the fact that Kash Patel was before he joined the, like, Trump DOJ, and, like, the Trump cabinet was literally like a massive QAnon guy.
Maybe I'm wrong on this, but okay, you keep talking about this Epstein. They keep talking about this Epstein list. I got the list on my desk. Now they're saying nothing happened. So one of two things, in my mind, is it possible? One, you're covering it up, or two, nothing really happened, and you exploited the rape of thousands of children to get your man elected. So which one do you want here? Because that one to me sounds just as bad, if not worse. Also, guys, show dates. We just added a bunch of.
Guess they do this live as well.
Cancel Comedy X on IG. Tickets in the bio. Peace.
Let's go through both scenarios.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go for the first one of covering it up.
Yeah.
So what does covering it up mean?
Either
Imagine going to this live show. I mean, Fresh and Fit is a live show, and those they get crowds somehow.
there's an intelligence operation that's happening within the United States that is aiding and abetting the exploitation of children. It's not great. our taxpayer dollars go to this in some type of CIA black budget. So we're now complicit in this thing, but it's for the greater good of America.
Right.
So we kind of are like, all right, fine. Or Trump is implicated in some direct way because obviously he knew Jeffrey Epstein.
Chapo Trap House did live shows. Yeah, but Chapo's funny. They just do the reading series live.
Back in the day. Or
These people seem like they actually try to do stand-up. Like if Chapo went live and they tried to do like stand-up, it would be bad.
both of those things.
So let's talk about these two scenarios. So if this is an intelligence operation, like I remember when people were blaming it on Israel, it would be better if it was another country. Like, wouldn't you rather your own country not be the one that was plotting, planning, and exploiting these little girls like this? You would hope it was another country. But let's say, for example, it is an American intelligence. Maybe it's America and Israel. That's kind of what it feels like. I mean, there's like an insane amount of ties to Israel in this. But let's say it is an intelligence operation, like you just said, that our taxpayer dollars are going towards the sex and abuse of children. Do they have this conversation with Cash, Bongino, Trump, and the administration and basically go, what do you want to do, guys? Do you want to tell the entire country that the CIA and potentially the FBI, that our organizations were doing this and that we're in on this? And
Just joined. What's this Contrapoints drama? She made like a statement on Israel Palestine after she hadn't done so for like, I don't think since the start she had ever done it. Maybe she'd like reposted stuff. But yeah, got her in some hot water, so we're gonna cover after this.
This is how ugly we are. What will that mean for the rest of the world? How will the rest of the world view us? What are we capable of? We're supposed to be the good guys. We're supposed to be heroes. What is the collateral damage of sharing this with the world? Do you think they share that information with Trump? I'm just asking you guys. Like, I just want to.
Schultz is thinking about this so wrong. He's thinking about this the way that I would say like most. He's a fucking moron because this is his whole job, so he has the actual time to be able to look into the details and get more answers to his questions. Some of the things that he's bringing up or whatever, they have been answered. But this is probably where like the average kind of person that ambiently consumes news or whatever, this is probably their understanding of the story, to be honest.
Explore that one for a second.
I mean, if you'd imagine that in order to keep the files from coming out, it's got to go all the way to the top, is my assumption. Unless there's some type of...
Be nice. I saw her getting some crazy bullying. It was gross, even if she is wrong. I am always nothing but nice, you guys.
Like a hidden agreement where it's like, hey, we're going to protect him from information so that he doesn't sound crazy and he can just kind of run with whatever the mainstream narrative is. But the fact that his tune is even switched up leads me to believe that he
knows something. So the reason he knows it because he's like, we're gonna showcase, we're gonna talk about this guy. They ran on it. They ran on cleaning out the swamp. They ran on all these.
They brought all the influencers, gave them all.
Follow you on Twitter. You don't have to lie. What I said wasn't mean though, and I stand by what I said. I do think Miss Rachel had a better statement than her, or like had like a better take on it.
Binders with all the shit that was all redacted.
Do you remember this?
Yeah.
They tried to promote this. Like they were building this excitement up for us to just get, I don't know, what is it? What is the term? Like the wind taken out of our sails?
Yeah.
Whatever. So the fact that his tune has changed from, hey, let's have a social media moment with the binders to, you guys are still talking about this guy?
Yeah, they're talking about when they invited all of these like MAGA influencers like Jack Posobiec and the Libs of TikTok woman. They gave them these binders, they have this photo op, and then they actually this is before they had even looked inside what the binders contained, and it was nothing. All of the information that they received was just information that had already been released to the public.
We're talking about it because of you.
Yeah.
You're the one that keeps the conversation going when you hand out the binders to the social media influencers.
Yep.
You're the one that keeps the conversation
What's going on? They're like this MAGA podcast or whatever is like waking up to the fact that, Donald Trump's administration, they do not want to do the shit that they said they're going to do with respect to Jeffrey Epstein. They couldn't even do it with JFK. They're not going to do it with this.
When your
FBI director goes on podcast and says,
are they trying to backtrack their vote? No, I don't think they give that. I don't think they care that much.
And he killed himself. Yep.
Okay. So it has to go to him. Especially for him to go, why are you guys still talking about this? Because you wanted us to talk about it.
Yeah.
You promoted it.
Yeah. There is a possibility that it's not directly CIA or FBI. Sometimes this happens with like military ops where like former agency guys will go off and create a shell company that kind of operates in like the gray area of the law.
Yeah.
And they'll do operations and typically it's like...
Andrew actually gave a tiny bit of hope. He said Dems are now the America First Party. Did he say Dems or did he say Zoran?
Surveillance and shit like that.
Because I have heard that take, but they're saying it about Zoran because when he was asked at the debates, like, what's the first place you want to visit if you become mayor of New York? He said he's just going to stay in New York City. He said Bernie, AOC, and Mamdani.
The CIA will contract them. And so they operate kind of as a private...
I mean, he had Bernie on, and he, like, heard Bernie out. I definitely do think that this dude is, like, very, very into populism.
Company that can't be FOIA'd, they can't have all their files taken out, and the CIA still gets all the information.
But either way, it's still CIA.
Yeah. Sure. But it just gives a separation for them.
Sure. But
Epstein was doing this for over 25 years. Like they know.
Right.
Listen,
he's getting sweetheart deals, of course.
Alex Acosta said on record, we have this on record. Alex Acosta was, I think, at the time the district attorney in Palm Beach.
Yeah, Miami, Palm Beach.
Yeah, and then later was about to be
Secretary of Labor.
Yes, and then had to step down because of the connections. I think he was Secretary of Labor and then had to step down.
Yep.
But he said he was the guy who gave a sweetheart deal to Epstein. He said
We do not have this on record. I was just about to search it
I
up.
did
This
it
Alex
because I was
Acosta guy.
told he was intelligence, and then had to step down because of the connections. I think he was Secretary of Labor and then had to step down.
Yep.
But he said he was the guy who gave a sweetheart deal to Epstein. He said, I did it because I was told he was intelligence.
I was told to back off.
Because he was intelligence. That is said. That you cannot wipe that clean from the record. That has been said by I don't want to say trusted source, but a source that is reliable and knows the weight of their words.
Yeah.
Right?
And I think that was in the hearings to become Trump's labor secretary.
Oh, I thought that was okay, but go on.
I think while they're interviewing him, they're like, by the way, what was up with the sweetheart deal? What was up with the Epstein thing? Because they're looking at his whole career. And
I think
you looked at
So this is from, when is this published? No, go away. November 12th, 2020. A Justice Department report has found that former Labor Secretary Alex Acosta exercised poor judgment in handling an investigation into wealthy financier Jeffrey Epstein when he was a top federal prosecutor in Florida. But it also says he did not engage in professional misconduct. The 350-page report obtained by the AP marks the culmination of an investigation by the Justice Department's Office of Professional Responsibility into Acosta's handling of a secret plea deal with Epstein, who had been accused of sexually abusing dozens of underage girls. Though the report faulted Acosta for his judgment, it concluded that his actions in arranging the deal did not constitute misconduct, and that none of the prosecutors involved committed misconduct in their interactions with the victims. The conclusions are likely to disappoint the victims, who have long hoped the internal investigation would hold Justice Department officials accountable for actions they say allowed Epstein to escape justice. In a statement, Acosta expressed vindication at the report's conclusion that he had not committed misconduct, saying it fully debunks allegations that he had cut a sweetheart deal for Epstein. He said the report confirmed that his decision to open an investigation into Epstein had resulted in a jail sentence and a sex offender registration for the financier. OPR's report and public records document that without federal involvement, Epstein would have walked free, Acosta said in the statement. Under the 2008 non-prosecution agreement, also known as an NPA, Epstein pleaded guilty to state charges in Florida of soliciting and procuring a minor for prostitution. That allowed him to avert a possible life sentence and instead serving 13 months in a work release program. He was required to make payments to victims and register as a sex offender. And then he's later charged by prosecutors for the same allegations in 2019. Kills himself. The report concluded that the prosecutors did not commit misconduct in their interactions with the victims because there was no clear and unambiguous duty to consult with them before entering into the non-prosecution agreement. But it says the lack of consultation reflected poorly on the Justice Department and is, quote, contradictory to the department's mission to minimize the frustration and confusion that victims of a crime endure. This is the thing that Adam Mockler brought up when he was debating this against like Jack Posobiec on Piers Morgan the other day. I didn't know what he was referring to, but he was saying like, yeah, the guy that cut like a sweetheart deal for him or whatever, like Trump appointed him. So why did he do that? Or like, how do you believe that Trump is going to be the person that is like, you know, brings justice to these victims or gives a shit to them when that's who's part of his cabinet?
He also said that
at the time.
Yeah, at the time when he gave him the sweetheart deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because people were upset about that.
Right. And so, yeah, from my understanding, while he's in the briefing with the Trump cabinet team, he basically was like, yeah, I was told to stand down.
Yeah.
From someone above me. I think it was like the exact quote.
So to me, I think that's where we can have some confidence that he does have connections to the intelligence community.
Yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So bare minimum, there's connections. Maximum, this is this like massive blackmail ring. It's not only blackmail. They've inserted themselves in governments. They inserted themselves in royal family. They inserted themselves in like American intelligentsia, the highest levels of our universities. Like this is everywhere, right? It's not just as much as like you're a president, let me go fuck you.
Right.
You know, let me get you to fuck a girl. It's everybody. It's like inserting yourself in every piece of like influence in American culture.
Yeah.
And the world around.
Yeah.
Okay, so Trump either is told that if we release the details on this, it will destroy confidence in America at home and abroad.
Yeah.
Because what country runs a child fucking blackmail ring on?
Citation needed. Who's told him this? I mean, honestly, I think the biggest hits against Trump on this, other than the obvious, like a broken promise that he would be maximally transparent with this and he isn't, is two things. One, Elon Musk said he's in the Epstein files. Okay. He said he was in the Epstein files, and that's why Trump is not releasing them. Donald Trump sues like absolutely anybody for defamation. Like, he's currently suing CNN because he didn't like that they published that intelligence report that showed that the U.S. airstrikes in Iran didn't actually completely obliterate Iran's nuclear facilities. That's the kind of guy Trump is. So Elon Musk says this, and he doesn't take him to task legally. And then Elon Musk quietly deletes it. The other weird thing, or not the thing that's weird, but that, like, it's obvious that Trump is not interested in being transparent with this, despite his, like, QAnon base and how much he panders to them, is, again, the selection of that Acosta in his cabinet. So it's just silly to me to think that he was ever going to be this way.
On its own people.
Yeah.
He's literally going to say this. He's scared of discovery. No, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, it's a tough look. And that says a lot because, you know, most military budgets go towards pretty awful things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, we're cool killing kids over there. You know what I mean? But
Fucking them here.
yeah, dude, do the Iraqis. Don't do us.
Yeah. Yeah, like what would the collateral damage of that be? How would we react to that? What if we found out our alphabet agencies were doing that? Like,
Yeah, it wouldn't be
The
ideal.
thing I don't get is that what
if? The idea that it's a question of, like, if, like, people in these positions of power or whatever have, like, abused people underage or minors or anything like that. It's not like a question of if. It's just a matter of, like, do they get caught?
because Trump's first 4 years, this is when he got locked up. This is when he would have been told already.
That's also true, yeah.
That, hey, this is...
In a recent report from Israel come out that Iran still has uranium. The U.S. didn't destroy it all. I think I had seen this even, I don't know how recent it was, even like in the last 7 days or whatever. They were already confirming that Iran had managed to smuggle and move a lot of the enriched uranium to begin with. So if that report is true, it's corroborating what people were already speculating openly.
He's intelligence. This can compromise us. Don't release it. So
And
then
then he
why would you
continues to run on it.
Then
That's
why
true.
run on this?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I think that. Okay, so let's go through that difference there. There's a version where it's like, because I've said this even before the pod, where it's the Democrats and the Biden administration had access to this, right? And if Trump was in it, this is like a piece of logic. If Trump was in it or connected, they would have used it against him. Like they used everything against him. They went after him for money. They went after him for, I mean, like the complete power of the.
How is a MAGA pod or like a MAGA adjacent pod? Because these guys are like, you know, they may be praising people like Zoran and AOC for being America first or whatever. They're definitely like right wingers for the most part. Because I've seen other clips from the show. And what I saw at the beginning kind of like gives me insight. It's like a total bro podcast, okay? Hello, Bill Clinton also fucking knew Epstein. It was not just Republicans or Donald Trump or whatever. There were incentives for Democrats to not touch it either.
Justice system and any other system they had at their disposal.
Because like he's saying, they have every incentive. If they believe that Trump is in those, the Democrats have every incentive to go after it. But so why didn't they do it? Why didn't they like really, you know, blow the lid open on it with respect to being like radically transparent with all the documents that they could be?
Used against Trump.
Unless your guys are also implicated.
I
If
didn't
Dems came out with it, no one would believe it. I don't think that's true.
consider that. I thought that Trump was clean from it because he had rallied against it so hard. He'd ran on it. All the people that he's hiring are people
Pelosi's daughter said it. Wait, said what?
that are going after it and essentially promoting themselves on it, right? But there is a version where it's like, what is it? It's like a mutual assured destruction.
Yeah.
So it is nukes on everybody. So therefore, they're like, we could go after Trump with this, but by exposing Trump as part of this thing, it might expose all the other people or confirm that it is an actual blackmail ring. And once it's confirmed that it is an actual blackmail ring, we got to see how far this goes.
Yeah. And it might not even implicate like Democrat politicians. Like it likely does, but it doesn't necessarily need to, because by our guys, you could just mean the U.S. government.
Yes. The intelligence community is involved in it. Okay.
I think it's either U.S. government or rich donors.
So
You're reading what you want into his reaction. How do you mean?
there's a
You're asking us to speculate, IDK, why Biden defended Trump and Epstein. I mean, I'm not asking you to do shit. I'm just saying that's my reasons based on what I know. Like, yeah, I am speculating based off of it or whatever.
version of this where he is involved, right? That's not completely clean just yet. He is involved. To what extent, we do not know. But it's not like the most absurd thing.
And I'm not saying that he defended Trump. I'm not saying Biden defended Trump and Epstein. I'm saying that they have incentives to be more to have been more transparent with respect to this if Donald Trump is implicated, and they didn't.
Right? Like the guy was partying with Epstein,
I think, yeah.
right? So
His name was in the black book.
I think Trump's fucked a hooker or two in his life. That wouldn't be like the most.
I mean, yeah, no shit. Oh, damn. So this is from Pelosi's kid, apparently. This was a few days ago, July 6th. This Epstein case is horrific and the young women deserve justice. It is quite likely that some of our faves are implicated, but we must follow the facts and let the chips fall where they may, whether on Republicans or Democrats. Hashtag we said enough. Hashtag me too. No child rapist should be your fave. I don't think that's what she meant. You may want to rewrite this tweet. It sounds like you already know who's going to be named. Why would Pelosi's daughter know who's going to be named?
Most shocking thing to ever hear, right?
Yeah.
Now, is he asking for ID every single time? I don't know. And that's probably the name of the game, right? It's like you get the girls that are 16 or whatever to go, and then the guys aren't asking questions, you fuck them, and now you got it all on video.
Also, just one note on the Acosta thing. So it says when questions resurfaced in 2019 about why Epstein received such a light sentence, Acosta allegedly.
Plus, then politicos are far more likely to consider international repercussions. There's a reason the U.S. basically. Thank you for
Trump's transition team. The fall.
Thank you for subscribing. Q got swag. Q got swag. There's a reason the U.S. basically allowed Prince Andrew to slink away without too much fuss. I mean, wasn't he like settled out of court? No, but I guess they could have brought like federal charges, right? Or did they?
Following, I was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone. So that was the exact quote. So it was never like in some type
They're proving yet again that Americans have horrible reading comprehension. Wait, the flagrant pod? Because these people are talking about opinions based on videos and things that they read almost exclusively on Twitter. Not any actual article that they read.
Of, like court of law where he can't perjure himself.
Who told you that?
ChatGPT.
No, that's what I want to know. Alex Acosta goes, I was told that he's intelligent. Who?
No, he's never confirmed this or
That's
denied
alleged.
it in a public
Do
statement.
we know who said he said that, or did Trump's team say that? Okay.
No. I mean, again, this was in 2008 that this happened.
Okay, so then let's go through the other scenarios. So
Trump is compromised.
So Trump's compromised. Let's go through. There's another scenario. Let's assume Trump isn't compromised, but the intelligence communities come to him and they basically say, "This is us. This is what we do. There are a lot of people here that are going to go down if you out this, and the reality is you're not going to out this." And I would like to take this a little further. There's a version where the intelligence community comes in. They go, "You don't really run the country. You get to make a lot of decisions, and that's fine. But you look the other way at the things we do, and we look the other way at the things you do. And then once the things you do cross paths with the things that we do, we remind you that you don't really run the country." And maybe that's what, and I'm not trying to give Putin credit here, but remember when Putin said that thing about like, every American president, what is it? Every American president has these great ideas, and then once he gets elected, the real men that run the country, the men in suits, walk in and tell him what the deal is.
Oh, I was not even thinking about that. I was thinking about
Why are we quoting Putin?
Putin kind of told the oligarchs whenever he took over, like, this is my shit now.
Oh, yeah.
And I was thinking Trump could have done that.
So, and that wouldn't be that shocking to me, because the idea that like we have a new person running the country every 4 years or 8 years, and they plot the course of America for the next 300 is kind of absurd. Right? Like there has to be some version of permanent government. Obviously, it's not established, and they're not like speaking about it, they're not shining a light on it. But like there must be some version of this permanent government that like maintains the course and does fucked up shit to maintain the course, just like every other country that's run as a dictatorship does fucked up shit to maintain the course. So it wouldn't be shocking to me that happened. Maybe he's involved, maybe he's not involved, but he could have had a conversation. They could have come up to him and be like, we missed on purpose, right? Like they could have sat him down in a room and be like, we missed on purpose, right? He goes, what? He goes, the guy who had the perfect shot on you from 100 meters away or whatever, like, we missed on purpose. You didn't look at a fucking sign.
Now we're just doing like fan fiction.
Looking at the sign got you closer, but we missed on purpose. And we won't the next time unless you tell people to look the other way about this Epstein shit.
Trump is one of the oligarchs. It's different when Donald Trump has $1 billion versus Putin.
To me, I would not be surprised at all if the CIA and the FBI actually are running the country. And we get to bicker about little shit. They go, oh, let them fight about abortion. Let them fight about hate speech. Let them fight about this. But the real decisions, like if we're going to send more fucking aid to Ukraine, if we're going to send more aid to Israel, those decisions are already made because we continue to make them. Despite Americans not wanting them, the same fucking decision gets made, right? Over and over.
It's so weird that they go to like the CIA and the FBI instead of the fact that like corporate influence and like bribery is effectively legal in the United States.
Over again.
Yep.
And this is my theory with like, are politicians individually corrupt? Like perhaps, but I wonder if just the throne is corrupt, like the institution, the
These
system.
dudes don't think the rich run the country. Well, no, I guess not at all, right? Because they're like leaving out the fact that Trump himself is a fucking billionaire. They're leaving out the fact that, again, it's like since Citizens United, super PACs, the influence of like campaign expenditures and like all of this money that gets funneled into every single election in the United States, every single major election in the United States, and even some like municipal and state level ones. But no, they're just looking at like just shadowy people within these orgs. The majority of them are just like paper pushers.
In place are just like inherently kind of corrupt. And so you can have people like Cash.
I hate that Ukraine is the same convo as Israel because these people are just like anti-establishment populists. It's not
like
consistent.
working in good faith while
or like isolationists.
Painting and like on the build up and like all of his time as a prosecutor for the state. Like he's like doing good work and then gets into role, gets read in on a brief and goes, all right, never mind. You know what I mean? Like, to me, that seems like the most logical thing.
I believe that about Trump. I believe when Trump, everything he campaigned on, I believe he wanted to do. And now he's doing the exact opposite thing of every single fucking thing.
I don't know what he's done. Yeah, exactly to your point. If you tell me, it's easier for me to believe you wanted to do all these things if any of them were happening in the way that you said they were.
To that point, like there'll be people that like, they'll DM me and be like, you see what your boy's doing? You voted for this. I'm like, I voted for none of this. He's doing the exact opposite of everything.
Oh my God. The idea that, like, again, this whole, like, I didn't vote for this or whatever because he voted for Trump. Why did you think that he was going to actually blow the lid off of this? You are so fucking stupid if you ever thought at any point he was going to do that.
Everything I voted for.
Yeah.
These people, like, just the surprise Pikachu face is going on here for Donald Trump, a presidential candidate who's already been president before. You can look at the record of his first term, okay? And like somebody else pointed out, Trump was literally president when Epstein died.
I want him to stop the wars. He's funding them. I want him to shrink spending, reduce the budget. He's increasing it. It's like everything that he said he's going to do, except sending immigrants back. And now he's even flip-flopped on that, which I kind of like. But he's like, oh, well, we kind of need the people working in restaurants and we need our farmers. It's like everything that he said that he was going to do.
Okay, that's not him flipping on it. He did say that. Hold on. The New York. He said it to the Times. If I put like Trump farmers, yeah. So this was reported on June 12th, 2025. Trump tells farmers changes are coming to immigration crackdown. Trump acknowledged on Thursday that his immigration policies are hurting the farming and hotel industries, making a rare concession that his crackdown is having ripple effects on the American workforce. Mr. Trump, who has made mass deportation a centerpiece of his presidency, said on social media that, quote, changes are coming. And while there was no sign of any significant modification to his policies, again, this is the most important part of this article. He said a thing that contradicts his public positions and his actions thus far, but that doesn't actually mean it's going to be a meaningful change. Stephen Miller is clearly the one also like running the show on this. What he ran is mass deportation of illegal immigrants. But what it is in practice is just mass deportation, period. Mr. Trump's statement suggested the scale of his crackdown may be alienating industries he wants to keep in his corner. The thing to me that I don't think any change is coming out of this. I think he's lying. But like, why are you trying? You already have their votes, right? This is the same reason that like Elon doesn't really have any cachet with him. He's like, I helped you get elected. And it's like, yeah, exactly. He's already elected. The money is already spent. He's already in office. So what leverage do you have over him now? You got him into the office of the presidency. He's the most powerful man in the world. What the fuck does it matter that you helped get him elected in the first place? But like reading this article or whatever, why are you trying to pander to these people whose votes you've already captured? I know you don't give a shit about approval ratings because his approval within the Republican Party is still fantastic. So he doesn't care about them generally. So why is he doing this? To me, it signals that he's probably going to try to run for a third term.
That he campaign
he said to us, which was important, and I thought it was good. He pressed him on it. Well, you got to start with the criminals in terms of deporting.
Yeah.
I don't even know if the criminals are getting sent back. I know there's a lot of people with green cards getting sent back. There's people who aren't criminals getting sent back. I don't know if you're sending back the criminals first. You're definitely not doing it first. I don't know if you're sending them back at all. So nothing has happened.
And you were more optimistic than I was because I judge him by his first four, and it was Mr. Drain the Swamp, Mr. Build the Wall, Mr. Like, he didn't do a lot of the stuff he promised in the first four, so why would anything...
Yes, exactly. Why the fuck did you vote for him? Because he didn't fulfill the majority of the campaign promises. He was objectively a shitty ruler as far like president as far as like living up to his campaign promises. He got a lot done, but it was like a bog standard Republican agenda. He kind of did like it sounds bizarre, but in 2016, outside of like his radical stance on like immigration with the whole Muslim ban, for the most part he was still running as a moderate.
Where do you expect politicians to not do most of the shit they say? Mm-hmm. And now, and I don't want to be like too cynical, but like now I'm getting to the point where it's like...
I feel like I was fully aware that Trump was going to try and end birthright citizenship. Pretty sure he ran out of it, now half of his base have no idea. There are Republicans that have been talking about this openly. Like Ted Cruz, despite being like a dual fucking citizen at one point, because he's still a U.S. citizen, he was born in Canada, like on a US base or something like that. But if you're born anywhere on Canadian soil, it doesn't matter, like anywhere within like, I don't know, Canada's interior, what they consider to be their interior. It doesn't matter if you're like on technically like what is also considered US territory or what the US considers US territory, you are granted Canadian citizenship. Oh, I guess somebody else noticed that, like, yeah, you're a hypocrite, dude. Yeah, Ted Cruz supports end to birthright citizenship, but sees open question if Trump has that power. This is back in 2018. 2018! President Donald Trump has announced he is looking to end the practice through an executive order. This is nothing new. Anybody who was paying attention in the last fucking several years knew that this was a goal of Trump's. I think that's probably why he pushed Project 2025 so hard, was because he didn't try to do any of the other stuff during his first term. Yeah. Like the hallmark of Trump's first term is the tax cuts, the 2017 tax cuts.
They do anything.
He didn't end up like repealing and replacing Obamacare. He didn't end up he didn't end up like building the wall. Like there was like they started or whatever, and they were like even eminent domaining territory along like the southern border, but they didn't complete it.
I think the reason why, and I don't know if this is necessarily intelligent, but I think the reason why
the tax thing is the only thing he got done. He got a lot done with the courts though. He appointed a ton of federal judges, and he also got a lot of Supreme Court picks, and that in and of itself led to the overturning of Roe v. Wade, which has been devastating, obviously.
Mamdani is exciting to people is the same reason why Trump was exciting to people. When you are so fed up with the status quo,
1000%.
when you feel like the status quo will do nothing and change nothing, you have way more of a longer leash for the outsiders' ideas than you do the status quo's ideas.
Yeah.
Whatever Cuomo says, I don't even know if I believe it because he's status quo.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it's just going to be the same old fucking bullshit. Mamdani comes in with these wild ideas that he cannot do. Like most of them, he literally just physically cannot do them. But people are so, I'm putting this under quotes, desperate for something else. They're like, maybe he'll pull it off. And I think that was the idea with Trump. It was like, maybe he will stop these wars. No. Maybe we will see what's up with this Epstein shit. No.
And I'll take this a step further with what we talked about. We talked about on Patreon with Mamdani. I like that he...
Again, another thing, actually believing that Trump was going to be the anti-war candidate. Like fucking Dave Smith did. Like there isn't a whole first administration and foreign policy record to judge to get a better idea of like how hawkish Trump was. It was always going to be a posture.
I'd even endeavor to do these things.
Yeah.
Zorn just says things. That's why he will win. Wow, that was profound. Male Rights USA. You were just fucking spitting tonight in my chat. Holy shit.
That was the term we kept using. I don't even see Trump endeavoring to do any of the things that he said he was going to do. Seems like he's just as much. The big problem with Kamala, I didn't vote for Trump, but I didn't look at Kamala like she was exciting because it was the same exact thing. Trump is Kamala. I don't know if this country is any different depending on who gets elected.
I think that he did try. That is, and again, I might look at this through like, was it rose-colored glasses? But like, I think he did try. Like, I think with the wars, he literally did try. I think earnestly he's talking to Putin, thinking he can make it happen. But I also think his hubris got the best of him. Like, I think he's going, yeah, I'm just going to go over there and tell him that we're going to do no more.
Oh my God, this guy! I think his hubris got the best of him. Really, the guy who said on the campaign trail, "I will end the Ukraine-Russia war in the first 24 hours if I'm elected president." Yeah, you think that guy might be a little bit of a fucking narcissist, egotistical, like insane?
Of course. And then he realized, oh shit, Putin really wants to reunite the Soviet Union. Like
that's the thing. Like Trump is a business person, like a business negotiator, and I don't know if he anticipated the ideologues.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I don't think Trump is like a pure ideologue. Like I don't think he's like, we need to make a...
It was awful, but it was nothing like what's going on right now. We're just barely through half the first year in power. No, I know. They're rushing through a lot of stuff.
Christian nation, because that is what matters. I think he's just like a business guy. Yeah. And then he's dealing with someone like Putin that is ostensibly
and not just that, not just through Congress or whatever, because they did not need the big beautiful bill being like completed or like signed into law on July 4th. That was an arbitrary deadline that they set for themselves. He wanted to do that. Okay, but like they're ignoring all of these like federal court rulings and stuff like that. That is really the thing that's enabled him to do much. But like, God, thinking about everything, like, okay, so the tariffs, Independence Day, right? Doge, the people that are being black bagged, the fucking mass deportation programs, and then his cabinet this time is way worse, or like way worse.
A pure ideology, or like the Ayatollah that is ideological in all of their politics.
Yeah.
And then when he gets into that,
I will lower gas prices and grocery prices day one. People actually heard this and believe it. And then like he pivoted to saying, he was like, well, it's harder than people realize. And didn't he say that? Didn't he literally say Trump lowering? He also said like nobody used the term grocery before me. Grocery prices is hard or something. like, oh, this was actually even before he was sworn in. It was after he was elected, but before he was sworn in. Trump says it'll be hard to bring down grocery prices. Pins hope on lower energy costs and better supply chains. What did he say?
President-elect Trump taking a victory lap on Wall Street, ringing the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange after being named Time Magazine's Person of the Year. But just days after sharing this assessment about the election with NBC's Kristen Welker.
And one on groceries. It's a very simple word, groceries.
In his interview with Time, the president-elect backed off his central campaign promise to lower prices for consumers, including on groceries, saying, look, they got them up. I'd like to bring them down. It's hard to bring things down once they're up. You know, it's very hard, but I think that they will. I think that energy is going to bring them down. I think a better supply chain is going to bring them down. Throughout the campaign, Trump repeatedly vowed lower prices.
But prices will come down. You just watch. They'll come down, and they'll come down fast, not only with insurance, with everything. It'll also bring your grocery bill way down.
Trump also detailing a move he plans to make in his first hours in office, pardoning defendants from the January 6th Capitol riots.
This didn't need pardon. This is like 1,500 people that he pardoned.
Asked if that would include those who committed violent acts, Trump saying he'll look at each case, adding, it's going to start in the first hour that I get it.
Nope, they didn't look at each case. There are now, the Proud Boys are suing for like $10 million, so them getting pardoned wasn't enough. They also need like millions and millions of dollars because their constitutional rights are violated, apparently. The other thing was, what is going on? Thank you for subscribing, Zero Cool. The other thing was that he used AutoPen to do this, even though Maga has made fun of like Biden for using AutoPen, trying to argue that like his pardons weren't legitimate because they were unconstitutional because he used AutoPen. He didn't actually sign it. And then the other part of that conspiracy theory is that like other people were running the show behind the scenes and it wasn't Biden that actually did the pardoning just because he used the AutoPen.
Into office.
Plus, there's somebody who like, it was unrelated to their January 6th charges, but he cleared them of like all federal charges. And somebody was like a sex offender or something like that. Ended up being pardoned. I like the warmer lighting in your room. I was gonna change it after this because I really don't like it as warm. It's I changed it 3 different times. This is like the cooler version, but you guys will have to tell me what you think. Because it looked even warmer before I started streaming.
Vast majority of them should not be in jail. Meanwhile, the current administration issued a flurry.
Camera angle's different too. Yeah, I fucked with like a lot of settings on my camera or whatever. I turned up the quality and all this shit, so I hope it looks better.
Of pardons and commutations for non-violent offenders yesterday in what the White House said was a single-day record. President Biden commuting the sentences of almost 1,500 people and pardoning 39 others. The president saying many of the 1,500 would not be convicted if they were tried today. It comes 2 weeks after President Biden pardoned his son.
Oh, that's what I was thinking of for the 1,500. So the 1,500 was Biden. These are people that were pardoned because they had non-violent like drug offenses, and most of them had already served several years. So yeah, he's right that like it was people who had like marijuana charges and shit.
That position, he's like, well, what leverage do I have?
But yeah, like it's very hard to bring down grocery prices, you guys. Lighting W. Well, I'm glad that somebody likes it.
I don't willing to die for their country. They're willing to
The more you guys like it, the less likely I am to change it. I'm not gonna lie.
They're willing to do anything to further their agenda. Like there's no reason that can be had because it's purely ideological and not fiscal.
He can't meet them at an economic breaking point. When you're a businessman, you can find something the other team wants, right?
He can with Bibi.
Say again?
Yeah.
He can absolutely do that with Bibi.
I don't know if that's true because again, if he's sort of in the right wing of the Israeli government that's purely ideological, it's like we want to create a greater Judea.
You have to look into the Likud party and see what they want, and then you'll understand what Mark is saying, because what they want is purely ideological, and the only thing that will satisfy them is executing that ideology. And when you're locked to that ideology, there's really no swaying. Like when you bring divine intervention into things, there's no negotiating with God.
Right. We need Al-Aqsa. We need to get it simple. Like
this is such a simplistic way of looking at things that like people can just you cannot just you can be highly ideologically driven, sure, but there's always going to be political realities that interfere with even the most staunch or like extremist of any ideology from actually like bringing that into fruition. There are political constraints.
Yes.
Maybe not convincing Bibi to change his course, but if you rely on us for defense,
We can
rely
stop
on
our
us for
support.
bombs, rely on us for resources, we can stop our support easy and be like,
The warmer lighting is very cozy, though. Before it was like Epstein's cell, but with squishmallows everywhere. Damn. Okay. Called out.
yo, you guys better make a deal or I'm cutting off the dollars.
So here's the question. Here's the question.
Really,
This is the other thing. They're like, oh, we're like hucked by Israel or whatever. There are choices that are being made here by Christian Zionists. Like, what? If I put Mike Huckabee, like, U.S. admin is no longer pursuing Palestinian state. He was like, we can carve. Yeah. This was a month ago. U.S. ambassador to Israel says U.S. is no longer pursuing goal of independent Palestinian state. Mike Huckabee suggested any future Palestinian state should be carved out of, quote, a Muslim country. Let's see. Trump in his first term, what is it? No. When pressed on Palestinian aspirations in the West Bank, where 3 million Palestinians live under Israeli occupation, Huckabee employed Israeli government terminology, asking, does it have to be in Judea and Samaria? Judea and Samaria is what they call occupied Palestinian territory. Trump in his first term was relatively tepid in his approach to a two-state solution, a longtime pillar of U.S. Middle East policy, and he has given little sign of where he stands on the issue in his second term. Relatively tepid? Relatively tepid? This is such a fucking lie. The two-state solution that he and Bibi, like the plan that they put out, did not involve, this was like around the time of the Abraham Accords, like this didn't involve any Palestinian involvement whatsoever, and they were both just putting it out, not because it was serious, but because they were trying to distract from the fact that they had like indictments brought against them. What's the most expensive Labubu you have? I only keep it in this because it was on my bag, and I just haven't taken it out, but I don't want it to get messed up. But yeah, I did pay over retail for that because I'm a dumbass. Is the Labubu shit for real, or am I just an old man? It's very real. They have cases, yeah, because they get stolen. People fucking steal them. What is a Labubu? How do you guys not know what a Labubu is? Yeah, the ambassador's position has deep roots in his evangelical Christian beliefs and long-standing support. We aren't 13. Do you think 13-year-olds are the ones that do it? It's adults. It's like mentally ill women like me that have these things, okay? And the gays. That's who buys these. You don't give them to kids. They're too expensive anyway. The gold Labubu is crazy. Okay, now you guys are bringing up lore that even I don't know about. How much are they? The fuck? They retail for, I think they retail for like $21 to $23, but like the individual colors resell for more. And they also have, what is it? They also have like you have a 1% chance of getting like a secret color or whatever, and the secret one always like sells for a lot of money. You don't know the solid gold Labubu meme? No. It looks so disgusting now. It was kind of ugly. It's like ugly cute. They're ugly cute, but they grew on me.
You wanted to. Here's the question. That's what we...
Would I eat a Labubu? I eat Labubus every morning for breakfast as part of a well-balanced diet, obviously.
all believed, right? All of us believe that. We're like, why? America does not support this shit that's going on here. None of us do. We're seeing the death. We're seeing the destruction. We're like, what the fuck is happening? Why do we keep supporting this? Like, what is going on? It seems to feel, at least at this point, that through AIPAC or maybe through other means, there's incredible influence on our politicians. I mean, Ted Cruz is just tap dancing for Israel left and right. I think on July 4th, he had some tweet about the Intabi mission where they got like the...
Cruz is the biggest cuck in the history of
government. Y'all voted for him. Wait,
who's the biggest cuck?
where they got like the
Icarus is the biggest cuck in the history of
y'all voted for him.
I heard Icar or something like that.
Only in Texas could he be a politician. Only in Texas could some Canadian guy end up being
Ted Cruz.
senators.
I hate
Take that shit on the chin. Talk to your people.
I tried,
Some
dog.
borderless bitch running your fucking state.
I tried.
Wondering why the electricity shuts off every fucking
I'm with you,
2 days.
dog.
Here
I'm
in
with
New
you.
York, we voted for, what was the guy, Santos or whatever the fucking the
George
biggest,
Santos?
Yeah, the biggest lie
That's
ever.
not now.
I mean,
That's not New York City. That's all now.
All right.
At least he lied. You know what I mean? At least Santos was like, yo, I'm in the military. What the fuck you
Yeah,
said?
He told you all the good shit.
Texas got to eat Ted Cruz's vote. Y'all keep voting for this motherfucker. It's
Ted Cruz told
embarrassing.
the truth and still got
It's
elected.
embarrassing.
I mean, just
Seeing him wear cowboy boots like it's a fucking costume. Like, get the fuck
Yeah,
out of
bro.
here. You're like some comic who just moved to Austin and throws on cowboy boots. Go fuck yourself.
DeSantis would never.
Yeah, next thing he'll be is have aluminum foil.
DeSantis would never. There's photos of DeSantis looking even fucking goofier in like fisherman boots, like post hurricane. And DeSantis also wore like heels. No, yeah, these were the one. This motherfucker just said DeSantis would never do that. Yeah, DeSantis would never do the thing that he did. Does the Florida governor wear lifts in his boots? And thing that he was literally confronted on PBD about doing.
Foil on his hat.
Got
It's
elected.
embarrassing.
I mean, just
Seeing him wear cowboy boots like it's a fucking costume. Like, get the fuck
Yeah,
out of
bro.
here. You're like some comic who
Like, I'm
just
not
moved to
crazy,
Austin and
right?
throws on cowboy boots. Go fuck yourself.
DeSantis would never.
Yeah, next
Yeah,
thing.
DeSantis would never. DeSantis would never do something so embarrassing as wear boots, wear like lifts in his shoes are gonna be taller.
He'll be is have aluminum foil on his hat.
What the fuck is this? Okay, this is clearly like a fake Labubu, you guys. That she like fucked with. We're going on a detour.
I'm the owner of the famous 24 karat gold Labubu. Now, as if you are new here, we had him made out of 200 grams of 24 karat gold. He previously looked like this, and we had him turned into...
You would know, yeah, because I have actual Labubus, and this face or whatever looks fucked up. It looks like a fake one that she just spray painted.
a little Labubu with a Labubu shape thingy. Because they are so viral, obviously the price of them is going to skyrocket. Now, each one of these bars cost £20,000, so that was the cost of him. Anyway, I'm going to perform a gold test. Now, a lot of you have been telling me that the gold tests aren't correct. Anyway, this is a new one, look. It's still got the slip on it. I ordered this, it arrived today, so let's give it a go. So, obviously, if it was to touch my nail...
You have multiple, be honest. I have entire cases of them. I've like the whole sets of them. The only one I don't have is the like energy. Are you guys really surprised? You guys, look at all of the shit behind me. Why wouldn't I have all of the Labubus? You know this. You know I would.
No noise. If it is to touch this, which is gold, so you get the gist. Anyway, first his face. My Rolex. You get the gist.
You get the gist.
Because he's 24 karat gold. He's real.
It's amazing.
No, but like it seems like there is this and look, yo, they should be doing that shit. Every country should be trying to do it. Every country should find a way to make America do the shit that they want. Like that should be the objective of Great Britain. It should be the objective of all these countries. But once the American people become aware of it, you can't just say it's anti-Semitism for pointing it out. There needs to be a discussion, right? I think we had this conversation. I don't know if it was on the last pod or maybe it was on Patreon, but like,
Well, I mean, just calling it out as an anti-Semitism is the way that you go about the criticism.
if you call everything anti-Semitism, people get quiet because they don't want to be called an anti-Semite. They have tons of friends that are probably Jewish. They're like, I don't want them to think that I don't
They might
like
work in
them.
entertainment.
They might want a career. Right? So they get silenced. And then the only people having the conversation are the lunatics on the extremes who are actual anti-Semites, right? And they control the discourse. And now Nick Fuentes is controlling the discourse, right? And it's like, maybe if we had this discussion right here about like the influence.
Nick Fuentes, I mean, like, he's taking advantage of the geopolitical situation that's going on that's making Israel extremely unpopular. But why would Nick Fuentes have more to do with shifting attitudes towards Israel than, like he said, AIPAC or just the fucking genocide in Gaza?
On American politics
Speaking of gays.
a foreign nation. If we had it just with normal people that don't have any hate in their system, but they want something different for America, maybe if we had that conversation without the fear of being called an anti-Semite, we wouldn't be in a much less hateful place right now.
Yeah.
But
And this is not the best comparison, but I think the early days of MAGA, like anybody who was MAGA or voting for Trump, if they spoke out that they were for Trump,
You're
you were called
racist, you're a
racist. So they were
bigot.
all quiet, and the only people we heard from were the extreme MAGA ones. And now to everyone else, it's like, oh shit, they are fucking racist and extreme. And then the ones in the middle, it's like, boom. Like, so I think it's a.
You have to let the normal people have the like when a normal parent goes, why did my 8-year-old come back from school today and say that they're queer? Like, what's going on? What are you teaching my 6-year-old in school? Like, what the fuck? And then they go and ask the school, and then they get called.
This is when you remember what kind of podcast this is.
A bigot.
Like he thinks that like kids don't just discover that they're gay; they're like indoctrinated into being it, I guess.
Freak out, and you stop saying anything, and then the only people who are having the conversation about what's happening in school are these lunatics going, they want to chop off all our kids' dicks in school. You have to let people ask questions.
Yeah, that's a younger generation. You got David kissing Miles.
Y'all remember when that happened? Remember when, it was found out that schools all across the United States were teaching 6-year-olds about gender confirmation surgery, how to get like top surgery.
The reason he's confused, man.
But let's bring this back to Trump. AIPAC, let's say, okay, he finds out AIPAC is kind of running things with all of these politicians. How are they running things? Ostensibly,
Trump finds out, dude. They don't even like Trump took just from this last election cycle, took like how much money from Miriam Adelson? Miriam Adelson. He was literally telling a room full of donors, I'm going to take care of the Palestinian protests. Don't worry. Adelson donation. Miriam Adelson gives $100 million to Trump campaign, making good on reported pledge. Gift from the prolific pro-Israel donor is the largest among new batch of major spending discourses, eclipsing the $75 million that Elon Musk recently gave to a pro-Trump PAC. $100 million fucking dollars. And they think that that Donald Trump doesn't know about the like. How stupid could you be? How stupid could you be? And how stupid do you think Trump is? Why would you vote for him if you actually think that this guy doesn't understand the dynamic between the United States and Israel? I guess, or they're just projecting. They really think that because you learned about this like 5 minutes ago, right? That nobody else knows about it, or people are just now waking up about it.
Giving them money. You're Trump.
Don't forget, he said to a room full of Jews, if he loses, it's their fault. Yeah.
You don't need their money.
Because trans people, true.
Your whole platform for 8 years is drain the swamp. Yep. So you can't go against Bibi? Like, I just don't let him off the hook for
what do
this.
they got on Trump?
That's a question. Or
do they have the Epstein files?
Or has he? Or
like, what is it? Donald or Trump tells donors he will like crack down on Palestine protests. Yeah, this was May 27, 2024. Trump tells donors he will crush pro-Palestinian protests if reelected. Presumptive Republican nominee calls demonstrations against Israel's war in Gaza part of a radical revolution. The former president and presumptive Republican nominee called the demonstrations against Israel's war as part of a radical revolution and promised the predominantly Jewish donors that he would set the movement back 25 or 30 years if they helped him beat Joe Biden in November's presidential election. If you get me reelected, we're going to set that movement back 25 or 30 years, Trump replied, according to the Washington Post, which first reported the event. Trump also says his administration would expel any foreign students found to be taking part in protests. Promises made, promises kept, which have recently taken the form of tented encampments in colleges across the United States. This is the thing that's like, I think this is why I can't get really, really excited about like the Epstein stuff, is because people are excited about it because they think it's something like the circumstances or whatever, fine. They're extraordinary in this case. But people seem to think that like rich people and powerful people in this world don't just do the evil shit that they do out in the open. Like it's not reported on. It's just that they don't pay attention. They say all the stuff that they intend to do. There is some transparency with respect to this stuff.
Or maybe even more reasonably, he's just kind of run selfishly this whole time, and he never really cared about our well-being. I don't know that he did, because none of the actions have shown me differently. His words did.
All right, guys, take a break for a second. Listen, if you're a renter, you...
All right. Let's do PBD. We're gonna do all the circuits, the right-wing circuits on this. Because PBD has thoughts on
I got this car recently.
On Trump's biggest fumble. Let's see how they how much of a fucking pretzel they have to twist themselves into to make excuses for Daddy Trump. So 3 days ago, the PPD boys react to the DOJ and FBI declaring there's no Epstein client list confirming suicide. The hosts rip into missing footage, shifting narratives, and possible elite protection. Did the system cover up for the powerful? Who is really conflicted and who's lying? So this is Trump's biggest fumble. Epstein client list never existed, according to Patel and Bondi Bombshell. Let's watch Vinny's head explode.
DOJ FBI review finds no Jeffrey Epstein client list, confirms suicide. That's the memo that comes out. And Rob, I think you may have a video on this one, not just one. You got a lot of videos that we're going to be going through, folks, on this one here. So to remind folks, as we're going through this, Justice Department and FBI review ordered by President Trump, appointed leadership found no evidence that notorious deceased financier Epstein kept a client list of associates whom he blackmailed or conspired with to victimize dozens of women, stating that investigators did not cover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. The review released hours of reported footage, perpetrated footage, confirming Epstein died by suicide in Manhattan jail in 2019. The DOJ memo states, perpetuating unfounded theories about Epstein serves neither of those ends. Now, Attorney General Pam Bondi faced criticism from Trump supporters for delays in releasing Epstein's case files, which she attributed to tens of thousands of hours. This is one of the videos. Rob, is this one of the original videos when she talked about it?
Yeah, so I have February, March, and April of this year, 3 different instances where Pam Bondi talks about the Jeffrey Epstein client list. This is from February.
Go for it. So this is the first one.
May be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies.
So that's the first one.
So have you
Got
seen
it.
anything?
That's the first one. Then it goes to the next one. Go for it, Rob.
And the FBI handed over a couple hundred pages of documents. But, you know, Sean, I gave them a deadline of Friday at 8 a.m. to get us everything. And a source had told me where the documents were being kept. Southern District of New York shop.
Like, this is the shit they get upset about, not 17 million losing their health care, because these are like fucking rich assholes. None of these people actually give a shit about that because it doesn't personally affect them. This personally affects them because it gets them lots of clicks and something to talk about on their podcast.
So we got them all by, hopefully all of them, Friday at 8 a.m., thousands of pages of documents. I have the FBI going through them, and Cash is also, now that we have Cash here, it's a game changer, of course, and Cash is going to, Director Patel is going to get us a detailed report as to why.
So pause there. So far we know. Now go to the next one, Rob. And this is after O'Keefe Media Group found
the
a
restaurant.
video.
The restaurant, right.
Yeah, the restaurant. So after O'Keefe Media Group found the video, and Pam Bondi, this is what she had to say. Go for it.
Yeah, the FBI, they're reviewing, there are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn. And there are hundreds of victims. And no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume, and that's what they're going through right now. The FBI is diligently going through that. I haven't seen that statement, but I'll call it.
You can pause that here. And then this is what, Rob? This is
Alina Habba. This is her with Piers Morgan back in February, where she talks about the Jeffrey Epstein client list and the names being revealed.
Go for it.
But in this case, in Epstein's case, it is incredibly disturbing. We have flight logs, we have information, names that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking that there were so many individuals that were hidden and kept secret and not been held accountable. Let's talk about the reverse. I believe in accountability. So you have to now go through your process. Now, I won't say they're guilty until they go through.
The spin is going to be the Epstein stuff was botched by Bondi. Trump just hired an incompetent employee, not his fault, and they hope people forget about it. I don't know how much they're going to be able to sell that, considering that like Patel and like others are like Bongino and Bondi were the ones that, like, again, the two of them, Bongino and Patel specifically, were QAnoners who talked a big game about this being like a huge thing that they were going to accomplish when they actually entered into the cabinet, like expose it all, right? And then Bondi was the one that made all of these insane claims before she was able to substantiate them or realize that they're not going to actually be interested in publishing or being transparent with any of this stuff. So it's hard to push. It's like, it's not just her that they could scapegoat. The other thing though is that, like, again, Trump handpicked these people because they're loyalists. So there is no divorce. Like any criticism that you have of these people, it has to go back to Trump as well because he picked them. What are you going to say, that like the deep state controlled him? Like I saw like what the narrative they're getting together. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Their time in court. But again, now it's time for accountability. We have seen for so many years, Pierce, in this country, many investigations, subpoenas, testimonies in Congress, et cetera, et cetera. But there's a general frustration with accountability. We take it halfway. We don't take it home. And I really believe that now with Cash and Pam, there will be accountability.
All right. So you can pause it. Now, we got a lot of other clips, okay? Rob, if you can go to the one clip about the video released of the cell, okay? So they dropped the video footage of the cell, okay? Assuming this is the cell, but it doesn't match the one from CBS. So what's the key factor here, Rob? Because it skips a minute, right? Isn't there a clip where it skips a minute and we don't see a minute of, okay, so this is the one that, tell us, Rob, this is one from CBS.
Yeah, so 60 Minutes did an in-depth expose into Jeffrey Epstein's alleged suicide. This was from the footage that they filmed at the prison that Jeffrey Epstein was being held at. They claim, CBS 60 Minutes claims this is the cell that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself in. But if you take a look at the CCTV footage that was released yesterday, you can tell the doors are
This is what I saw a few days ago. This is going to be the spin, and they're probably not wrong. Alex Jones, exclusive. Judge Joe Brown believes that Trump is using the Epstein files to blackmail the deep state to surrender. So Trump is doing 5D chess, everybody. It's the only way to explain it.
Different.
No, this is not even the same. Doors are different. The glass is different. The color is different. The wall is not flat. The other one is flat. Press play on this one, Rob.
And then you'll see right down here, Pat, where the timing is, 11:58. It counts all the way up to 11:59 and skips 11:59 to midnight. Keep a look at the left corner, right there.
So minutes. So let's assume it was it. It skips a minute. Doesn't match the one from CBS. There's just so many contradictions. Maybe the biggest fumble. It's not maybe. It is the biggest fumble of the administration.
There are so many contradictions. Do we think that PBD is finally going to turn on Trump? Or at least heavily criticize him over this? Surely, right? Because as he just said, there are so many contradictions. How do you explain it?
So many contradictions. Maybe the biggest fumble. It's not maybe. It is the biggest fumble of the administration's.
It's not a fumble. These are deliberate choices being made. They act like Trump stepped on a fucking banana peel, appointed these people, and then they just didn't. They meant to release it, but then they didn't.
Items that they were trying to attack and address so far in the first 6 months of being in office, 5.5 months of being in office. Vinny, your thoughts on this entire matter here?
There's a guy, pretty short time you guys are going to know, George Orwell. Was that his name?
Yes.
George Orwell, who said, "The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most essential command," which basically means when the totalitarian regime wants full control, it doesn't just lie. It forces you to deny what you see and hear with your own senses. Okay?
Dude. There is a guy, George Orwell, small, obscure author. Don't know if anybody else has heard of him. Why quote Animal Farm instead of 1984?
One of the biggest, not only slaps in the face. I mean, I knew we were never going to see anything. Like the guy suicided himself in jail. We were promised all this stuff. Everybody's lying. Okay, Cash Patel, and we talked about this earlier, Pat. I want to know, when they came in with all these promises, who is the main guy? Who is the top person?
Did he actually read from 1984?
It's not Trump.
I haven't read either of those books since high school, so I can't remember.
I hate when people are like, "Oh, Trump was with girls." No, I don't want to hear none of that
Didn't
shit.
he ever go to high school? A lot of these people didn't. They've like barely finished high school. I don't like PBD didn't even finish college.
Trump was never with little kids. The left would have jumped on his ass earlier. Who is the main blackmailed person that's holding this from coming out? Who is the top? Who's the main person? Okay, because
anyone other than Trump is the wrong answer. You're just coping.
We all know. You saw it from Yelena Haba. You saw him from Pam Bondi. He had cameras and they had terabytes of information. That's billions of dollars of evidence on all these people, Pat. And Alex Acosta, do you remember this guy, Robbie? He was a DOJ official. He gave Jeffrey Epstein the sweetheart deal.
He was. You mean the guy that Trump appointed later?
In 2008, he was quoted by saying he was told to, and I quote, to back off of Epstein because he belonged to intelligence. And then mysteriously he had 11.
Did they say terabytes? Yeah, he said billions of dollars from like the terabytes of data.
Months of DOJ emails to him that in that time period that mysteriously disappeared. Then you have Maria Farmer, who worked for Epstein, who confirmed every pinhole, every area in there was recorded, and they know it. So somebody has that. And here's my thing, Pat. Stop gaslighting us. Stop bullshitting because we all know what the deal is, okay? We all know. And apparently, if you're a pedophile, your job should be to get as powerful and as rich and get into politics because rich pedophiles, you walk away and you dodge the raindrops. Nothing happens to you. You're untouchable. If you're poor, guess what? If you're a poor pedophile and you're broke, you wind up in a freaking kitchen with Chris Hansen and they go, oh, sit down, and then they show you your text. It's disgusting. I think Pam Bondi and all these people, they have lied to us. She should actually resign, Pat.
Okay, it's like not wrong that like, yeah, there's a two-tier justice system in this country. If you're more wealthy, if you're better connected, the odds are that you're going to face accountability for CSA and crimes of that nature drop significantly. He's so close. He's so close.
If that at that level, if you're bullshitting us and you're lying like
That's true. The rich can get away with everything. No, actually, it's just this one thing. Apparently, no need for a systemic analysis. Don't zoom out. It's just this one thing.
Resign. Dan Bongino. People are like, well, what do you want them to do? Is the whole system going to come down? Dan Bongino and all these people. If you're a real Christian, if you're a real person like that, Pat, I would come out.
Is there $1 per megabyte of data rate? According to Vinny, yes, and I never questioned Vinny's judgment.
And say the freaking truth and resign and leave and just tell the truth. The truth has to come out. And then notice how random it is. All this stuff's coming out. And then Virginia Giuffre, 2 months ago, she gets hit by a car, no police report, no nothing. And then she even says, she's like, I'm going to die in the next couple of days. And then she dies. And it's always this suicide.
Do you think he is a true believer? IMO, he's just grifting. He's just an idiot. Is it really that hard to believe that this dude right here, the fucking guy's like face is as red as a fucking tomato with a vein popping out after talking for like 30 seconds straight about something that's mildly annoying him? You really think that this is like somebody who is just like some high-minded like grifter? No, he's just like a fucking moron.
Stuff. It's just I'm fed up with the BS. We all know what is going on, but we can't prove it. And now what's going to happen? The American people, in a week, we're going to forget about this. In 1 week, you're going to forget about them lying their asses off to us, and it's ridiculous. It pisses me off.
Adam, thoughts?
I knew Vinny was going to be fired up about this. So Jeffrey Epstein, at this point, I'm not even sure what's real and what's a rumor at this point. You know, people like Vinny, and I mean this sincerely, wake up every day and they're like, where's the Epstein files? Where are we at? That's not me. This isn't in my top 3 things. But at this point with Epstein, we're not even sure what's real, what's rumor, what's myth, what's mystery. He's part monster.
Is he on gear or something? I mean, he has to be. That seems like some roid rage shit. No.
He's part complete we're not even sure what's happening.
What do you think?
He's on the verge of class consciousness. Yeah.
So, what do you think?
If he keeps reading, what was his name again? That guy named Orwell. Yeah, he might pick up a thing or two.
He is.
Here's what I think. So let me
pisses me off. I feel like the reason why Adam's being like it's not a priority or whatever is because there's too many like Mossad ties to Epstein and he doesn't want to get into it.
Let me just go down some facts here. So we arrested the guy that had the ownership of the island, the sex island. We arrested the lady that was allegedly bringing women to the island, to the sex island. But we haven't arrested or held anybody accountable for who was on the island. So there's a missing ingredient here. So what's the missing ingredient? It's, as I always say, follow the money. Who are these people? I would suspect are the richest, most powerful people in the world. So here it is. Who do you want to please? Who do you want to upset? You have the elites, and then you have what I would call the angry mob. The elites are whispering, yo, bro, if you're talking to this, I'm telling you right now, there's a bit. The mob are yelling, bro, I want to see the blah, blah, blah. You're going to upset somebody. So in my estimation, whether it's Pam Bondi, whether it's Trump himself, whether it's Bongino, whether it's Cash, they're saying the following. We're going to upset somebody here. If this thing comes out, we're going to have the richest, most powerful people in the world who we need, whether it's Bill Gates, whether it's Leon Black, whoever it is, we need them on our team because they know all the dirty secrets out there. We can't upset these guys. At the same time, we're going to upset some angry, loud, mob-type voices who are not going to let this go. So there's these two competing voices. Who do you want to upset? Who do you want to please? Do you want to please the elites or do you want to please the mob? And at this point, they're just siding with the elites.
Tom.
So I'm disappointed. I'm also disgusted. Do we know for sure if he was Mossad or MI6 or is it truly...
Vinny is a failed actor and former military moron. He's not educated. He never went to uni. Same with PBD. PBD actually did. He went to Santa Monica Community College because Arnold Schwarzenegger did. I learned that the other night. But he didn't finish it. You're right. Who was an MLM scammer and coke dealer. These guys are literal idiots. Yeah. I mean, I didn't need to know any of that to know that Vinny was an idiot. Just watching him on the show for many, many hours at this point suffices, but all of this just reinforces it.
Intelligence asset. We had a lot of people who seemed believable to say, look, this guy was intelligence. That's why I couldn't prosecute him way back when. And he got the little hand slap deal, and then it went away. And that's, to me, that's kind of disgusting. You know, I don't know for sure what happened.
Santa Monica College is actually a good community college, to be fair. It's not that. It's just so stupid to go to a community college because Arnold Schwarzenegger went to a community college. It's like such a dumb guy behavior to think that like Arnold Schwarzenegger is not known for his education. There's no need to go to that specific community college.
I don't know for sure where he is, but I know for sure one thing. You just put all of the facts as we see them. You know, just Pam Bondi says this in a restaurant, says this to a camera, now says this. Kash Patel says this, then Dan Bongino says this. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino do an interview, and they look like this. I can see all those facts and go, you know, this is fishy. This is terrible. This is horrible. And I'm disgusted, and I'm really disgusted. History has allowed us to go back and look at the Warren Commission for what it was. The Warren Commission was a sham to produce a document about the Kennedy assassination. Supreme Court Justice Earl Warren chaired it, invited Alan Dulles to it, who was tight with LBJ, and now we know because certain documents have been leaked that the CIA was with Oswald, helped Oswald in Russia. And we now see a few of these things to the point that if you go to the National Historic Place at the sixth floor of the Book Depository in Dallas, you put on headphones, and the U.S. government, who runs the tour, tells you are about to hear multiple shooters and gunshots. So now they're not even on one shooter, Oswald. History has taken it down, and then LBJ set up. It's just so funny. And then Alan Dulles, Gerald Ford was on the Warren Commission, and they produced a document with a magic bullet. And we look back now and we say that there's no way that happened. It was just a complete sham. And I feel like, is history repeating itself? Say, okay, well, we've looked at everything, and never mind what we said publicly, never mind what you saw people do, never mind statements that have actually been made. You know what? There was nothing there. Nobody was intimidated, and there was no client list. Are you kidding me? We got flight logs, and now you're looking America in the face, and you're saying this.
Yeah, so Judge O'Brown was on Alex Jones, okay? And you know who Judge O'Brown is. We have him on podcast.
He was
before.
incredible.
He's right here. He's right here.
He was incredible.
He said, Rob, I know it's a 3-minute clip. Can you get to the point of when you find it? But here's what he says. He says, the president.
Where was HW when JFK was shot? Wasn't he in Dallas like that same day or the day before? There's some like weird, there's definitely more fun conspiracies on old Poppy than people realize. It really gets overlooked.
Is using.
But like HW was like in with the CIA, no?
All the information he has to hold the establishment accountable and, what's the word? Not held hostage. What's the word?
Leverage them the other way.
Leverage them the other way. This is his way of arresting and holding the establishment accountable. Now, to people who are in that game, there's a clip that Tate posted yesterday where he says, this is above your pay grade. You're not somebody that's going to know what's going on. I don't know when he gets into it, when he talks about what's going on here. If you don't know about it, you don't know about it. These are deals that are being done at the higher level. And he said this on the podcast when he was here with us. Rob, is this it?
Yes.
Go for it.
You talk about the Epstein list. I would argue it's a very similar scenario. It's all about money.
Yeah, pull up the clip of Andrew Tate, you guys.
All about who has the money and controlling the money. Is America as a country prepared to upset all of its richest people?
He looks so different in every video and picture that I've ever seen of him. He never looks the same.
I don't know. Is it? Is it prepared to upset all of its richest people to appease bloodthirsty brokies who don't even care about justice? They just want the drama.
Yep.
Another question, because I would argue that the murders that happen every day on the street are very interesting, but no one cares about that. MS-13 and all this shit, no one really cares about that. But this Epstein list they really care about. They want justice, sure, but it's a drama. It's interesting. They want to find out. They're curious. And I'm asking you, as a professional, you're in charge of a country. Your primary objective is to keep your oligarchy happy, to keep the wealth inside of your nation, and to make them obey you when it comes to sanctions and such other things, and to ensure that the U.S. dollar becomes and stays the predominant currency globally. There's a bunch of bloodthirsty brokies on the internet who barely pay taxes who want to go through a list. Who are you going to prioritize?
His fit is so effeminate. I was just thinking, like, in these videos that get posted to Twitter that are in their own way fucking effeminate, when he's like walking back and forth, like smoking or whatever, and it's obvious a dude is filming it for him, and he looks way more ripped and filled out. And here he just does not.
Do you care about? I'm not saying it's fair.
I got a question.
But anyone who believes.
Pause. I got a question for you. as you're going through this. I wrote out a tweet, Rob, if you can go to my tweet. Do you have the clip on what he says? Is that the main part or no?
I'm still looking for
okay.
it, but I can get to your tweet.
Go to the tweet if you could. So I wrote out a tweet. I'm not going to go through the whole thing because it's long, but I shortened it for you. When they announced what they announced, right? This is a terrible look for the FBI and the DOJ. No one believes it, not as haters, not as supporters, including Ghislaine Maxwell doesn't believe it. So that's okay. I have a ton of questions.
Mood, this guy. Live streaming your podcast and important to bring up your own tweet, of course.
Questions, but let's start with a few possibilities. Maybe they're right. Maybe nothing happened. Okay? I don't believe it. Number two, maybe they know something the rest of us don't know. It's above our pay grade. Maybe. Maybe there's a ton of evidence of people being held hostage through blackmail that helps keep the whole thing together, right? Mossad, CIA working collectively together, blackmail, accountable, hostage, whatever you want to call it. Fourth one, maybe he was actively working with Mossad, sending intel to them to empower Israel. Maybe that's what it is. Here's a few other questions to continue. If there was nothing in the recording found on Epstein, yet the FBI or DOJ want to gain trust from the people, arrange a Ghislaine Maxwell interview with somebody and put a lie detective desk there. Use Megyn Kelly. If you really want the American people to believe, do that. Why did Pam Bondi act disturbed of what she claimed was found in those videos? Why did Cash and Dan Bongino, two men who were convinced of what really happened, change? 3 hours we spent with Mark Epstein. And when I'm talking to Mark Epstein, I asked him about a guy named Leon Black.
They're terrible liars.
150. Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother, was at our cigar lounge just a few months ago. We did a 2-hour interview with the guy.
Dude, I don't know how Sam and Anna had the patience to deal with them. I just saw a clip of Sam Cedar saying, Hassan was saying that he's like tried to get on this podcast and they've never said he's not allowed, but they would have seen. PBD apparently tweeted out, "Oh, I'm looking for guests, especially like left-wing ones. Who should I have on next?" Hassan like replied to him. It would have gotten a lot of engagement. He like never heard anything. And he's also debated Vinny on Piers Morgan, and he was like, Vinny is like went off on me, calling me like a fake socialist and stuff like that. And Sam was shocked that they don't want him on the show because it would get a lot of views. Because Sam said that apparently his PBD told him that he had never gotten so much hate mail and like such a negative fan response until he had Sam on the show. So could you imagine if Uncle Sam is having that reaction on the PBD audience? What hell would be unleashed if Hassan were to come on to PBD?
Okay. No camera on him, Rob. I think you were in the room when that interview took place.
He didn't show his face whatsoever.
Never showed his face. We saw his face, but he never showed his face. I asked him about why would Leon Black pay your brother $158 million? And then if you remember, Rob, Mark Epstein brought up a name that we didn't even have any plans of asking about, talking about the fact that that guy may have taught him how to blackmail. Do you remember that name that was accidentally dropped? Do you remember the name or no?
I don't. I can go back and find it.
You'll find it. And then if you go a little bit lower, if Musk is this confident about starting his own political party, did he get deep enough in the government the first 100 days to find out for himself what happened with Epstein? Imagine if Musk got the intel. Let's make that very clear. What if he has individuals in the inside of the FBI who saw everything and chose to resign to become a whistleblower to show what's in there? If there's an enemy of the administration today that's capable of that, it's Musk. It's not like FBI agents make a lot. They make 80 to 150 a year. I have a feeling Musk would find a way to offer financial protection.
The way he like finishes this stupid fucking tweet with "Future looks bright."
If things got nasty.
It's like I don't know if it's like a catchphrase, but it's on their merch.
My concern is things could get very ugly in ways that I don't want to type it out. So here's the thing. Which one of the guys, the Cashes, the Pams, the Bonginos, the Habas, put all these names. Which one of them, Vinny, do you think right now that knows all the dirt, but is playing ball because they know who they're holding?
What did he want to make clear? This random conspiracy theory? Like PBD, again, this podcast exists for him to tell stories that he just wants to tell at dinner. And he like rehearses them first live before the Valuetainment audience. But the only thing that he wants to make clear is to make things as unclear as possible. That way you don't realize that all of this traces back to Donald Trump, his incompetency, and his leadership. And all of this is the result of deliberate choices that were made by this administration. Nothing is stopping them. This is the most powerful man in the free world. If he wanted to, he would.
Holding hostage, who they got a briefing of the real powerful people to say, here's why we're all going to take this position. Which one of those characters that is on the administration is conflicted the most right now? Let me ask the question one more time. Tom, Adam, who knows that they know what happened, whose names are on that list, okay? Who is certain what they did to kids? Who is certain the videos and all?
Did you see Sam fawning over Hassan's stature when he went on MR? I saw that picture and then I saw Ethan Klein malding over it for some reason.
That stuff that's out there. who is conflicted the most and is having a hard time keeping their mouth shut right now, deep down inside when they go to sleep?
Okay, great question, by the way. I think the most conflicted is going to be Dan Bongino. I don't think he knows everything. You know who knows everything?
Who?
Pam Bondi. She is the #1 law enforcement officer. She was in Florida, Pat, on the cleanup of this whole Epstein thing. She knows where the bodies are buried, so to speak. But I don't think she's conflicted because she's been involved the whole time. I think Dan Bongino, you know what I mean? They asked him, I don't know who offered him the job and came in. He's seen enough, Pat, where he's like, holy shit. He's a Secret Service agent. He loves America. He's a Christian. I think he is having the most. I could see it in his face. When you see Dan Bongino in the interviews now, he looks as if somebody has taken something from him. Like a part of.
I mean, I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it, but I have to give Vinny his fucking props because this is 3 days ago he was saying this. And again, we read this earlier. The FBI official may resign over Epstein's files crash. And tensions within the Trump admin escalated after a heated exchange earlier in the week between Bongino and Bondi regarding management of the case, CNN's Caitlin Collins reported Friday. Following the exchange, Bongino told People he was considering resigning with the infighting over the case and claims that he and FBI Director Kash Patel were behind the story, that the FBI wanted more info released but were undermined by the DOJ. So, rare Vinny W.
His soul is gone. Like, I think they pulled open the current and saw it and they said, shh, you can't say anything. I think it's him the most conflicted. I don't think
Glenn Beck just tweeted Bongino resign. No, wait, did he really? Link it.
It's Cash. I don't think it's Cash. I think Cash is good in front of the camera and likes to talk a big game. I think Pam knows everything. I think Dan Bongino has seen enough to make him go, holy shit, but he's gotten the kibosh. And
there's a clip when Hassan walks in the room and all Sam can say is, wow, look at that. My, oh my.
That's where I conflict with me, Pat, because my thing, and you know me.
I hadn't seen that,
Christian, though. I'm sorry. I will go down with put me in jail, kill me. I don't care. You have to say the truth. The truth has to come out. It has to. It has to. And I'll let them answer, Pat, because I want to ask you a question after, too.
So I see it differently in terms of person.
Oh, my God. This is deleted. Look. Breaking news. Dan Bongino is leaving the FBI to focus on podcasting. Here's the post Glenn Beck deleted. So incredibly bummed. Dan Bongino is going to leave the FBI. This is a huge loss, not just for the work to be done, but also for the credibility of the FBI. Dan is someone millions of us can trust and know he will do the right thing when others won't. Continued. Weird. They still can't bring themselves to blame Trump. They always have a scapegoat. Yeah. I mean, this seems like something that he meant to put in the drafts.
Everything else you said, I agree. And I think when you bring up faith, I have faith in one thing. I have faith in the Lord God Almighty, and he's going to judge the people. And if Epstein was dirty, as the Lord said, if you cause one of these little ones to sin, it'd be better that you're bottom of the sea with a millstone around your neck. And no one understands that verse. They think, oh, it's better you die that way. No, you drown in the first 12 feet.
Yes.
What he's saying is, it would be better that you're at the bottom of the sea, hidden where I cannot find you, where that the creator of all doesn't find you. Now, so I agree with you on the faith side. When I look at the human side here, I see a dramatic. We've spent time with Dan. We've spent time at UFC. He's been here. We've looked at him. And I'll tell you, I see a guy whose countenance has really changed. And so I think there's something there. But I also saw the interview with Cash on the Kennedy stuff. And he sat back on that couch and he looked around and he said, you're asking about a who. Remember this quote? It's not really a who, it's a what. And then we had those other documents that came out that implicated the CIA. And so he said, yeah, then there's more in there that is coming. And you could see like he wanted to say something in that. And I think that but remember, where he came from, the reason he was nominated is because he was already knee deep in some of it. Now he's neck deep in it and sees it. I think Cash is one there that has wanted to say some things. And I also think, our friend, a noble servant in the Secret Service, I think what's going on there with Dan Bongino is a tremendous difference in his countenance. But I also think that Andrew Tate makes an interesting point. Who are they protecting and what's being protected?
How many DOE secretaries did we go through last time? Do you mean like in Trump's first term? Because I can't remember.
Do we want the bloodlust of knowing everything out there? Or is there something bigger at play? Obviously there's something bigger at play. But to your question, those are the people that I think are conflicted.
Rob, did you find a clip of what he says?
I do. I have it right here.
Go for it. Here's Judge Joe Brown.
Deal of what happened with Smith and Millargo when the FBI raided it some years ago. and this thing that clearly they had no standing to go against.
Again, this is the guy that who we just saw, because Alex Jones editorialized whatever clip this is. Maybe this is, like, I guess this is probably what they're going to look at, right? Judge Joe Brown believes that Trump is using the Epstein files to blackmail the deep state to surrender.
It's about him supposedly having classified confidential documents, when, as we have discussed, the President of the United States under the Constitution as chief diplomat and commander-in-chief has been held to have absolutely unquestionable authority as to what he declares either confidential and secret or decides to declare is not such. So my sneaking suspicion is that a lot of what he refused to turn over to the
Guy's got a goofy ass voice, man. My sneaking suspicion. Like, he's so, like, is he Southern?
archivist, which was unconstitutional in terms of what it was trying to put in place through statutory override of constitutional authority, which is wrong, is that there was wrongdoing that if he turned it over to the archivist was going to be turned over to the people who were recorded doing wrong, and they would destroy it. So we had an obligation to the
So he's
people.
basically saying that when Trump took those documents and all that stuff out, you know, he kept them in Mar-a-Lago or wherever, that a lot of that stuff had this type of stuff, the Epstein stuff, the Epstein information. And yeah. And
Was he a TV reality judge? If he was, I didn't know that. I've never heard of this guy.
just really fast, this type of stuff, the Epstein stuff, the Epstein information. And yeah, and Pat, just really fast. And we kind of, we didn't gloss over it, but that 1 minute, Pat, that 1 minute that they showed us this video that they've been promising us, where is that minute? Why is it like, I mean, what else could we do? Why can't we say, okay, time out. Where is that 1 minute that you guys are trying to bullshit us and hide? It's in plain sight. So you want to show this to us like we're gonna go, oh, whoops, there's a minute. Let's talk. No,
but
no.
it's so. But the part of it, Vinny, that's so weird to me, is it's so sloppy.
It is.
It's so sloppy. Like you almost want people to stay skeptical. Like, by the way, this is the guy that when I was talking to Jeffrey Epstein's brother, he talked about a guy that played a role of a mentor. I never brought up this name. He brought up this name, Steve Hoffenberg. American businessman and a fraudster. He was the founder, CEO, president, and chairman of Tower Financial Corporations, a debt collection agency, which was later discovered to be a Ponzi scheme. In '93, he's rescued the New York Post from bankruptcy and briefly owned the paper. Towers Financial collapsed in '93, '95. Hoffman pleaded guilty to, what does it say? Bilking investors out of $475 million. He was sentenced to 20 years in prison, plus a $1 million fine, restitution. But if you go a little bit lower to what things he had, there it is. In '87, he met Jeffrey Epstein, a British defense contractor, Douglas Lessie, who Hoffenberg claimed was an arms dealer. Lessie was Saudi Adnan's Khashoggi and Prince Bandir bin Sultan Al Saud architect in the $1 billion Al Yamar arms deal, Britain's biggest arms deal concluded. Hoffenberg set up Epstein up in offices in Villar's house. They unsuccessfully tried to take over Pan Am in a corporate raid with Tower Financial and raiding vessels. Their bid failed in part of the 1988 terrorist bombing of Pan Am Flight 103. When you see the link between, during this period, Hoffenberg and Epstein worked closely together and traveled everywhere on Hoffenberg's private jet. He began using the Tower's financial funds to pay earlier investors. And then in the court documents, Hoffenberg claimed that Epstein was intimately involved in the Ponzi scheme. Epstein left Tower's financial collapse. And then Hoffenberg and some of his victims sued Epstein, seeking restitution. And in July 2019, following Epstein's arrest on the charge of sex trafficking minors and conspiracy to commit sex trafficking, Hoffenberg claimed that Epstein was his uncharged co-conspirator in the Ponzi scheme. So they're saying maybe he taught him some of these things. And this is coming from a brother when this name came up, out of nowhere. I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. I think it's the most sloppiest launch of a news that a big percentage of MAGA voters, Trump voters, wanted to find out. These are people that are Christians. These are people that are family people. These are people that probably have kids, nephews, nieces, who wanted to know what the hell happened here. This is by far the biggest fumble of this administration thus far. Adam.
Well, you asked the original question.
And just anything to not have to hold him accountable. Anything.
Like who should be, how did you phrase it? Who should be most worried?
Conflicted.
Who's the most conflicted? So you have Pam Bondi, you have Dan Bongino that you mentioned, you have Kash Patel. I think it's Kash, because I never even heard of Kash Patel until I heard him basically say, when I get in there, day one, FBI, I'm coming in, I'm cleaning house, everybody's what's going to know what's going down.
Plus, he was like, even if you didn't know, and I didn't know who he was either, but if you know anything about him since, if you paid any attention, which he should, it's his fucking job, and looked into him, he was a huge QAnon guy.
And just add the Epstein to all the laundry list of conspiracies that we still don't know about. RFK, MLK, JFK, Roswell, aliens, 9/11. I don't know. Epstein's just now another thing on that list. In my opinion, here's what happens. You show up, you get to the government, you say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, and they Wizard of Oz your ass. And they go, yeah, tough guy? Yeah, you're real tough. How about this? Take a look at this. Is this what you want to expose? You want to bring down America? You want to bring down all these people? You want everyone to see what's going on with Wizard of Oz? Shut your stupid mouth. And the guy goes, oh, damn. Oh, damn. And at some point, you're going to have to make the decision whether you want to do what Andrew Tate said. We're talking about, do you want to appease the elites and the people that are really actually running the country?
Dude, Andrew Tate, again, who literally been fucking... Has he not been accused? I can't even remember the Andrew Tate shit at this point. It's gone back and forth. Sex trafficking, himself, and this is the guy that we're fucking quoting to be like, yeah, this is how you have to fucking... This is how you get at, like predators in the deep state or whatever.
Or appease the angry mob. And the angry mob has a point, and so do the elites. And it's clear at this point who they're appeasing. Who is it? They're appeasing the elites.
Yeah, because they know that the mob, us, we can't do anything. But Adam, I'm telling you as a Christian, how do you think God feels about this situation? How do you think God feels where people are like, well, we don't want to piss off the rich pedophiles, so guess what? The average American, the average person can't find out. And I have a question, and you know the old saying, Adam, I said it before, let justice be done though the heavens fall. No matter what, justice has to be held up, no matter the consequences. Number one. Number two, here's my question, Pat, I want to ask you guys. What's worse that allegedly Mossad used Epstein to run a blackmail ring with underage girls, number one, or that the world's most powerful men eagerly joined, while now the DOJ lies through its teeth and buries the evidence? Which one's worse? What is worse? The actual Mossad, secret Israeli intelligence setting them up to do it, or the guys doing it, the actual pedophiles, and now that the DOJ helps them cover it up? What do you think is worse?
Tate is facing 6 legal investigations, 4 criminal and 2 civil in Romania, the UK, and the United States. No convictions yet. Okay. My bad. Not yet. Just facing all of these different federal, like, not federal, but like criminal indictments for like sex trafficking, right?
And Umberto asked ChatGPT, it was so random. I asked him yesterday, you know what?
True. Tate is an expert on this stuff, to be fair. He's an authority.
ChatGPT, I'm sorry, what Grok said about this question. Both elements are profound.
Yes, let's get the Grok quote, you guys. Let's get the Grok quote pulled up so we can really understand what's going on here.
Moral, but the eager participation of powerful men and the DOJ's cover-up is worse. It betrays public.
There's like a handful of billionaires in this world, and he just went on a fucking rant about how like there's still too much like there's not enough transparency going on. We need to know which billionaires were the ones to be affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein. Uses fucking Grok, a tool created by a billionaire closely associated with Donald Trump, who also met Ghislaine Maxwell.
Public trust enables systemic abuse and perpetuates injustice. Allegations of intelligence involvement remain unproven.
Yeah, of course not. I'm not saying Tate is innocent. He's guilty as hell. Allegedly. And I'm just doing it to not get sued.
Per FBI findings, but I beg to differ.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand the point, and I understand what he's saying. My question is, once a person gets in a job like this, if you have people that are conflicted, they're going to have a hard time. Are they going to come out and release? The lemon box that we launched, okay, this campaign that we launched with the messages, Rob, if you can go to it. I absolutely love the stories that we're getting.
Jesus, what is this, lemon merch? What are we doing here, PBD?
Testimonies that we're getting, Rob. Okay, the Zested Forward. That you open it up with a video being played with the hat.
The Zested Forward box.
And the merch being in it.
This shit is $75.
It's a heartfelt message to people that are going through tough times today. If you haven't yet sent this to anybody, listen, I challenge you. I encourage you. Send it to someone. See their reaction. Here's some of the notes we got recently from 3 people that have been using the lemon box. Here's somebody named Patrick, phenomenal name. Hi, guys. I gave it to my wife as part of her Mother's Day gift. She's a national sales manager for a yacht company and found it to be very encouraging. She teared up when she received it, and I'm sure she will open the box again and listen to it over and over and over again. Thank you. Rob, if you can go to the next one.
Wow. Okay. Then just shilling merch for the rest of it. I just had designed by Adam, obviously. I had to see. Okay. Then they had another video. Oh, wait. quick detour because somebody linked me. Apparently, like Sam simping for Hassan when he like came in, and I have to see that first.
I got this car recently.
Hassan went on Majority Report live a few days ago.
There he is. The fun half.
Apparently, this is where Hassan walks in and Sam like thirsts over him.
Or to preview the fun half?
Yeah, where is he? Oh, there he is. Oh, look who's come in.
You're
wow.
just gonna have to just
come right over here.
Oh, come over there?
Yeah, where's his headphones? Oh, it's on the desk. There we go.
Hello.
Wow, look at this. Wow.
I do control this camera,
Widen
so
that
maybe
out
go
for
to
a
a
minute.
one shot and then we'll do the two shot.
Yeah, okay.
We were gonna fix this in the fun half, but
look at this. Look
Hello.
who's in studio. Okay, wide. Now here, slide over your chair that way.
Okay. Wait, now I
gonna
can't
feel
see.
a little bit closer, but
Hold on.
Okay. Oh, you want me to get like all the way in here?
Yes, but I'm gonna move.
We need a wide
There you go,
angle.
right there. That's fine.
Love you, but I have to boycott all Hassan, Ethan, etc. content to save my brain cells. Do what you must. I won't hold it against you.
Oh my God, you guys have such. This is crazy. This is crazy production.
What do you mean? I've seen the zoom out of this set, and it's like not very big. You'd think it would be
Crazy
bigger.
production. I can't believe. Like,
But that's funny. That's funny. Okay, so let's do the other PBD video. But before we do the other PBD video, if you're watching on Twitch and you're not following me already, you should be following me. And if you're interested in subscribing, you can get access to an ad-free experience, as well as a bunch of emotes. And if you want to share that, you can share that experience by gifting a bunch of subs in chat. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream or subscribe to me if you haven't already. And if you want to support me, you can follow the donation link pinned to my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. And I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade _ on everything. Need to get a bot to plug all the links. I used to have it, but like Nightbot is stupid. And yeah, I got rid of it because it kept like timing people out and banning them just for like using emotes and shit. I thought I had configured it and I didn't. Let's see. And this is from a separate episode.
I got this car.
Still talking about Epstein? Trump's Epstein client list response infuriates Americans. So as one day ago, the PBD podcast breaks down the Epstein intelligence cover-up, Trump's fumbled responses, and the links to the Mossad, CIA, and JP Morgan. The team debates blackmail operations, child trafficking. Why put that in the description? They debate child trafficking? What is there to debate? And why this scandal matters more than ever. It only matters to me insofar as it's splitting Maga. That's all I give a shit about. And like getting justice for victims, sure.
Play the clip of the president when he's being asked about Epstein. Let's go to that clip. So here's a president, after everything's already been released, after the greatest fumble of all time, he's being asked about Epstein, and this is his response and Pam Bondi's response. And look, a lot of people have a problem with this response. Go ahead.
It left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for a American or foreign intelligence agency. The former Labor Secretary, who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Costa, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape on the night of Saturday?
Yeah, sure. If
Hey, Pam, did I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I said, I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that. Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released, never going to see the light of day. To him being an agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that. And the minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive,
And this is, again, this came out yesterday, but we just read that Wired article from earlier saying that it's possible, or like it was not the raw file like they said. It had been run through Adobe Premiere Pro, but it is, and a minute was missing. But it doesn't necessarily mean that there was the manipulation that people think. The manipulation could have been as benign as stitching clips together, changing aspect ratios for enhancements or whatever, but it was not the raw file, so they did lie about that.
But the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute.
Who believes that? Who believes that answer?
First
of all, Trump.
Well, look at Mark Rubio. He looks like a freaking hostage. Jake just messaged me. He looks so stuck in the middle. Do you believe that?
Do you have any questions about Libya?
Do you? Well, he's saying, are we still talking about it?
Did they like turn Vinny's mic down because he sounds more quiet than he usually does?
If you don't think Donald Trump, the sitting president, is not listening to the news and seeing how much they fumbled this entire thing, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable, Pat. And I did a little bit of research when they were trying to say that there's no client list, there's no evidence, there's no. Do you remember Jess Staley? Do you remember that guy? Rob, you remember this guy, right? Mm-hmm. He was, so Pat, if you don't mind, while Epstein was already a convicted pedophile, okay, and he was on work release in Palm Beach, a federal lawsuit with U.S. Virginia Islands against JP Morgan. You remember the lawsuit? They got, by the way, they settled JP Morgan $75 million in 2003, and then $290 million they settled with the Epstein victims that same year for $290 million. So the lawsuit claims that a private banker, Jess Staley, kept in contact and visited Epstein's Palm Beach mansion and the Virgin Islands multiple times, even when Epstein was in jail. All right. And the lawsuit states that between 2008 and 2012, Staley exchanged 1,200 emails with Epstein from his JP Morgan account like an idiot. And the lawsuit, they said that these communications showed a close personal relationship and a profound friendship between the two guys. And Epstein, this is where the client list comes in. He sent them photos of young women. And in 2010, Staley replied with creepy Disney codes. Rob, can you go to that? He literally says, maybe they're tracking you. Say hi to Snow White. And Epstein follows with, what character would you like next? Okay, and then Staley says, Beauty and the Beast. And Epstein responds, well, one side is available. Okay, that's not banter. That's sex trafficking lingo in plain sight.
Does it say none of the emails between Epstein and Staley were flagged in connection with risk reviews of Epstein's account? Moreover, JP Morgan allowed Staley to remain a decision maker on Epstein's accounts. JP Morgan even tasked Staley to discuss the human trafficking allegations with Epstein.
One side is
like, this is I mean, in this case, it probably, like, this probably is like code or something like that, but it's reminding me of like how Pizzagate or whatever, they were like looking. Don't the like QAnon Pizzagate people, they like read into the DNC emails this sort of like, they thought it was this sort of like wink and a nod type language. It was like, no, it was literally people just like asking for pizza and just like communicating with each other. It wasn't coded.
Is available. Okay, that's not banter. That's sex trafficking lingo in plain sight. Okay, and the worst part, the date stamps on those emails line up with the money that Epstein sent from his JP Morgan account to the same girl. Okay, so that's your paper trail. I'm sick of them coming out there and even to get to the president to say, why are you guys still talking about it? Why are you talking about it? You know why? Because the proof is there and there's victims. That's what drives me crazy, Pat. You see the body language. What about all the girls? What about all the young boys? And not just the Virginia Goofreets who, God rest their souls, died. What about the ones, Pat, that we'll never hear from? We have, in 4 years, 350,000 kids missing. I totally believe that the majority of these people that they hooked up with, they kill them. What are they going to do? Rape and molest all these kids and just let them walk? No, they have to get rid of them. They have to. That proves the Jess Staley thing, that there was a freaking client list. So don't tell me you can't build a case. Don't lie to us. Alex Acosta said, Pat, the guy worked for intelligence. He worked for intelligence. If it was CIA and with Mossad, okay? Okay, so let's play devil's advocate. If Epstein worked for Mossad and the whole thing was a blackmail from the start, who's holding all the cards? If Mossad set up a ring to record underage kids getting sex trafficked, to have sex with powerful people, who's holding the cards, Tom? Mossad and the CIA. So that means these people were okay with kids getting trafficked and sexed and raped for power moves. I am not comfortable with that. When people go, well, that's how the world works and that's a battle. Bullshit. Because nobody gives a shit about
one point that concerns me, there's no client list. but we've seen pictures with redaction and fuzziness of flight logs. Lots and lots of flight logs over a span of years. So, okay, there wasn't a client list, but there sure as hell was a guest list because we know who was coming and going on the flight logs.
Yep.
And so, okay, so he didn't have clients, but he sure had a lot of guests or visitors, pick a word you like, that were there. Why were they there? And then we have J.P. Morgan. And forget about this guy, J.P. Morgan. Not forget about
Just
him. You
Daily.
can't forget about him.
Put him to the side.
But just set it for a second. How hard did J.P. Morgan work to get its name out of the headlines and get away from
Quick,
this?
settled, quick.
Let's
$350
settle
million.
this. Let's get our bank's name out of this and let's get on with life, which is what I would do if I was head of the bank and saying, what the hell are we doing here? Well, sir, there could have been laundering. There could have been this, could have been that. Okay, guys, we need to get out from under this. We get out under it quick. So even assuming that people at the top of J.P. Morgan, let's assume they were like, oh my gosh, apparently there's some dirtiness here. There's some, unseemly things. We want to get away from this. J.P. Morgan sure ran fast. So I want to know about flight logs equals guest list equals visitors. Okay, so there's no client list, but there is that. Why were all those people on the island? And there's plenty of other evidence to it.
By the way, here's
I mean, it depends on how much you actually trust the FBI report, right? Because they explicitly said in the new exclusive that Axios dropped, even, yes, those flight logs existed and stuff, but they don't have enough information to actually charge people or even launch an investigation off of it. But obviously, again, depends on if you accept the DOJ, take the DOJ at their word for this.
Here's Dan Bongino on Tim Pool. I don't know if you guys have seen this clip or not.
Was this before he got in?
This was before he got in. And this is him talking about what happens one time when he's in the waiting room at Fox News. Go ahead, Rob. Play this clip. I'll let him tell the story. Go ahead.
A year and a half after that, I'm in a green room at Fox, and I'm not going to say who because they didn't give me permission to share it, but the short story, but not who they are. It says, Epstein's an intelligence asset for people in the Middle East, right? I'm like, no, I didn't know that. I'm like, you sure? That's the person, let's say, is like, I'm absolutely sure that he's either a witting or unwitting asset, intelligence asset, meaning his plane and that island, the cameras, there's a big assumption out there that these videotapes were exclusively in the custody of Epstein. That's a huge mistake. The reason they wanted this story to go away is because there's an assumption like, oh yeah, Epstein had him. No, he wasn't the only one who had him, according to this source.
I think I'm going to see why they get into a debate over this is because Adam's going to fucking either say he wasn't really part of the Mossad or defend it like the Mossad in some way.
These assets. That's why his blackmail story makes so much sense. Which Middle Eastern countries they are, I don't know. But this person, who's a very, very good reporter, I mean, aces, right? Swore Epstein was either a witting or unwitting intelligence asset, and they may have had his plane wired up, and they're the ones who have all this stuff. So the point is, to sum it up, how do you know some of these countries aren't going to some of these power players who aren't making decisions? Because, hey, you wouldn't want this video out there, right? How do you know?
100%.
I mean,
let's get
thoughts.
So I have a question for Vinny. Why do you think people are so obsessed with this story? And I'm not underplaying the story at all. I mean, I love what PBD had to say on Jesse the other day about how the Trump administration has sort of fumbled the ball on this one because we're hearing all different things. Bongino says one thing and he gets into office, he says another thing. Kash Patel shouting at the rooftops, paying Bondi. But, do I think he was an intelligence asset? Yeah, probably. Do I think he was doing something with the CIA, FBI, Mossad? They're even talking about KGB. This guy was everywhere. Mm-hmm. So why are people so obsessed with this story? Like, what are you hoping to find exactly?
Of course. Adam is just, he won't say it because I think he knows to look too soy. But he really does think that the only people that are interested in this are anti-Semites. Or that's the main motivation behind people's interest in it.
Okay, what I think, and I'll speak
No,
for
this is a
everybody.
genuine question because a lot of people
Adam,
are
we're
very
upset.
preoccupied with this.
I think people like me, and I think a lot of people, especially the people that have been backing Trump, who we were promised results, we are not comfortable with anybody having a sex trafficking ring that has control over all of these politicians, over all these celebrities, out of all these singers. Adam, it doesn't sit well if decisions are being made from our government or from another government. Okay, if he did work with Mossad, imagine this, Adam. Imagine you're a congressman, you're a president, you're whoever, you're an actor, and you were there. And then this country, let's say...
Why is it so hard for these idiots to accept that Trump is likely on the list? He's already been proven to be a rapist on the balance of probabilities. He's had multiple affairs. He's had multiple women come out and allege sexual assaults. He's admitted he's attracted to his own daughter. Weird. Watching these people tie themselves up into knots over this to exonerate their idol is hilarious. I mean, all of these things have been brought to their attention, but I honestly think that they just put it out of their mind because they deify him so much. It doesn't like everybody watching the stream for the most part probably fucking hates Trump, except for like Male Rights USA. But everybody who's watching my stream probably fucking hates Trump. And yet, like, so we can't relate because those are the first things that we think of when we think Donald Trump. It's like, it's so easy to name every single fucking thing wrong with Donald Trump. The policy decisions that he's made that are a disaster, his terrible appointments, like all of it. But for these people, you know, it's like, it's I feel like I'm giving him too much credit to say it's a blind spot, because I do think it is like a willful ignorance in a lot of ways. But for the people like Vinny or whatever, the people that I think are like the true diehards and stuff like that, I just think that like they don't even, there's always like every single thing that you said, I know that they have some explanation for.
Say Israel says, hey, listen, we want you to say X, Y, and Z, and you go.
Like the multiple women, they just say that they're liars because he's rich. They're trying to take him down. The fact that he's like a rapist or whatever, that had to do with like the judge saying that he wasn't defamed. It's not actually related to his conduct or the affairs. It would be like, well, what man hasn't cheated? You get all these women throwing themselves at you. Like there would be there's always something, right?
I ain't saying shit. I'm not backing this. I'm not doing that. And they go, oh, really? Check your email. And you open the email and it's an encrypted video of you hooking up with an underage kid. Then guess what happens? They own you. So imagine policies, rules, laws being made by that. That's number one, Adam. Number two, we were promised if you weren't going to do it, shut the hell up. All of you, from the top to the bottom. Stop bullshitting us, okay? We're not stupid. The average American, you know, they try to make MAGA people, we're stupid hick from down south. We're not stupid. We all know the truth. Okay, he fucking worked. Sorry for my language. He worked.
This is now the second like red pill adjacent podcast that has said that has reiterated we are not stupid. We know what's going on.
Intelligence. They said he worked.
Flagrant did it as well.
For intelligence. We all know who he worked for. Let's stop playing the games. And then they lied. If you weren't gonna do it, don't say it. And Pine Bondi, don't sit in a restaurant, talk that shit, and then go on the lawn, White House lawn, and say you have it, and then lie to us as if we're stupid. As if we're stupid, Adam. And the third one is the kids, which should be number one. These kids are either dead or they're ruined for the rest of their lives, Adam. That's what it comes down to. And I'm not upset. Yeah, I am obsessed with it, but I'm not going to let it go. And I implore everybody, guys, this is going to be a story just like JFK, just like everything, just like the Russian collusion, just like freaking COVID. We're going to forget about it. And it's just not right, Adam. We're built.
Again, it just baffles me that they completely ignore that Trump said that he was going to also declassify JFK documents. And then what he declassified was fucking like nonsense. It didn't even matter. It was like social security numbers. And historians were like, this is nothing new. It's not revelations. It doesn't matter.
We're being
yeah, I am obsessed with it, and I'm not going to stop caring about it.
Leveraged by other countries. Could it be Mossad? Could it be the MI6? Could it be KGB? No, bro. We have to have accountability to know. Because, Adam, if we don't stop it now, it's going to keep happening. Plain and simple. That's it. That's why I'm obsessed with it.
I totally appreciate your perspective and why you get completely emotional, especially on the child sex trafficking thing. I think, you know, as I've said before, there's things that matter.
The subtle dig. You're emotional, Vinny.
And there's
when Vinny is this insane on everything
that you can control. And where I tend to focus is where those two things intersect. And I know we have a big platform, so we have the ability to have these types of conversations. In my opinion, there's a lot of people that are obsessed with this.
Yes.
That they have zero control over this. Mm-hmm. And these are the types of people, in my opinion, that a lot of these people are what I would call losers, or as what Andrew Tate described as brokies. And they're fat, they're broke, they're losers, they can't get this, they can't get that. They're struggling with work, they're struggling in their relationships. They have nothing going on in their life, but this shiny little object they are obsessed with. And I'm not deflecting, I'm not saying it's unimportant. I'm just saying, like, I don't wake up every day and be like, I gotta get them Epstein logs, bro, or I can't live my life the way I wanna live it. It's like, no, I wanna get stuff done, I wanna look my best, I wanna feel my best, I wanna make my money, I wanna be with my family, I wanna be with my friends, I wanna hang out with my nephew, I have so many things on my agenda that I'm not like, I gotta get the flight logs, bro, I gotta know. And I'm not saying that that's how you operate, but I think there's a lot of losers and brokies that are obsessed with stuff like this. These are the same people that instead of going...
You're a loser and you're a brokey. Again, this is like a mostly boutique issue. I'll be real.
Home and
this is like a big day for like MAGA influencers.
Working out and building a business and doing things with their life, they're Netflix and chilling, or they're just doom scrolling all day. And there's so many people that I think obsessed with things that they have no control over.
I get it, but I get where you're coming from. But Adam, that guy that's drinking Mountain Dew in his trailer and sitting there, who's an American patriot that pays his taxes and has kids and a family, Adam, he wants to know if the government that he's living under.
Isn't this his entire podcast fan base though? No, Brokies couldn't afford a $74.99 like lemon box or whatever, so think again.
Is controlled by foreign countries because they have tapes of them raping fucking underage kids. Adam, it's not a shiny little thing. No, Adam,
I don't think
it's
that,
not a shiny little thing in the
everything
air.
you were right.
And he's just like screaming, man. He's going
everything
off.
you were right. Everything you
They're
said
not
is accurate,
stupid.
other than the word controlled.
They are controlled.
The intelligence community, and
Adam,
I don't know anything
it's
about
controlled.
this.
Adam.
They communicate.
You didn't hear the
And they-
CIA guy from yesterday? Adam, think about this, Adam. If you are comfortable with Mossad, which is Israel, or Russia, or anybody, their blackmail ring, their operation.
Vinny is so oblivious that he is clearly like pushing back on this because he feels like he's leaning into tropes. He does not get it. It does not compute at all. He thinks Adam is just like being naive or being a lib. Because Adam, when he first came on the show, he was like the one who had voted for Obama. He was like the token liberal.
Think about this, Adam. Would you be comfortable as a country going, you know what? Epstein's our guy. We own him. Lex Wester, all this money, he's a billionaire. Let's wire everything, bring everybody there to have sex with underage kids because it's an island and whatever. And we're going to use that to get what we want. CIA, Mossad, anybody. How disgusting and evil. If you really think about that, step back from who it is. I don't give a shit who it is, Adam. If that is your operation, holy shit, you are one of the most evil, disgusting unit operation, period. And for those little people, Adam, the ones that you think are stupid that are sitting there, they don't just want the flight logs. They want everybody that's involved to fucking go down, period. Accountability. It's simple. One word, Adam. Just like the Brennan and Comey thing. Nothing's going to happen to them. Nothing. Because Republicans go, we're
So red.
Nothing is going to happen.
Vinny.
That's the sad thing. Same thing with Fauci.
Vinny, are you okay?
No, I am. It's bullshit,
Okay.
Adam.
Like,
It's bullshit.
I'm with you.
He is Vinny is always like this. Adam is just doing this because he doesn't like what he's fired up about.
I don't understand the frustration and the anger.
It is. How many more times do we have to say it, Adam? Is anybody getting in trouble? Do you believe Epstein? Do you believe Epstein was running a blackmail ring? Do you think that there's no client list?
Let me ask this question. Between Brennan and Comey, between Fauci, what they did with COVID and, all the ties to Wuhan lab, between Epstein, between Kennedy, John F. Kennedy assassination, MLK assassination, 9/11, what happened to 9/11? Which of those is most important to you?
Wow, great freaking question. I think it's this one.
Okay.
I think it's this, Pat. I think it's Epstein. Yeah. Great question. I think
great
assassinating
question.
a president,
Awesome
killing
question.
a sitting.
What's your number one? Number one is Epstein?
Me personally, it's Epstein, JFK, and COVID's. I mean, that's a fantastic question, Pat, because they're all right there.
Which was most important to you, Tom?
It's COVID and Fauci because it was full population control. Everything else is just lies.
See, Tom's thought about this. He knows what it is. He knows the truth.
Got it. So that's number one for you. How about yours?
I mean, if you put if you put that list together between 9/11, COVID, Epstein, MLK, JFK, all these things, to me, it's not even close, bro. It's COVID, and it's not even close. How many trillions of dollars was printed? How many lives were lost? How many people had to be locked down?
Yeah.
To me, this is sort of the whole signal versus noise.
Preach it.
I understand why people are obsessed with Epstein. I get it, but to me, it's just a whole lot of noise, and there's not a lot of signal. It's like, all right, can we stay focused on the fact that the Wuhan lab that was in Wuhan, when there was a lab leak? And
Okay, now we're just copying Tom's homework live, okay? That's like, he liked his explanation as to why the COVID thing is like more important to uncover, and he just totally like ended up just repeating it.
Basically
I
took
get
over
what
the
you're
world.
saying. Let me tell you
like
what-
that is way more important
I posted
than
something.
Epstein.
I posted something on Twitter yesterday, and here's what it was: a quote. If you can go to it, Rob. To offend a strong man, tell him a lie. To offend a weak man, tell him the truth. Marcus Aurelius. Let me read it again. Is that Elon Musk on the bottom?
Elon right there with a bullseye.
I'll give you a bullseye.
Go a little bit higher.
Thanks for the shout out,
Go
Elon,
back to
to
the
PBD.
So to offend a strong man, tell
Elon replying to PBD, big day for them.
him a lie. To offend a weak man, tell him the truth. Marcus Aurelius. To me, this is at the top. I don't even care what the issue is. Don't go out there telling me you're going to be doing this and you don't. Yep. And I'm telling you, a part of this, we've, as an operator, as somebody that has ran a business for quite some time, oh my God, we've had some fumbles. We've had some fumbles that are super embarrassing. Let me tell you, super embarrassing. As the operator at the top, that it was your fault, okay? That we had to have our act together. And we've screwed up many times. I'll take the blame for it as a CEO. But typically when it was, when a part of it is you can say, it's your fault, it's not your fault. Some can, even in your camp, say, well, Pat, we couldn't have done anything better than that. All this other stuff. I'm always trying to find a way to see, if we could have done it better. The only reason why I think this fumble is this big of a fumble, and I'm truly trying to understand why, is because they're
he's like dumbfounded.
Trying to do in 6 months where Biden couldn't do in 2 terms.
Oh,
the amount of
got
things
it.
that they're trying to accomplish in 6 months.
Okay. So we're just ignoring all of the policy failures and letdowns from the first Trump administration. Got it.
No president in the history has been able to try.
They're acting like it's Trump's first term.
Has even tackled is the word. So what happens when you do that? When you try to tackle so many things at the same time, you're gonna have a couple massive fumbles, and I think that's what happened here, because it's like, all right,
Yeah, multitasking is really hard, you guys.
African president. Yeah, so what's going on? So what are you going to do? And Zelensky, so what are you going to do? And so tariffs. So what are you going to do? And tariffs. Okay, we're going to go get,
I know he's the leader of the free world, but have you ever considered that it's really fucking hard to be the president?
What's it called? We're going to
He's got a lot of meetings, a lot of responsibilities.
Get the Panama Canal. We're going to go do this. No, we're going to go negotiate a peace deal with Russia, Ukraine. No, we're going to go do ICE and deport. No, we're going to go do this with the taxes, the big, beautiful bill, the Elon Musk, the Doge. If I make a list of the amount of things they've tackled for the first 6 months, no one in the right mind is going to say that's the right strategy. So when you go...
So why would you vote for a guy that promised to do like half the things you just outlined on day one?
Trying to do all of that at the same time, you end up not communicating the messaging to be on the same page. And you know what you don't pay attention to? A bunch of guys send me a message. You know, when I go on, I always know if I'm on Hannity, Ingram, or whatever show I'm on, Jesse, who texts me afterwards, right? The weirdest people text me saying, hey, we're also on the same page with this. A great messaging on what you said about, the what do you call it? The Epstein.
That is disturbing that Jesse Waters and like Fox News and PBD are like watching each other and then like patting each other on the back privately in text messages.
Thing. You could tell these guys.
God, it's probably a fucking. Could you imagine? I'm sure it's a feedback loop that these people give opinions and report things, and they say like, "Oh, I heard somebody say" or whatever, and they're talking about shit that they heard on Fox News, and that Fox News opinion is being informed by things that they heard on fucking PBD.
And communicate with each other. You could tell. Sometimes you don't think it's that important to the person. Like I remember one time we were changing our health insurance policy. This is 12 years ago. Tom, you may remember. Yeah, you'll remember this. We're in Texas. We just moved in Addison. Oh, no, we could have been in Glendale. I mean, guys, Moral can remind me of this. And one of the policies had to do with pregnancy. Okay? So we're going to go from one insurance company to another insurance company. And in every way, it looks better, except if you're trying to have kids. Mm-hmm. And if you're trying to have kids, it was what? It was a hefty expense.
Of course.
But if you're not trying to have kids, it's an awesome move to make to the other health insurance. So I'm like, all right, good. Here's what we're going to be doing. And then all of a sudden, one person comes, another person comes. I'm like, no, guys, this is important. Time out. Step back. We can't move the health insurance away. What is really in this thing? Why are so many people coming up to me? This doesn't matter. We have to look at this. They can't afford to pay $5,000 out of their pocket to do a pregnancy or delivery. No, let's not move the insurance. Let's go look at this here. This is one of those things that they thought it wasn't that big of a deal. Let's say, yeah. We're going to, yeah. Oh, well, let's get in there. We're not going to do shit. And it's, oh, shit. It backfired. With who? With a lot of the younger audience that is involved on X. And it was the number one trending thing on X for a couple of days. 2 million people talking about it nonstop. So to me, the biggest thing with this is you overpromised, you underdelivered, and it hurt you. But as a person who's a businessman and who also tries to be a father, who also tries to be a husband, who also tries to be a son, who also tries to be a good man, and you put a lot of weight on your shoulder at the same time, you're going to screw some of it up. And I think this is, like I think about it for myself, what I have going on. Times 1,000. And every decision you make is scrutinized. That's what they're going through right now. And the only people know what it is to be there, it's them. So you can act.
Are YouTube comments banned from Chatterino? No, Chatterino only shows Twitch, unfortunately. I don't know why. Like, I'm only using Chatterino because my other, like, chat consolidator thing is not working, but I'll have it fixed for tomorrow. But I, like, have it open so I can see you guys without actually having to go to the YouTube tab.
Act all tough and everybody says, blah, 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 blah. Time out. Nobody walks on water. You've effed up. You've screwed up. They got so much shit and pressure right now. I just think they have to be a little bit more like, you need to step back and have a handful of project managers and say, guys, we can't do this again. Moving forward, what can we do to have messaging in the right place and prioritize issues? Because we're breaking some shit right now. We can't be doing this. They need some good project managers who can get people to communicate with each other. This is
Media coordination.
This is a big fumble. So, anyways,
As if the right doesn't already have this sort of like somebody else pointed out, like message cohesion and discipline as it is.
On his response,
no, I don't.
No, but hear me out. Not the way that this team handled
No,
it.
I don't.
Let me ask the question.
I know what you're going to ask. Do I like his response that there's all these other things
Yes,
going on right now?
okay.
No, I don't agree.
I fully agree. I fully disagree with you.
But let me tell you why.
Yeah.
It's his fault. It's his fault, bro. And this is a supporter. This is
Bro,
a guy
it's
that
his
I'm
fault, bro. Come on, bro.
Thank you for your.
Adam was being so like submissive and docile. Like, can I just disagree? And PPD's like, no. He like instantly shut him down. He tried again. Still no.
Talking to you guys. You guys were all Team DeSantis. And
The
I'm
way PPD just like humiliates these guys, it's insane.
Trump, and I'm the one that's
Like, there's multiple other episodes where he's like called out Tom for like using his phone, and PPD thought it was rude when like they interrupt him, and he's like, "Dude, I'm talking. Let me finish."
1 against 3 every freaking week. This is a guy that supports this guy. It's an F up. Period. Then don't have all your people on your administration talk about it that you're going to release it. You're the leader. No, I don't support it. I don't think it's the right move. I understand you're overwhelmed. Trust me, I sympathize. I understand. Imagine how many grandkids he has. When's the last time he saw them? The way he's working, driving? When's the last time he has dinner with his wife? When's the last time what do you think his life looks like right now? From morning till night, everyone's talking shit and he's trying to do all these other things for America. It's not an easy job. But at the same time, this was a wound for a lot of people that mattered to them. We could have handled it in a different way. So I get there's other issues. I get it. When there's people dying in Texas, when there's all this, I get it.
Yes.
But this has been
Yes. You know, only like over 100 people have like died and gone missing in Texas because of the floods. But like the Epstein stuff takes priorities, you guys. This thing that happened back in 2019 that there have been like almost no new developments on, that the Trump administration is clearly not interested in disclosing to the public. But we had to spend more time thinking about that than the millions of people thrown off Medicaid, than anything going on in Gaza, that like just Epstein.
a massive issue for many years that people thought we're finally getting to the bottom of it. So it's been building up for a decade and a half since 2010. We've known this guy's been a piece of shit for many years. So no, I get what you're saying. I've gave my argument on where I'm at with this, but I think this was a fumble. They need more project managers. Sometimes the most important people in an organization are the people you never hear about, who are phenomenal PMs that get everybody that needs to communicate with each other to communicate with each other. Those people need to get more recognition. They need to hire some PMs. They don't need recognition. You need more better PMs. I guarantee you Susie Wiles, who is a PM, is sitting there saying this was a fumble.
I just learned something today. A PM is a project manager.
And Pat, just really fast, I know you want to go to the
Oh
next
my
story.
God. I was actually, like, when he said PM, I was like, do I have to say that, like, that means project manager? And I was like, no, I'm sure people in my audience, like, know what it is. Of course, Adam with the dumb guy take, like, 30 seconds later, fine, you didn't know what PM stood for project manager? That's fine. You thought it stood for prime minister? What?
Crazy is it that the government F's up so bad with us that the assassination, the shooting of a sitting president...
As a project manager, you almost never need more project managers. If I asked you to explain what you did, I'm sure you would start it off with, we come in and we start, that's how you'd start.
The CIA and Lyndon B. Johnson.
What I do is really interesting. See, we come in and we start doing this thing.
Is third. Holy word.
Like doing everything to avoid saying it's like a middle manager thing.
In your mind.
Well, you said COVID's one in yours.
Well, COVID,
I'm
because
just saying.
it's recent and ruined
I'm just
the
saying
world.
top three. That's a great.
But yeah,
go ahead.
I just think people.
And before anyone jumps down my throat, I realize that project managers exist so you don't have to fucking so clients don't have to talk to like stakeholders and shit.
Very obsessed with this, rightfully so. But I don't think it.
You caused it. You caused it. You caused
Which
it.
topic is most important to you?
To our audience, Epstein's and Mossad's CIA ties is number one.
More than COVID. I gotta tell you, there's some losers out there.
No, that's because they're forgetting. Because they're forgetting, though. Because it's time's gone by.
Yeah.
And the Epstein thing is present. This is not a real assessment, trust me. And even I'm telling the audience, this is not a true assessment. This is going to be changing in 2 years, where it's no longer an issue that we come back, you're going to choose Fauci or other things over it. Trust me, that Fauci COVID thing stopped the world. The Epstein didn't stop the world.
Yeah, exactly.
The Fauci COVID thing stopped your kids growing. The Epstein Mossad thing didn't do anything to your kids.
That's my point.
No, I'm with you, and but I also understand their reasoning because it's emotional.
Well, they're losers.
Today. Yeah, you can call them that, and when they see you in the streets, they're not going to be happy with your
Until I
merch.
see you in the street, you losers.
You know what? Let's do a test. Here's a test.
Yeah, dude. Like Adam making that fucking comment, like he's not a total fruitcake. Okay, dude.
for you.
No, don't do it right now, Pat.
Like I've met Adam. He's like my height, and I'm 5'9". He's like basically the same height as. Like he may even be a little bit shorter. He's not like physically intimidating or anything. Yeah, you'll see them on the streets, Adam.
Worst rollout ever.
Are you serious?
When I call them losers, then you're gonna, hey guys, don't throw me. I'm
For those
kidding,
of you that are
guys.
interested,
I
Adam's
love
address
you.
is in the
I love
comments.
you. I love you.
We have a goal of 1 million people wearing the Future Looks Bright gear.
1 million people wearing PBD merch. Could you imagine that? 1 million fucking people. Oh my god. Okay. All right, let's get into the cancer. Let's see. It's not really cancer. Let's see. This Contrapoint shit. So Contrapoints made a Reddit post and it has been locked, it looks like. No, it's bad. Yeah, but we gotta do it. We gotta do it. So Contrapoints was finding herself in some hot water because she tweeted out the other day. Let me pull it up. She tweeted out actually got into beef with Taylor Lorenz over this. Okay, go. So somebody put this this is anti-Semitic, right? I mean, it has nothing to do with Israel per se. It's something related to Judaism, not Zionism. This is anti-Semitic, right? This creator, as far as I know, considers himself to be some like left-wing or like socialist creator. That's him like sniffing money. And like playing like not an Israeli song or anything like that, playing like a song that's used for like Jewish cultural traditions and religious practices, making fun of presidents that I thought at first, before I had like unmuted it, like really paid attention to it, he was making fun of people for like, or like different US presidents for disingenuously or like cynically or performatively going to the Wailing Wall and doing Jewish rituals or whatever as like a virtue signal to show their commitment to Israel or something like that. But apparently like the like not every US president not named JFK, like the JFK stuff is like connected to like anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. He like uses the song, he shows the money thing. To me, it's like obviously anti-Semitic given all of that. So Contra puts, are you guys just now noticing that like 50% of the discourse on this app is Jew hate? And there's a lot of anti-Semitism on X, the Everything app, okay? The CEO of that same app literally did like a Sieg Heil. So are we really that surprised? But people took issue with this because using this as the example to say that this is anti-Semitic, I guess is like incorrect framing because the majority, like, it insinuates that there's parity between the amount of anti-Semitism that persists on the left versus the amount of anti-Semitism that persists on the right. And to me, there is like no comparison. The right obviously is far more anti-Semitic than the left. There's not a single political faction or ideology that's going to mean that you're not anti-Semitic. So just because you identify as a liberal, leftist, or progressive, etc., that doesn't preclude you from being one. But I don't think that the majority of like online anti-Semitism, and she didn't say that, she just said like on that app, just on this app, comes from the left. I think it comes from the right. I think it comes from the Dan Bilzerians. I think it comes from the Jake Shields. I think it comes from the Groypers, Fuentes, all those types, right? So in light of this, people were asking her like, hey, notice that you haven't spoken out about Gaza, Palestine or whatever. You know, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? And I guess the backlash was so big, she just decided to make a fully fleshed out statement. Which I already commented on, but I will read and give my where I have like agreements and disagreements because there are both in this. But like overall, I do feel like this, even though there are like minor points in here that I agree with or that are inarguably correct, the whole thing just kind of comes off like this long-winded rationalization for inaction and like discourages people from getting involved and speaking up, which is the opposite of what's needed in this moment right now, especially since she herself will admit that it's a genocide. Okay, so thoughts on, is there any way I can like close this? Jeez. Maybe if I like pull it open a little bit more. Yeah, thoughts on Israel-Palestine. I'm posting this to Reddit instead of Twitter, hopefully to minimize fragments being clipped out of context. Sincerest apologies to the mods. Yeah, it's spineless. So, many leftists feel betrayed because I haven't made a video on Palestine. Do they actually want a Contrapoints video about Palestine? Will they be happy if I get in a bath and pour milk on a mannequin of Bibi Netanyahu? No. Call me the lone dissenting voice, but I personally would be very happy if Contrapoints made a video where she gets into a bath and pours milk on a mannequin of Bibi Netanyahu. Sure. Okay, maybe that's just me. But being serious, I do think that this starts off with a straw man because a lot of the people that were responding to her and asking her to comment, I did not really see people exclusively, or even the majority of critics responding to her, demanding that she make a video. They were saying, you're a political content creator, you're a progressive one at that. So given the massive platform of your size and the fact that you have videos that are almost exclusively dedicated to opposing the right, de-radicalizing people, like teaching normies about complicated subjects or whatever, this just seems like something that you'd naturally feel the impulse to speak up about, and a voice that would be very, very welcome in speaking up for like Palestinian human rights, dignity, and against the genocide, right? So her saying that like these leftists feel betrayed because she hasn't made a video on Palestine, it's like, I think something, right? Is it really that? I didn't even see that, but like, even if I grant that that's the demand, I don't think that's a crazy demand. But you know, will they be happy if I get in the bath? Like, will they be happy if they do this to me? It's like, are you writing this because you want to make these people happy? Or are you writing them because you want to educate them? Like, why was this made? It was unclear to me why this was made. I have posted about Gaza occasionally and avoided and have quietly given money to Palestinian aid organizations. But I think what leftists really want is for me to join their chorus of anger. They sense some hesitation on my part and are judging me very harshly on my presumed opinions. I'd rather be judged on my actual opinions. So here they are. Now look, it's great that she has given money to Palestinian aid donations. My understanding is that she just recently released a video on conspiracy theories. Usually when Contrapoints releases a video, she does a couple of like gaming live streams afterwards and to promote the video, engage with their audience. And apparently the ad revenue or the donations that she solicited and gained from those gaming live streams to promote the video, she ended up donating to Palestine. That is obviously a very good thing. But I do think it's strange that she's like quietly doing it, you know, like again, with a massive platform like this, her shouting out like a charitable organization or trying to mobilize her audience to donate more to Palestinians or whatever would actually be something that's like a net good. I don't know if she did it quietly just because she doesn't want to come off like she's virtue signaling or showing like, see, I support them because I've like given X dollars amounts or whatever. But I do think that's something that would have been better for her. It's good, but it could be better, you know, but can't really complain too much. This is more than most do. I understand why she wouldn't make a video about it. It's not typically something she would make a video about specifically, but it's so easy to just say, hey, yeah, genocide is bad, not the states are bad, also we should stop giving them money. Well, I mean, I don't want her to virtue signal. I feel like that like what you just said will obviously please a lot of people, but if these are her thoughts, and I think people were suspecting that this is closer to what her opinion is on this, then she should be honest about that. But then I don't think her fans should be saying that you should not be criticizing her, because even she seems to be aware that what she is posting is not what these people want to hear and is like going to be more controversial given the audience that she's attracted. That is her base, you know? But I do disagree that like it's not something she'd typically make a video about, because I've watched Contrapoints for years and years and years, and she's made videos on things like everything from like debunking race realism to going in depth and showing like doing a case study on Freddie Gray to explain to people in it with like in an understandable terms how systemic racism persists in the United States today by using him as a case study. like, again, like a 3-hour video on Twilight. It's like when you're like a leftist content creator and you've spent more time talking about Twilight online than you have about like a thing that you say is a genocide. Yeah, that's obviously going to rub some fans the wrong way. But if you don't want to make a video about that, then just say, you know, this is not, she said like, they won't even be happy if I do it. And to me, it's like, do you make videos to make people happy, or do you make videos to inform people? Do you make videos to educate people and to enlighten them and to show them alternative perspectives that maybe they hadn't considered, you know? Like, I do think that she would be capable of doing it. But if she doesn't want to make a video on something so serious or whatever, she could obviously have also just said, I'm not going to make a video on this because it's not the type of content that I feel like that I could do the topic justice on, or there's better people to listen to and redirect people to other resources, right? That was her much older content. Her newer stuff is more about broad topics, but I agree she could include a section on it in some video. It's definitely topical with a lot that's been going on. It is. And she, like, when it came to voting, when it came to voting in 2020, she made a, let's see if we go on YouTube. Like, when Contrapoints makes a video, it's like a cinematic experience. Again, the Twilight video is like 3 hours. The conspiracy one that came out 3 months ago is almost 3 hours. This is 2 hours. It came out 2 years ago. But this one that came out 4 years ago is only 23 minutes, right? It was not some huge Contra epic. It was something that she created in the run-up to the election because she felt that she saw too many like leftists online that were freaking her out that they didn't want to vote. And so she thought the issue was important, and she took time to talk about it. I think people were kind of thinking that, like, to those that were asking for a video, I wouldn't be surprised if, again, they're familiar with her content. She's a huge content creator, and they had seen, like, again, you have 3 hours to talk about Twilight. You dedicated just 20 minutes to talk about why people ought to vote, which is objectively a good thing. But something as like large as a genocide, and you don't feel the impetus to speak out and do more with your platform, you're saying that, like, you give money to Palestinian charities, but you do it quietly. And fans can look at your previous body of work and see that you have gone in depth with these, you know, over the top videos on lots of different political subjects and figures, from like the silly to the serious, but like not on this. So I can see why people are, you know, confused. Well, let's see. Here are her opinions. Trust me, I'm also a points anista. Her and Michael Brooks are the reason I'm a leftist. Well, I saw some comment that was like, apparently it's a sentiment either in her community or fans of hers that are like, Contrapoints made me a leftist, but I'm still waiting for her to become one. I think she used to previously be more left than she is. I think right now she would comfortably describe herself as like a progressive or a liberal. But I don't know that she would say that she's proper left. I don't know that she's ever been. She's made videos like critiquing capitalism, but she's like never been a socialist. So chapter 1, Doom. The week after October 7th, it was clear the mood among Israeli leaders and civilians was overwhelmingly kill or be killed existential panic and unstoppable lust for revenge. It reminded me of the US after 9/11. There was no reasoning or protesting them out of it, nor was it politically feasible for the US to withdraw aid to Israel on a time frame that would make a difference. See, this is weird to me. This is a strange claim. Nor was it politically feasible for the US to withdraw aid to Israel on a time frame that would make a difference. It's like you're telling me if the United States exerted the significant amount of leverage and pressure that we have over what is effectively our client state, that wouldn't make a difference. Why did Joe Biden send Anthony Blinken to talk to Bibi for 7 hours to negotiate getting aid into fucking Gaza? Hold on. Biden admin meets with Benjamin Netanyahu for 7 hours? Something like that. October 19th, 2023. Here's what Biden's trip to Israel did and didn't achieve. 5 The visit almost didn't happen. Biden said his team weighed whether it should even take place. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken laid the groundwork in a whirlwind visit to the Middle East last week that included 7 hours of talks with Bibi and his war cabinet. But I guess, like, if you ask Contra, like, that doesn't, make a difference. It's even just strange to say that in the context of you wanting people to care more about, because if we'll get through it, but she does draw attention to like growing anti-Semitism and concerns about this. But if you're this fatalistic with critical aspects of the conflict, then how do you, it just seems completely arbitrary which aspects you feel there's room for tangible, practical improvement and steps that could be made for people to do better on the issue, like with respect to how they talk about it or any of that. But then when it comes to the actual material differences and the material support that the US gives, it's like, oh, that wouldn't make a difference. Again, something tells me that it would make a fucking difference. It would make a huge difference if the United States had not been arming Israel with basically just cutting them blank fucking checks. No accountability, no red lines. It's dropping every red line, not conditioning anything. Something tells me that would have made a big difference. It would have required replacing most of Congress and overturning decades of bipartisan strategy and diplomacy. I mean, I'm not saying it would be easy. I'm not even saying it's politically possible. But if we're talking about what's right and what constituents ought to be pushing for in that moment, then yes, that's what it would be. Even in the best case scenario, it would have taken years. So there was a sense of futility, but worse. And again, the best case scenario, it would have taken years. It's well, it has been years. It's been almost 2 years. It's been 20 months, which is another reason why I was disappointed in this statement, because it has been 20 months and this is the first major statement that she's made on it. And this is what she decides to say. I was a bit perplexed, and me personally, I don't feel a sense of just futility. I think that this only speaks to urgency. She's kind of oh, it would be so difficult because what difference would it make if the US withdrew aid? What is that supposed to do? Also, we'd have to overturn Congress and decades of strategy and diplomacy. It's yes, people were asking the United States to rethink their relationship to Israel in that moment. That is correct. All we had to do was enforce current U.S. laws, Leahy laws. It's such a lie. Yeah. It would have taken years. Again, we should probably start now then, right? Better late than never. That just means that you should be jumping up and down to get your voice out, because that speaks to the urgency, not the futility. But worse. Chapter 2, Misery. The leftist pro-Palestine movement quickly decided that their primary goal was not merely opposition to the genocide, but opposition to Zionism in general. That is, opposition to the existence of Israel as a Jewish state. Okay, this. The leftist pro-Palestine movement. Okay. This is something that, to me, it's citation needed, because this is not a movement that actually has, a figurehead, a leader. It's a grassroots effort that has taken place over the last 20 months that has involved mostly people of the left and liberal persuasions. But when you look at polling, there's also support to change. There's also, higher disapproval ratings of Israel, higher than they've ever been, for one. And for two, it was not, the primary goal to me was the opposition to the genocide, right? But in opposing the genocide, a lot of people are also thinking, how do you prevent this from ever happening again? How do you prevent the replication of this crisis or whatever? And yeah, people feel that this issue is rooted in Zionism. To me personally, I don't like to talk about Zionism. I think it's just pointless to talk about because it means so many different things to so many different people. And then you're getting into just kind of this navel-gazy, academic conversations instead of talking about what's happening right now. It's a conversation topic that takes you back instead of taking you forward. But I would never, really get mad at people that talk about Zionism or whatever. Like, if you ask me, they shouldn't talk about it, but I understand it, you know. I went to jail to stop climate change, even though everyone said it was futile. Just a few days, nothing serious. Jeez, yeah, just a few days in jail, nothing serious. You know, I mean, Spore, I know that you thought that was, like, you know, impactful and protesting. You know, maybe that could do something, but I feel like that kind of pales in comparison to Contrapoints' strategy of advocating that you do nothing. Or if you do it quietly and do it very, very politely. So yeah, this is, I don't know, it's a very vague statement. And I'm not privy to, like, I'm not familiar with, like, what she's talking about. Leftist pro-Palestine movement. Because again, the largest, you could say it's the left, sure. But the largest movement that was mobilized in favor of advocating for a ceasefire and for the end of the genocide was what? It was the uncommitted movement. Those were liberals that showed up to the ballot box in their states during the Democratic primary to vote uncommitted, to attempt to pressure through democratic means and electoral means their party to change course on this policy, to show that this is something that they were taking seriously, that was completely ignored by Democrats, even though they were seeing polling numbers coming out, not just from Democrats, but independents, again, showing that Israel, like, favorability towards Israel was dropping, favorability towards the Palestinian cause was increasing, and desire for a ceasefire was also increasing at the same time. And yet they were staying the course on this policy that did not align with what their base was increasingly demanding or comfortable with. Yep, invited to the DNC and not even given a minute to speak. A DNC that made room for anti-Trump Republicans, but not Palestinian American Democrats. How does that make sense? That was a deliberate choice. That was signaling to those hundreds of thousands of voters, some of which were critical, that would have been critical for potentially Kamala Harris winning the election, or at the very least it being closer, like picking up Michigan voters. But no, it was a fuck you at the DNC. It was a fuck you to those hundreds of thousands of voters that had been mobilized to pressure the Democratic Party. It was them saying, we've heard you and we disagree. We don't care. And it was that. And then later, what are they doing? Trump is doing basic retail politician shit, and he's going to Dearborn, Michigan, to tell voters he is going to end the war. Voters end the war. The New York. For many Arab Americans in Dearborn, Trump made the case for their votes. After supporting Joe Biden in 2020, the majority Arab American city outside Detroit delivered an unlikely win for Donald Trump, who promised to bring peace to the Middle East. Let's see, talking about how in Dearborn, the first time we vote for Joe Biden, but what we see right now, he didn't stop the genocide in Gaza, said Mr. Al-Mudhari, a Yemeni American who faulted the president for spending American money to support the wars in Gaza and Ukraine. His son, Khalid, interrupted him with a smiling comment, Trump will end the war. Indeed, Mr. Trump has said as much, and the promise was among a host of reasons cited by voters in Dearborn for the wave of support from Arab and Muslim Americans for Mr. Trump. Unofficial results released by the city of Dearborn show that Mr. Trump won 42% of the vote in Dearborn, compared to 36% for Ms. Harris and 18% for the Green Party candidate, Jill Stein. In 2020, similar results released after the election showed that Mr. Biden had won almost 70% votes by Dearborn residents. Ms. Harris, who became the Democratic nominee after Mr. Biden, it's so weird to see him say, like, Mr. Biden instead of President Biden, withdrew over the summer, was ultimately unable or unwilling, critically, or unwilling, to escape the shadow of the Biden administration's decisions in the Middle East. She sought to project more empathy for the plight of Palestinians caught in the conflict, which has killed more than 40,000 people in Gaza, and she tried to take a firmer tone with Israel, insisting in several speeches that the government of Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu needed to follow international law. It was not enough for many voters here. Not making a clear break with Mr. Biden, even as she was vying for the White House, made Ms. Harris resoundingly unpopular in Dearborn. Her campaign chose not to have her hold public rallies or meetings in the city, perhaps fearing any such event would be greeted with protests. So rather than address the needs and concerns of these voters that are critical to winning a swing state, that backed you that backed your running mate and you by extension, because you're also on the ticket just 4 years ago, Instead of holding rallies, meeting with these people, trying to address their grievances and demands, making promises that you can try to keep, no, they chose not to do those things to avoid the controversy because they did not really want to break from Biden on this policy. As opposed to what Trump, again, who is like going there saying like, I'm going to end the war. That's it. Did I believe Trump? No, obviously it was a fucking lie. Because remember, these voters are like, a lot of voters don't like follow it as closely as everybody online is following it or whatever. They take politicians at their word. They hear their pitches. They like it. They're not even comparing him to his first run or whatever. It's not. They only care about what he's saying now. So meanwhile, like, what is their strategy, right? If I put Kamala Harris, Bill Clinton, Michigan, Judea, and Samaria. On campaign trail for Harris in Michigan, Bill Clinton defends Israel's war in Gaza. Recalling efforts to broker peace during his own presidency, Clinton urges voters in crucial swing states to think, what would you do if your family was killed on October 7th? Apparently, I guess a natural conclusion is retaliation and bloodlust. It's like so stupid that she fucking did this. Opposition to America's support for Israel's war against Hamas in Gaza has been a thorn in the side of Harris's campaign in the battleground state, home to the country's largest Arab American community, where many local leaders have vowed not to support Harris or have endorsed her opponent, former President Donald Trump, due to the war. I understand why young Palestinian and Arab Americans in Michigan think too many people have died, Clinton said at the Souls to the Polls rally in West Michigan, but asked voters to imagine if you lived in those kibbutzim in Israel right next to Gaza. Didn't he talk about like Samaria? Yeah, Clinton went on to note the history of the Jewish people and Judaism is in what is now the state of Israel, saying that Jews, quote, were there first before their faith existed, apparently referring to Islam and the Palestinian people. He said that Jews had been in the land in the time of King David, and the southernmost tribes had Judea and Samaria, referring to the West Bank, using the biblical terminology also in use among Israelis. Is it really that hard to understand, like, why these voters did not see eye to eye with Clinton? It wasn't just because they disagreed with the policy. It's because they looked at her campaign strategy and saw they really are not interested in getting our votes. They are saying, if this is their pitch, then they are saying, that is a conscious rejection that is being made. I disagree with that. It's the same way you would talk about apartheid or segregation. We should try to educate people on that because Zionism is, in effect, a support for an ethno-state. I mean, it is. But I don't know. Because the priority now is like stopping the genocide, right? And there are going to be people that consider themselves Zionists that are opposed to the genocide. I don't know how many. Or there's people that, again, like their understanding of what Zionism is like, it's like, they just think, it's when I support the right of Israel to exist. Okay, I guess I'm a Zionist. Or I support a two-state solution. Okay, I guess I'm a Zionist or whatever. But does that mean, do they support war crimes, ethnic cleansing, segregation, apartheid? Like Brad Landers? That's why we should teach them. But then you're giving a history lesson instead of talking about things that are happening now that need to be stopped. But I mean, to the extent that it's even useful to talk about Zionism, what is it? Like Gideon Levy, okay? A journalist, or like an op-ed writer and journalist, I think, for Haaretz, was saying that, like, as far as most people are concerned, or like what Zionism is today, he was saying it's Jewish. He believes it's Jewish supremacy. Let's see, where are we? We're only in chapter. No, we're in chapter 2. Don't worry. Porque no los dos. Maybe. I've have been blackpilled on it being effective because I used to think it was very effective. I used to think it was important to understand like the ideological underpinnings of it. And it's like, I don't know. This, to me, it's like, let's go back to like the Jim Crow South, right? Do people need to understand? Do people need to understand like white supremacy to oppose the Jim Crow laws, or to get on board with like integration? Like, you are in effect opposing those things, but they may not even like realize that they are. Over here. So that is opposition to the existence of Israel as a Jewish state. And again, Zoran Mamdani's massive victory in the primaries is showing that I don't think that he won because of his position on Israel-Palestine. I think that he won, but like, it's his win shows that that is not, it's possible to hold the positions that he does as a socialist and a Muslim, no less, and still win an election. The tides are clearly turning on this issue. In the last two, I never would have thought that. I never would have thought that post October 7th, 20 months later, there would be like this conflict would be back on the map again, and that people would be in support of Palestinians and more supportive of Palestinians than Israelis. And here they decided to draw the line separating decent people from genocidal fascists, which had the following consequence. Separating decent people from genocidal fascists or whatever. I mean, not trying to like, I'm neither trying to demonize nor whitewash anybody, but average people get caught up supporting terrible shit all the time. That is not ahistorical to say. That is just true. Like, average decent people, or people that consider themselves as such, like moms, sisters, community members, civil servants or whatever, just a couple of decades ago in this country, were in favor of racial segregation and different rights for different people based on like your sexuality and your skin color. So decent people were supporting slavery. It's like, I mean, it's like, I don't know what is meant by like decent people in this. I mean, if she means like average people, it's like average people can get swept up into this. Average people consume propaganda. Average people go on to support horrible things. That's not, it's just strange, you know? From genocidal fascists, you know? Like, you don't need to be, like, anybody who at this point is not in favor of a ceasefire, you are aiding and abetting and supporting a genocide. Does that mean you're like a moral monster or whatever? That's not how I conceive of morality. My point is that these things are very unexceptional, and you don't need to be some bloodthirsty psychopath to support these types of policies. In some ways, it's like a good and bad thing. I mean, yeah, it kind of does. It kind of does what? Banality of evil. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, basically. Banality of evil. It shrunk the coalition. Zionist is a very broad category. Most Jews are Zionists. Anybody who supports a two-state solution is a Zionist. I also like this, this issue, like, okay. Most Jews are Zionists. This just, like, misunderstands. This just, like, misunderstands, like, why Zionism is so, like, prevalent today. It's Christian Zionists. Again, we were just reading an article from The Guardian. Let's see if it, no. If I put ambassador. Again, who is the one saying this? Mike Huckabee is suggesting that any future Palestinian state should be carved out of a Muslim country. And then it goes on to talk about how this is something, like his beliefs on this, again, deep roots in his evangelical Christian beliefs and his longstanding support for Israeli settlements expansion. 100% of American Jews could be entirely against the Israeli state project, not align themselves with Zionism, and it would still persist. This policy, in a lot of ways, would still persist because Christian Zionists. You don't have to be Jewish to be Zionist. Anybody can be a Zionist. Joe Biden was a Catholic. He was like his but like belief in Zionism was not tethered to Protestantism or whatever, because it's not what Catholicism is. But Trump is aiding and abetting this genocide. Trump is nominally a Christian. Joe Biden did the same thing. He is a Catholic. Just goes to show that this is not something that is carried forward, a policy that is carried forward solely and only by Christians. Obama was a Christian. We have never had a Jewish president. We've never had a Jewish president. And yet every single United States head of state has been a Zionist and has been in support of the Israeli state project. The one that's even come closest is Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter spoke up in favor of Palestinian rights, probably more than any other president. And also, just because most of any group of people think a thing, that is a terrible argument. It's a reality to contend with. I don't know how she intends this, what this intends to mean or whatever. But to me, it's so I don't base my opinions off of the majority of what a group of people think. A majority of Palestinians at one point supported suicide bombings as a form of legitimate violent resistance against Israel. How could I support that? What sane person would? And if somebody tried to say, you're anti-Palestinian or you're anti-Arab or you're Islamophobic because you don't support that, that means you don't support the resistance, and that means you don't support Palestinians because they're on board with that. I don't have to co-sign every single opinion, or that's not how I arrive at any conclusion. And that's how no one should arrive at any conclusion. It's a terrible way to make arguments for anything. Anyone who supports a two-state solution is a Zionist. Even this, it's Arafat is a Zionist now? By this definition or whatever, anybody that recognizes the state of Israel as a Zionist. I don't think so. 2, it was politically infeasible. What is the pathway that takes us from the present situation to the dissolution of Israel as a Jewish state? I don't see how this could happen without either a total internal collapse of Israeli society or else, nuclear war. As usual, leftists have championed a doomed cause. Okay? A lot of claims being made here. Again, one state. There's one state now. There's a one-state reality to contend with. This is what B'Tselem said a few years ago. From the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, there exists a singular state, and it's an apartheid state. They're not ending that occupation. They're not ending that blockade. All of the Palestinian Arabs that live in Gaza and are concentrated in the West Bank are under Israeli rule, control, militarily, economically, socially, from cradle to grave. Every single part of their life is controlled by Israel. And if that's going to be the state of affairs, then you need to give these people voting rights and representation, or it's going to be an apartheid state. It's one or the other. So with that in mind, is it again, there's no legal precedent for one state. I'm not going to pretend that there is. There's none. There's zero legal precedent for it to be converted into one state, a fully democratic binational state, secular state, right? For Israelis and Palestinians to live together in peace and love and harmony and John Lennon imagined. I get that, okay? But there is one state now, and now it's explicitly U.S. It's effectively explicitly U.S. policy. This is a radical shift. But yeah, they're not going to pursue an independent Palestinian state. So with that, is it not? It's like a natural reaction that by this point, if that's the reality on the ground, that's the de facto reality. It's not de jure. It's not written in law, but that is de facto the arrangement that exists in Israel. There's one state, and then you have Mike Huckabee saying this is going to be the U.S. policy towards it. Then the next fight that leftists and liberals are going to champion is, okay, if you want it to be one state, then we're going to argue that there needs to be one person, one vote. That you need to remove the apartheid structures, desegregate it, and have complete integration, and there needs to be equal citizenship and equal rights for all. So that's not surprising to me. And also this, what is the pathway that takes us to this or whatever, nuclear warfare? I don't know. Desegregation had to happen in the United States at the end of a gun. It didn't collapse society. I mean, there was a civil war to end slavery. But it wasn't nuclear, but there was no nukes at that time, I guess would be the argument, right? What do you mean there's no legal precedent? Split states have joined together at different points in history in many cases. Well, Palestine is not a state. Palestine is not a state, as of yet, for one. And for two, all of the ICJ rulings and the UN Security Council resolutions, there's nothing about one state. It's all about the like reiterating legal precedent after like all of the same like resolutions that have been passed with respect to this issue, reiterating that they await two states. It's supposed to be 2 states. That's the framework for international law. So if people want to advocate for that, go for it. But you're not advocating for enforcing like IHL, really. Three, it introduced dangerous ambiguities. The vagueness of Zionism as a political Satan enables all kinds of rhetorical abuses. So what? On the one hand, right-wing Israelis hold up all anti-Zionist protests as existentially threatening and inherently anti-Semitic. So, on the other hand, there's a long history of anti-Semites using the term Zionist in deliberately equivocal ways, Zog, etc. So, like, this is, like, to me, it's like, what does this have to do with the genocide again? Like, I recognize that, like anything, there will be people that cynically invoke these things as a shield for anti-Semitism or whatever. But one, it doesn't change the fact that there's a genocide going on. Two, then when you see this, you fight against it. I do agree with you, though, that, like, I should have said so for the first one, right? The vagueness of Zionism as a political Satan. I do feel like people treat Zionism like, what is it, like McCarthyist? They're like McCarthyist, but for Zionists. It's like, are you now or have you ever been a Zionist? You know, they, like, purity test too much and shit. But that doesn't mean they can't do that if they want to. UN Special Report said that is the right of people to determine their state. Okay, that's true. That is true that you have, if you're talking about Francesca Albanese, right? I think that's how you pronounce her name. But can you name me any UN state, like any UN member state that supports a one-state solution? Is there anyone? It's just a single one. And I can tell you the answer, there's none. So it would not only include having to, like, that there's no legal precedent with respect to this specific conflict, you would need to get other countries involved in it to be able to get them to vote, to recognize the country, like, to exist. Under international law, Israel's a state. Israel has nukes. Israel is backed uncritically by Western powers. Like, it's not going anywhere. Palestine is like a state in waiting to some, but it doesn't have the recognition from the states it needs to actually be a state. I don't know that if that would even matter. They all say they support 2 states, but Israel's the only one who doesn't support that. LOL. Yeah, I mean, like, what he is doing is kind of like taking advantage of the fact that, like, it's the reality that there is one state, but he thinks that that's a good thing. He's always pushed for that. You know, it's like a triangle. Like, Israel can be a Jewish state, a democracy, or one state, but, like, it can't be all 3 of those. You have to pick 2. But yeah, I do think that, like, people misunderstand, or, like, they just kind of, like, throw Zionism around or whatever. But anti-Semites are happy for the opportunity to misappropriate the now popular anti-Zionist label to legitimize their agenda, and many people are not informed enough about anti-Semitism to recognize when this is happening. These problems are mutually reinforcing. I mean, this is true, but I don't think that, like, it's been my experience that it's not that hard to tell the difference between anti-Zionism that is rooted in, you know, a desire for justice, equality, human rights, etc., versus anti-Zionism that is obviously a thinly veiled, like a flimsy attempt to cover a more nefarious agenda, which is just being anti-Semitic. I don't understand why this should matter. This is the thing, is like, there will always be people that weaponize this. Should you give them the tools to make it, should you give them the ammunition to make it easier? No. Not only because it's not politically savvy, but also because it's wrong. But this is not a reason to not speak up or out about it, like, or to speak out against a genocide to me. This just means, okay, you know this is true. I agree with it. So be vigilant and call it out when you think it's productive. Call out assholes like Sneeko that do things like fucking endorse Zoran Mamdani, you know? pretending like they actually support his agenda or whatever, when really it's like they're so massively anti-Semitic they're willing to get on board with it. Or the fact that like Marjorie Taylor Greene doesn't take AIPAC money, which is like, if you're a Republican and you're not taking AIPAC money, that is clearly informed by anti-Semitism. There's no reason to not do that if you're a Republican. Like, I'll give the one exception I'll make is like Thomas Massey, because he has been consistently anti-interventionist, right? But you can't even say the same with Marjorie Taylor Greene. So her not taking AIPAC money really is just like a massive virtue signal. Chapter 3, Dread. The online left has spent the last 20 months distributing hundreds of photos and videos of dead Palestinian children. Like this. This is not true. The online left did not do this. Palestinians did this. Palestinians are the ones embroiled in this genocide, facing death and destruction, don't even know, like, at every moment that they're trapped in Gaza and the West Bank. They're the ones that have filmed these things, put them on social media, and journalists have reported on them, and people on the left and liberals, independents, anyone who is just outraged, has distributed them to bring attention to the ghastly things that American dollars are going to support, and to get people to recognize the humanity of these people and say, we should not be supporting this. This is wrong. It's not because they love carnage or like, I don't, or like what? The main effect of this has been to create a population of people in a constant state of blood boiling rage with no consequential political outlet. This is also not true. Hold on. U.S. attitude. Majority of U.S. of Americans. Why am I going to put U.S. Americans? Of Americans. A negative view of Israel. This is from Gallup, March 6th. Less than half in U.S. now sympathetic towards Israelis. Support for establishment of independent Palestinian state remains at majority level. Although Americans remain more likely to say their sympathies in the Middle East situation are with the Israelis rather than the Palestinians, the 46% expressing support for Israel is the lowest in 25 years of Gallup's annual tracking of this measure on his World Affairs Survey. The previous 51% low point in this trend of American sympathy for Israelis was recorded both last year and in 2001. At the same time, 33% of U.S. adults who now say they sympathize with the Palestinians is up 6 percentage points from last year and the highest reading by 2 points. The latest reading is from a Gallup poll conducted from February 3rd to 16th, during which the temporary ceasefire and hostage exchange between Israel and Hamas that started in mid-January continued. The poll began one day before Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu's White House visit that included a joint press conference with Donald Trump. During that press event on February 4th, Trump expressed his intent for the U.S. to own and redevelop the Gaza Strip. The poll also finds that 40% of U.S. adults approve of Trump's handling of the situation, which means 60% disapprove. Between Israelis and Palestinians, which trails his overall job approval rating of 45%. Partisans are sharply divided in their job ratings of Trump, and they also hold different views of Israel and Palestinian territories. Republicans are much more likely than Democrats to view Israel favorably. Which is funny because, again, the majority of Jews are in the United States are they're irreligious, and they support Democrats consistently. There are far less Jewish voters that go to the Republican Party than go to the Democratic Party. But yet, despite, again, Jews being a mainstay and like a key demographic base for the Democrats, it's Republicans that support Israel over Palestine. And are more likely to support Israel over Palestine and are more likely to view Israel favorably. It's almost like, again, support for the state is not intrinsically linked to Judaism. It's related, but it's not intrinsically linked. Well, Democrats view the Palestinian territories more favorably than Republicans. Yeah, Republicans more sympathetic to Israelis, Democrats Palestinians. And this is from April 8th of this year. How Americans view Israel and the Israel-Hamas war at the start of the Trump second term. Look at this. As Americans looked at the Middle East, fewer say the Israel-Hamas war is important to them personally or important to the U.S. national interests than felt that way early last year, according to a new Pew Research Center survey. In addition, the public's view of Israel have turned more negative over the past 3 years. More than half of U.S. adults, or 53%, now express an unfavorable opinion of Israel, up from 42% in March of 2022, before the Hamas attack of October 7, 2023, and the ensuing Israeli invasion of the Gaza Strip. And then American confidence in Bibi is very, very low. So, like this, okay? It didn't just say more than half of Democrats, more than half of Republicans. It's just talking about U.S. adults. 53% now express an unfavorable view of Israel. That has never happened. There has never been polling from Pew or any reputable agency that I know of that has ever found that a majority of Americans have a negative view of Israel. That's never been the case until now. So when she says the main effect this has, again, like distributing photos of Palestinian children being maimed and drawing attention to the suffering in Gaza, has just been to create blood-boiling rage, and like a population of people in the United States or like the West. Clearly not, right? Clearly not. There was one more. Hold on. I saw this was like a CNN one. This is literally her projecting her own feelings onto the public. Like this. I don't have the clip or whatever. The Palestinian rights movement has successfully broken the hold of pro-Israel propaganda. Democrats are overwhelmingly pro-Palestine now. Who Democrats sympathize with more, Israelis or Palestinians? This is 2017, Israelis plus 13 points. Now Palestinians plus 43 points. A massive shift. This was a poll from Quinnipiac University. Includes independents who lean Democrat. This is a gap. This is voters, not elected officials. There's now a huge gap between our voter opinion and the opinion of the representatives, which means those representatives can and should be thrown out of office. She did a Patreon exclusive Q&A talking about it and how upsetting it was, and I sympathize with her about that because it's awful. But not for her to basically say that nothing should be posted. Yeah. What's a terrible take? Should we say uninformed because we're just voters with no power to change anything? Not only should you say uninformed, but what is she advocating for? That, like, should you just not say anything? Or that, like, saying something is, like, worse because you could, like, step in anti-Semitism or something? Like, if that happens, then you call it out and you hold people accountable, but you don't say you have to stop over entirely. In that case, she clearly felt it was an issue before people were posting it in her replies, though. Like, yeah, she only started talking, like, if you felt that anti-Semitism was this much of an issue, I'm surprised she actually didn't speak up about it, like, more, right? What is it? I feel that this may be worse than useless. Like, again, how, like, these conclusions are bizarre to draw from these premises. That, like, it's a genocide, it's an urgent situation, but it's not only useless, it's worse than useless to draw attention to journalism that covers, like, the genocide in Gaza and, like, photos and videos of Palestinian children being harmed to, like, make people confront what they're supporting. Anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are conceptually not the same, and conflating them is dangerous. I agree with this entirely. This is another point that I agreed with. But in practice, the way Israel is perceived does seep out into attitudes towards Jews in general. I agree. This is true. Israel goes around saying that they are the Jewish state, and they speak and act on behalf of all Jews internationally, and that obviously creates a situation that is dangerous for Jews. I don't think Jews who feel, which again, like, and them doing that on top of it, just like essentializing and like trying to intrinsically link the actions of the Israeli state to international Jewry, which is wrong, and incredibly dangerous. But like, it also obscures the reality, which is that you don't even need to be Jewish to support Israel. And in fact, the majority of people, the most ardent supporters of Israel at this point are not Jewish. They're Christians. I don't think Jews who feel isolated and wary in the current atmosphere are simply hysterical or hallucinating. Yes, there's communal trauma and hypervigilance. Yes, there's disingenuous right-wing ghouls dismissing and censoring all criticism of Israel on the pretext of fighting anti-Semitism. And again, this is not just like right-wing ghouls. Like, this is our head of state doing this. I mean, we just looked at an article earlier in the stream where Trump was telling donors, private donors, Jewish donors, and probably Christian Zionist donors, honestly, that he was going to set back the pro-Palestine movement 25 years. He was going to jail their protesters. He was going to disrupt any criticism of Israel. You have Marco Rubio. He's the right-wing ghoul she's talking about, saying that if you criticize Israel, you're not going to be welcome in this country. Not even if you criticize America, you won't be welcome. If you criticize Israel, you're not going to be welcome. So even this is like, again, like, she's downplaying the extent to which this has already been weaponized, and it is policy to weaponize it by Republicans. Have you seen the first Deadpool? Yeah, I have. We shouldn't have covered Vietnam or the Holocaust or the Civil Rights Movement because it didn't do anything besides make people upset? Question mark. Does she realize how crazy this sounds? Yeah. It's just, again, a long-winded rationalization for inaction. But there's, like, instead of, like, framing all of these things as issues that people need to be vigilant about, like, to not be anti-Semitic, to hold people accountable and call them out when they are anti-Semitic, to reject anti-Semites that are trying to appropriate the language of Palestinian liberation or the pro-Palestine movement or whatever for their own nefarious ends, instead of, like, educating people, like, this is how you remain hyper-vigilant and principled in your activism, and you can simultaneously draw attention to Palestinians without dehumanizing Jewish people or Israelis or any of that. I'd be totally on board with that. But instead of taking the opportunity to educate, we're just like, this is just, like, demotivating. Here comes the annoying sounding. Thank you for the bits, Aging Millennial, the 100 bits. But there's also a valid fear of historical anti-Semitic patterns recurring, and that fear gives power to the right-wing Zionist claim that only Israel can keep Jews safe. Does this mean Israel should not be criticized and sanctioned? Absolutely not. But, of course, but it's something I don't want to risk contributing to if it's not outweighed by tangible benefits. So I approach this issue cautiously. This is so crazy. Again, this is so crazy to me. To like, I just have to assume that she's not interfaced with any of the most recent polling data with respect to how Democrats, independents, and Americans generally, how their attitude towards all of this stuff has shifted. Like, yes, there is a valid fear of historical anti-Semitic patterns recurring. Chuck Schumer wrote a whole book talking about this. And he actually does make a good point, which is that, pre-World War II or whatever, the extent to which, like, Jews were thriving and integrated into Weimar Germany was actually very, very good and very, very high. And in less than a few years or whatever, the Holocaust begins. So obviously, when anti-Semitism makes a resurgence or whatever, it can be totalizing and incredibly scary. Like, I recognize that. And I think that is valid for people to fear. But I also don't think that, like, I don't think that, and I thought this before October 7th, I think this after October 7th, I don't think every single conversation about Palestinian activism needs to include a conversation about anti-Semitism, because I don't think that those two are related. I don't think that they're intrinsically related. I don't think that they're essentially related. And I don't think the majority of people, the overwhelming majority of people that care about Palestinian rights, are anti-Semites. I just don't. I don't see evidence of that. I see it persisting on the right. And I see it persisting from, like she's saying, from the dangerous conflation of from Zionism and Semitism. That framing is the only way that you can make any sense of the points she brings. Wait. That framing is the only way that you can make any of these points she brings up make remote sense. What, that she thinks that, like, anti-Semitism and the Palestinian cause are just, like, inextricably linked. Like, again, I'm like, this is what this, like, whole, like, so I approach the issue cautiously. This whole section, to me, is something to be shown and not told. If she feels that people don't speak out about the genocide in a responsible way, then be the example, like be the change that you want to see in the world, girl. Then speak about it in a responsible way. Give people the blueprints for what you feel is responsible messaging surrounding activism related to Palestine. Just do the thing. This scolding to me only serves to, I guess, like chill dissent and criticism. Is this the Contra yapping that got her in hot water? It is. It is. No, your prior chat message. I can't read your prior chat message out loud. Bitterness. Much of the online left spent all of 2024 single-mindedly focused on Palestine and the complicity of Democratic politicians in sending aid to Israel. This campaign had the following effects. Wait, what? Much of the online left spent all of their... Okay, so at this point, again, bitterness. Like, we're talking about, like, hyper online shit. We're not talking about, like, electoral results. We're not talking about, like, data. It's like narrative crafting surrounding what was on her timeline, which is highly manicured to her specific preferences. And does not give you, like, and as reinforcing. That is literally how social media algorithms exist to be. So I'm sure that according to your timeline at this time in 2024, what you were interacting with and what you were seeing was this single-minded focus on Palestine, was people talking about the complicity of Democratic politicians. For one, I don't have an issue with this because the Democrats were complicit in this. You think that when historians write the chapters, write the chapters on this genocide, that there's going to be a separate chapter for the Biden administration and then like a separate chapter for Donald Trump's administration? There's not. They're both complicit. Democrats are complicit we're complicit in this. That should be called out and opposed. And people should speak up about that. And you shouldn't just give them a pass because they have a D next to their name. And I don't think that she's saying that. But the takeaway from this only serves to demotivate people from even like talking about this. Because it gives the sense that like you need to like side eye and be very, very like she said, people don't know enough about anti-Semitism to recognize when like anti-Zionism or whatever is like brushing up against anti-Semitism. Maybe I just give more credit to people than she does, especially the most like ardent pro-Palestine people or pro-Palestine activists. Hi, what's going on? Who's we? We're going over Contrapoints' message on Palestine. What is it? And like again, the online left. Okay, like I'll grant the premise. Like the online left is focusing on pushing Democrats because Democrats were in charge and Democrats are the party that if they vote, they would vote for. So you have more sway as a constituent of the Democratic Party with them and their elected leaders than you do if you're trying to pressure a Republican to change. Because if you call your Republican representative and they like, if you tell them I didn't vote for you, but you should still change it or whatever, they're not going to fucking listen to you because they don't get your vote. So why would they listen to you? So yes, the left focus on the Democrats, again, not only because they were in power, but also because that's who they have political capital and sway with. That's where they're voting. I wouldn't say, again, it was like single-mindedly like focused on Palestine or whatever. This campaign had the following effects. Your Palestinian lives were saved. Not one fewer bomb or bullet was fired by the IDF, but it's like, but that's let me finish reading. 2, it may have slightly contributed to the re-election of Trump. You not standing Kamala Harris enough contributed to the re-election of Trump? Again, she's imbuing all of these like atomized individual random voters, people online, with all of this power. But like there's none of it for the politicians that actually hold office, that actually take money from AIPAC, that actually voted to support this. How does that make sense? How is it that it's not the Democrats' fault for not meeting their base where they were at on this, for not pivoting when they could see it was unpopular? It's your fault for being angry about it and trying to hold them accountable and trying to get them to change their position. It's your fault for not being enthusiastic about it. It's your fault. It's your fault. It's your fault. How? The people who voted for Trump are the people that contributed to the re-election of Trump. And then besides those people, the people that or the Democratic Party that made a deliberate choice not to change on this issue. They clearly thought they could win without this base, to ignore the uncommitted movement, to not let a Palestinian speaker talk at the DNC, to not speak out, to continue voting to send arms to Israel with no conditions, effectively. I think that had more to do with the re-election of Trump than communists on Twitter LARPing. I gotta be real. Like, this is also the weird thing. It's like, people will simultaneously say, the online left is just a bunch of LARPers. They don't matter. They're irrelevant. They don't even vote. It's young people. They talk a big game and they may go to protest, but they think both parties are the same. And it's like, okay, so if you think these people are irrelevant, if you think these people are LARPers and they're silly, then why bother addressing them? You can even, or like her responding to this and even making this message is like a case study for how public pressure works. Especially when there's not like, Contrapoints doesn't take money from AIPAC. So she like caved to public pressure, But if you, like Natalie, you're like a micro celebrity online, cave to these quote unquote irrelevant people on Twitter to make a statement, doesn't that show you that like speaking out and drawing attention to a cause and causing a fucking ruckus and disrupting the status quo and making it clear that this position is not acceptable? So long as you hold this position, I'm going to criticize you. I'm going to give you shit. And I'm not changing, like, I'm not going to stop that until you do. Doesn't that tell you that there is, like, it's not futile to try to call people out, to hold them accountable, to speak out for something? It worked on you. And this was so you could address people that you think are irrelevant. Like, irrelevant politically, and alienate other people. And yet you still took time out of your day to address them. The sad part about Contrapoints is that she literally is the meme of, I don't want to solve the problem, I just want to critique the problem. I don't want to solve the genocide, I just want to critique the people protesting the genocide. I get her point. It's all useless weaponization of shame that amounts to nothing, but it doesn't amount to nothing. I don't think 700,000 people showing up to the polls and attempting to pressure Democrats is nothing. I think what ends up, it feels like nothing because the Democratic establishment didn't respond to meet their voters where they were at. Because they clearly thought they didn't need to, or they didn't need them to win. And then Trump was reelected. That was like electoral malfeasance on their part, in my opinion. She says in this essay that the anti-Zionist message is popular, but also that it shrunk the coalition. So which one is it then? It can't be both. Yeah, I guess those are mutually exclusive, right? Like, is it alienating or like what? Like what? I think she's saying, okay, I'll try to reconcile those positions. I think what she's saying is that this vocal minority has chosen to spend a significant amount of their activism and protesting to bringing awareness to like anti-Zionism and to speak out against Zionism, and that it's very, very popular among that small cohort of people, but that it alienates more people. So even if you have like a small base of people that are very, very outspoken about it, for every like one person that they pick up, they've alienated like 2 or 3. While she isn't wrong that the online left is ridiculous, for that to be what drives her coverage of a genocide over the genocide itself is a strange ass priority set. Yeah. This is a dilution of urgency and it reeks of both sides-ism. There's thousands of videos, photos, statements documenting genocide, war crimes, and ethnic cleansing on a mass scale. They're verified, timestamped, geolocated, and corroborated by UN entities. Use your platform to demand that the apartheid ethno-state piss off or shut the fuck up. Yeah, to her, she's like, you're just making people sad by doing this. This reminds me of like Ta-Nehisi Coates, famous American black intellectual. His book Between the World and Me was literally banned, I think, in North Carolina because they said it made the white students feel guilty. Hold on. Bans from schools for white students feel bad. This is called, accepting all the way back up. When Between the World and Me faced a school book ban, Ta-Nehisi Coates decided to report it out. gotta pay for this. Let's see. Please come in handy. Remove paywall. Oh wait. Yay. Okay. I put like white students. I'll put ban. In the months after George Floyd, it became clear that this was a privilege. Out in the real world, teachers, parents, students, and librarians saw in this man's murder an America they had not previously known. And with this new knowledge of the world, there came an urge to understand. When these people spoke out, they found their livelihoods imperiled. They did not have the luxury of declining to defend themselves. I think a lot about this one note I received from Woodland Park, Colorado. The school board was trying to ban Between the World and Me. A resident wrote urging me to reach out to one of the teachers who was fighting it. He believes in you and your message, and so do I. As he's been suffering for it. It felt inhuman to let that pass. What was it? And then I read about Mary Wood. The outlines of the case were not much different from others I'd heard about. She was a teacher in South Carolina who had been forced to drop Between the World and Me from her lesson plan because it made some of her students, in their world, quote unquote, feel uncomfortable and ashamed to be Caucasian. Moreover, they were sure that the very subject of the book, systemic racism, was illegal. These complaints bore an incredible resemblance to the language of 13950, which prohibited divisive concepts that provoked in students discomfort, guilt, anguish, or any other form of psychological distress on account of his or her race or sex. And this was not just the students' complaints that resembled the executive order. The South Carolina 2022 budget contained a prohibition lifted, nearly word for word, from 13950. And I think he's talking about how these bans or whatever functioned. But this whole again, they banned his book because it made white students feel uncomfortable, not because it was untrue, not because they for any other reason other than hurt feelings. That's it. So I don't know. I don't see that as the strategy to embrace here. How much guardrails can you ask people to put on their activism to avoid hurting feelings, when she acknowledges again the stakes here are a genocide. The guardrails, obviously it has to exclude, it can't include bigotry. It would be a non-starter to include bigotry. But then past that certain point, it just seems strange to me to continue to capitulate to that. I fucking hate Ta-Nehisi Coates, but that is so cringe of North Carolina. Is this what she's doing all the time, castigating the online lapses? Is this why she only produces one video a year? Well, I mean, when she produces, I don't know. Again, she talked about Twilight. I've watched this. She talks about gender and sexuality in this. Really, it's more about sexuality. And heteronormativity than it is Twilight, but still 3 hours on Twilight, but this Reddit post on a genocide. Kind of strange. It does speak to her priorities though. Making protests, whatever. It may have slightly contributed to the re-election of Trump, guaranteeing that the U.S. will put no diplomatic pressure on Netanyahu for at least 4 years. Again, what this assumes that Democrats were putting the amount of diplomatic pressure on Israel that they needed to. Those videos take weeks of work, to be fair. I mean, we're talking 3 hours on a movie from 2009. What? You think I'm trying to downplay her work? That's not what I'm saying. I know how long her videos take or whatever. She she makes fucking tens of thousands of dollars a month on Patreon. She's well paid for this, right? And people want her to produce these cinematic videos, and that's fine. That's completely fine. But it just seems strange for her to talk about again in this the futility of words and arguments, and this is less than helpful. And it's how can that be when you're literally a video essayist that talks about political subjects and topics? I don't get it. Past a certain point, if you're not careful, you start to argue against the concept of advertising and propaganda and the words of the meaning of words themselves when you make these arguments. Of it doesn't matter, nothing, you're just shouting into the void, you're not saying anything or whatever. When she has this size of a platform, I think they meant the other person, not you. Oh. Probably. The end result is engaging and enabling both the behavior she states she is against in her silence and esoterically the genocide itself. Yeah. Because again, like, and I said this on Twitter, because I got backlash for my tweet, because they were like, why are you criticizing it? Why are you criticizing it? And it's like, because she spends more time in this distancing herself from the people that are protesting the genocide than the people who support the genocide. How does that happen? Okay. No diplomatic pressure and making protests against Israel both much riskier and less effective. Trump is also, incidentally, a menace to me and basically everyone I care about. A perfectly enlightened being would feel no bitterness about this, but I do. Yes, Trump is bad. None of this is the fault of Palestinians, of course, who are overwhelmingly the victims here. I hope that someday American policy will shift in their favor and I continue to support the cause. Could you imagine her saying this or responding favorably to this about any other demographic? Any other demographic. Let's use trans people, because trans rights ain't looking that great in the United States right now, given who's in office and the fact that, like, Democrats are shying away from being outspoken about their support for queer people in this country because it's becoming unpopular. So this, like, again, none of this is the fault of trans people, of course, who are overwhelmingly the victims here in the United States when it comes to, like, LGBT civil rights. I hope that someday American policy will shift in their favor and I will continue to support that cause. Like, but she just means, like, quietly in her heart. Like, she's not going to speak out against it. She's just going to support it in her brain instead of making use of, like, her massive platform or talking to people about it to educate them about it. Oh, wait, that's not what you're going to do, right? Because you've dedicated, like, again, gender critical, explaining trans issues, beauty. She talks about being trans, transgenders. This is about trying to educate the people, the public on the identity and experience of trans people. Are traps gay? This goes into sexuality and gender as well. The darkness. She talks about how like self-deprecating transphobic humor, quote unquote, can be dark and edgy and funny, and how people, like, when cis people make jokes about trans people, they don't understand trans people, so they can't make any funny jokes about them because they don't know what the funny things are. In pronouns, this is talking about how the conversation surrounding what is a woman is really a conversation about language. It's not a conversation about biology and trying to help people understand the difference. Tiffany Tumbles, she talks in this video about like pick me trans people that think that the best way to secure their rights is by capitulating to the sensibilities of bigots, and how that's a futile enterprise because you will never actually be seen or respected by those people who are just cynically weaponizing your voice for their own transphobic agenda or their own bigoted agenda. So allying with them is not going to get you much. Contra needs to tune. It's autogynephilia. This is debunking Blanchardism and lies about, like, the existence of trans people and trans medicalism. So, like, I would never, it's just insane to me that this statement can come from somebody who's, again, their job as a political YouTuber is to make these essays talking about all sorts of topics, but one that she has repeatedly visited and felt was prudent to educate people on and use her platform outside of racism was opposing transphobia and helping humanize trans people to what is a mostly cisgender audience and, like, de-radicalizing people. It's just crazy. She would say that, like, you know, like, I hope someday it happens. I hope someday, like policy shifts in their favor or whatever. Like, TLDR, I see the situation as bleak, intractable, extremely divisive, and devoid of any element that could be appropriately transformed to political entertainment. Like, in the same post where we're talking about how you acknowledge that this is a genocide, the thing that popped into your mind is, like, could this be turned into political entertainment? Like, why are you thinking about turning it into political entertainment? If you don't feel that a video is the best way to go about using your platform to speak out against it, then don't make a video. That's fine, okay? I am confused by that because you have demonstrated time and time again it is possible to approach issues, even dark ones, even sinister ones, and, like, even topics as, like, serious as bigotry and white supremacy, you have found a way to make it interesting and fun to and like digestible for people to talk about. I feel like I think Natalie's content is amazing and so smart that I know that she's capable of doing that even with this, that I just feel like she is either putting constraints, like she's downplaying what she's like capable of, for one. She just doesn't want to, and she's like using that as the reason. It's so dumb coming from her. She's a smart person. She's not just some rando liberal dipshit. If anything, she should know not to be so intellectually lazy. Like, man, that's why I haven't made a video about it. And again, I think that this is like already like a false premise, because it was like the majority of people weren't even asking her to make a video. They were just asking her to use her platform to speak out. Whichever way that she felt appropriate, whichever got the most, was like that she felt was going to be the most effective, is probably what people wanted. It does seem cynical that her conclusion is that it would make bad content. Yeah. Like, again, why are we thinking about turning, like, again, the genocide into political entertainment? Hopefully it goes without saying that these are just my thoughts. I'm sure other bread tubers will have different opinions, and different opinions they did. I think I haven't seen it, but somebody said that Big Joel reacted to it, so I want to see what he has to say about it. Big Joel is like, I guess, a bread tuber. Isn't he Biggest Joel? Oh, maybe he did it on Blue Sky. Do I have to go to Blue Sky? Do I have to log into my Blue Sky? HBomberGuy hasn't made a video on it, has he? I haven't heard people asking him about it. I saw this video from this guy talking about it. Let me see. Oh, he did an update already. Okay. The death of RedTube creator responsibility in Israel.
My work is easy.
3 days ago, and I think he talks about HBomberGuy and this, like what he's done.
Points go from one of them and accept that people are going to judge them for it, because it's perfectly a fine thing to do, that if you prioritize career over principles. But there's just the caveat with these people. Of course, she's talented in her own right as an actress, but at the same time, you did become famous through this crowdfunded YouTube channel talking about left-wing politics and morals, specifically even making videos about Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. People are right to maybe be upset if they're fans of yours that you don't talk about these things. So finally, let's move on to a third creator I want to talk about. So HBomberGuy, like, doesn't even release videos pretty much. The last one was, like a year and a half ago. There's Patreon exclusive videos about Oreos or something, I think I saw. People have been asking on his subreddit for a while, like, you think he's going to make a video on Gaza? It's pretty clear he's not going to make one. And this post here says, he seems to care about the subject. It'd be great to see him present the facts in a video, for it might land his channel in the drama void. I would really doubt.
How much do I have to donate to give you YouTube Premium? You have to pay like isn't it like $17 a month? You could, if you want to donate $17 a month, donation link pinned in chat. I would get YouTube Premium.
It's fine if he doesn't cover it. Probably easier for him. It's depressing.
What I really need to get is an update to uBlock Origin, because YouTube has found a way to like get around the ad block.
But it has been getting more and more obscure, and it would be a crime to let such an important issue fade from the public view. So people got really funny with me.
I will deadass tier 3 sub if you actually purchase it. If you do that, I will purchase it.
Because when it started,
that will go directly to the Labubu collection. It's lies. I have all the Labubus I could want.
Put out like some terrible statement about how he couldn't say anything because he doesn't know enough and it wouldn't be helpful. He did delete it and he backtracked, he posted fundraisers, and he has tweeted pretty consistently anti-Israeli stuff, or should I more say...
See, why do people, instead of, when people say like, oh, I don't know enough about this to use sponsor block, okay, I'll look into it. Hold on, let me... Sponsor block. I'm sending that to Lycan so I don't forget what it's called. When they're like, oh, I don't know enough to comment, I'm like, then educate yourself and make a comment, no?
He's retweeted things. He hasn't actually posted many things. He did post some stuff, which is actually shared in the thread here, but I clicked on all of them. It seems they're all deleted. Tweets that said, like, what could Israel possibly do to get condemned by world leaders at this point? I want to know. If this isn't a war crime, what is left that would be? If you're wondering why the TikTok generation sides so strongly with Palestine, it's because the IDF keeps posting videos where they're destroying children's homes. If you're wondering which country is doing genocide, it's the one trying to dunk on the UN for saying war crimes are bad. So those are all deleted. Again, I don't know why, but he has used his platform to kind of talk about this stuff, but people who are his
Mosby, thank you for the tier 3 subscription. I promise you, okay, after stream today, I will get YouTube Premium, like off stream. I'm not going to purchase it here, but I really, really appreciate it. And thank you so much. And I will get YouTube Premium, and we are now going to have an ad-free experience, you guys.
fans are still annoyed. Like I was saying at the time, like you should use your platform, you should feel some sort of responsibility. I do understand, like I'm not completely dismissing that certain creators view their videos differently, but there are other things you can kind of do with your platform. Like Sean did that massive live stream, Noah did that marathon stream. These aren't prolific content creators either. They're not releasing videos 3 times a week like myself. I just don't really accept it as a justification for not using your platform. And again, these 3 creators, American and British, when you're seeing what Trump is using, like Israel's actions to do in the US with his war on free speech, allegedly attacking everyone who's anti-Semitic. I mean, in the UK, as I already said, Palestine Action has been made a terror group. The police have been increasingly brutalizing pro-Palestinian protesters.
Am I the only one who hates talking about the solution when we can't even get the genocide to stop? That's the thing, is that, like, it really is, like, even before, pre-October 7th, that the issue had fallen off the map. Palestinians have basically been left to rot and die, confined to the West Bank and Gaza and the apartheid state that is Israel. That was already not, like, a serious conversation to begin with. And now it's even less so while there's an ongoing genocide. Like, we can talk about all of that. The first priority is stopping the genocide. Once after that's happened, then we can move on to other things. But I find it's pointless to talk about it.
And they're setting the stage for something far worse to happen. We are living,
and really, it just ends up being this thing as like it ends up being like a prerequisite. Like before you're allowed to speak out for Palestinians or talk about Palestinian dignity, first you need to do all the virtue signals, which is funny because all these people say that they're against virtue signaling, but really what they're demanding is virtue signals. You need to say Israel has a right to exist. Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. You need to condemn Hamas, and you need to say, you need to recognize Israel and say that there needs to be like a 2-state solution. And only then will I hear you out about Palestinian rights. And that's just wrong to me. Could you imagine if Israelis were asked to condemn Bibi Netanyahu before they were allowed to mourn and grieve people lost on October 7th? Of course not. So why is that the case for Palestinians?
a time where the fascist laws are being created and the Islamophobia is being ramped up, because what is coming next and people aren't talking about is climate change is going to create loads of climate.
Okay, we're on climate change, but point being that it seems like HBomberGuy had said somewhere on his Patreon, like, oh, I would talk more, but I don't know enough about it. I don't want to say the wrong thing instead of educating himself, but okay. We're asking people to help educate him, you know? Again, like, these people have they're like wealthy. They're wealthy political YouTubers. So like, yeah, I do hold them to not a higher standard, but I guess just like a different standard. Like, how is it that you're getting like that, like Game of Thrones actors are like getting on like freedom flotillas with fucking Greta Thunberg to help break the blockade and bring aid. And Miss Rachel is like using her platform to talk about like, you know, kids having a right to not be fucking bombed. Like, that is doing more than like these people that are supposedly political YouTubers. Okay, this was 10 hours ago when they locked it. All right, folks, this thread has run its course. To those who participated here with civil and constructive discourse, thank you. Unfortunately, the remaining responses at this time fall into 2 categories. 1, responses misrepresenting what Natalie said. 2, responses attempting to join the Israel/Palestine conflict by proxy. Both of these modes are violations of our community rules, which forbid misrepresenting someone else's position and forbid derailing threads from the topic. The summary of the topic on this thread. Natalie said, 1, she's a political entertainer. 2, she produces video as political entertainment. 3, a group approached her and asked her to make a video about the Israel/Palestine conflict. I mean, that's what she says happened, but I disagree with this characterization or whatever. I think that like really what was requested by this group or whatever, and it's like it's not even like a cohesive group because these people are not all in cahoots with each other. It's like a bunch of people online that are like her fans and leftists or whatever, not in a coordinated fashion approaching her. It's a bunch of like people just responding to her tweets. A group. She feels many things about the conflict, as she said, but among these are the sincere beliefs that using the genocide of Palestinians as political entertainment is inappropriate. Again, like, do you think that, again, jokes aside, do you think that the type of video they were asking you to make is like, yeah, you got to pour milk on Benjamin Netanyahu? It's like, not like they trust your vision. They know that you're smart. They know you can make even the darkest topics approachable and understandable to educate people. I think what they were asking was less about, a request for a specific scenario like that or whatever, and just like silliness, and something like, you know, you could handle the topic with some levity, right? Leftist occupied groups or logs, if you will. The secret cabal controlling everything on X, the everything app. And that any informal speech about the conflict raises the specter of that speech being misconstrued to amplify patterns or trends of anti-Semitism and or Islamophobia. Could you imagine this with, like, again, anything else, like, wait, and or Islamophobia? She never mentioned Islamophobia once in this. This is a very, this mod is being charitable to the point of dishonesty, because there was no mention of Islamophobia or bigotry against Muslims whatsoever. She does not believe she can make a video that satisfies the group that requested one, and which video will not be misconstrued or misused to promote harm to those affected by major violent events. Like, Contrapoints, I don't think that, again, your audience, like, could be weapon, like, I don't even get what the argument is here. I'll be honest. Like, has any of her I can think of one time where she's reported that her video or her message was, like, muddled and lost, because in the witch trials of J.K. Rowling, she talks about how she did an interview with a group that was like a TERF group, and she didn't realize it. But then she made that whole video in response, right? That's the only time I can think where her video was, like, weaponized and misconstrued to promote an agenda that she didn't agree with or promoted bigotry. That for the above, what is it? That for the above reasons and more, she has declined to make a video on the subject. Additionally, she has stated that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza. She opposes this genocide. She has donated to Palestinian relief efforts. And I am happy that she stated this. I wish she spent more time just asking other people to care instead of hand-wringing about, like, giving the impression that, like, any sort of Palestinian activism or whatever necessarily devolves into anti-Semitism, and that it's so thorny that she, like, can't bring herself to support it because she feels like she's sanctioning bigotry. Because what you're really saying is, like, again, this is, like, this movement is essentially, like, it's inextricably linked with anti-Semitism, and it's just not. The other thing that she talks about is, like, oh, these leftists, like, want a one state. Like, there's nothing in it for, there's nothing in IHL for one state. I understand that. I acknowledge that. I don't like it, but I acknowledge it, okay? But it really is not a fringe position when, like, even Edward Said, at one point, a Palestinian, like, probably the most prominent Palestinian intellectual in the West, who wrote The Question of Palestine, was Palestinian himself, was born in Palestine, advocated for a one-state solution. Edward Said, The One-State Solution. New York Times. This was written January 10th, 1999. The One-State Solution. Given the collapse of the Netanyahu government over the peace agreement, it is time to question whether the entire process begun in Oslo in 1993 is the right instrument for bringing peace between Palestinians and Israelis. It is my view that the peace process has in fact put off the real reconciliation that must occur if the 100-year war between Zionism and the Palestinian people is to end. Oslo set the stage for separation, but real peace can only come with a binational Israeli-Palestinian state. This crazy leftist, man, he's so crazy, so unreasonable. This is not easy to imagine. The Zionist-Israeli official narrative and the Palestinian one are irreconcilable. Israelis say they've waged a war of liberation and so achieved independence. Palestinians say their society was destroyed, most of the population evicted. And in fact, this irreconcilability was already quite obvious to several generations of early Zionist leaders and thinkers, and as of course it was to all Palestinians. And he goes on to talk about it. Clearly, a system of privileging Israeli Jews will satisfy neither those who want an entirely homogenous Jewish state, nor those who live there but are not Jewish. For the former, Palestinians are an obstacle to be disposed of somehow. For the latter, being Palestinian in a Jewish polity means forever chafing at inferior status. But Israeli Palestinians don't want to move. They say they're already in their country and refuse any talk of joining a separate Palestinian state should one come into being. Meanwhile, the impoverishing conditions imposed on Arafat are making it difficult for him to subdue the highly politicized inhabitants of Gaza and the West Bank. These Palestinians have aspirations for self-determination that, contrary to Israeli calculations, show no sign of withering away. It is also evident that as an Arab people, and given the despondently cold peace treaties between Israel and Egypt and Israel and Jordan, this fact is important. Palestinians want at all costs to preserve their Arab identity as part of the surrounding Arab and Islamic world. For all of this, the problem is that Palestinian self-determination in a separate state is unworkable, just as unworkable as the principle of separation between a demographically mixed, irreversibly connected Arab population without sovereignty and a Jewish population with it. The question, I believe, is not how to devise means for persisting and trying to separate them, but to see whether it is possible for them to live together as fairly and peacefully as possible. Okay. They closed the topic, the moderation team. Queen, please get off the Nazi app. It will only hurt you. Dealing with other people's weaponized expectation of you is exhausting. I find it particularly interesting when you talk about people expecting you to add your voice to the froth and the fury around the genocide, when one of the main reasons I get excited about what you've got to say is the consistent nuance you bring to subjects. I've learned a lot from you over the years, so thank you. May you continue to be nuanced. Okay, again, this was not nuanced. This was masquerading as nuance, but it wasn't actually that. It's a digital mob, says Patriot Pete. Hold on. Now I'm doing the PBD thing. I have to pull my own tweet, obviously. It was a hot take to some, apparently. So I said this in response of it. So this is where the thing was posted. And I said that it's crazy that Ms. Rachel, a children's entertainer, has done a better job speaking up for Palestinians than many liberal and progressive political creators. And then I immediately get ratioed by Hudge. What is your specific problem with their post? And I said, there are a few points Contrapoints makes that I agree on. We just talked about them at length. But overall, it reads to me as a long-winded rationalization for an action that's framed as moral nuance, which that clearly, again, people seem to think that this was like nuance, but to me, it was anything but. She acknowledges the ongoing genocide and has donated to Palestinian causes, which is more than many and commendable, but devotes more energy distancing herself from those protesting said genocide than from those supporting it, tacitly or otherwise. I'll be discussing this more on stream. Now we are here. But yeah. He and I are going to talk about it at some point. I got to DM him. But I think he covered it today. I'll probably go back and watch. God forbid you criticize her. She's perfect and mother. Dude, I got insane replies to this tweet. I got insane. It's like, it just goes to show that it's not specific to any one political faction or anything like that. Like, as somebody else said, what did they say? I think it was in response to this. Hutch was like fighting with people. Somebody was like, why didn't you put that? That's like a fair point. Why didn't you put that? Or something like that. Yeah, they said, I kind of wish you had just said this in the original post as it's fair criticism. And I said, hindsight's always 20/20, but I doubt that doing that would have made too much of a difference to most people that disagree with me on this. Many are simply not going to like them criticizing her at all. And I really do feel like the issue was that I criticized her. Because my replies to this were just people being like, your statement's meaningless. You're mad that she's not virtue signaling or whatever. And it's one of those things that it's like, fine. Like if I even, let me grant that bad faith premise that I'm mad that she's not virtue signaling enough. It's like, no, based on her own stated principles, I think that her conclusions from her premises are strange, bizarre, and like nonsensical. They're irrational to me, for one. For two, fine, let me grant that I want her to virtue signal. Yes, I would like her to signal the virtue that she is against genocide. I would like her to do that loudly. I would like her to draw more attention to it. I would like her to do whatever she could. I would like everybody to do whatever they feel that they could to draw attention to it, right? Not enough empty virtue signaling for you. You have no serious criticism, and you're effectively a useless human being. That's because Mrs. Rachel doesn't actually think about the entirety of this war and merely thinks about the children affected by it. But when you're a deeper thinker, you have to contend with the practicalities of the war, along with different moral perspectives. Like, this is an insane thing to say. This is an insane thing to say. This reminds me of, like, fuck, who was it? Was it, like, fucking, I can't, if it was, like, Gaddafi or somebody who was, like, he was, like, dropping, there was, like, a dictator that was dropping, like, sarin gas or something, or, like mustard gas on their population. And they're effectively asked, like, why are you doing that? Like, why did you do this at a trial? And he pretty much says, that would take books to explain. Like, oh, you couldn't understand the reasons behind, like, why we must do these things, you know? No. I don't think that, like, what does Ms. Rachel need to think, or what context does she need? Saddam Hussein, yes, it was Saddam Hussein. He effectively, like, says this. There's no context for it. It can help me understand it. Like, as in, it can help me understand how we got to this point. But there's nothing you're going to be able to put in front of me that's going to make me be like, oh, well, you didn't tell me that. That's why you needed to bomb kids. Now I get it. It's never going to happen. It should not happen to anybody. I fucking worry about people that think this way. I don't know how they sleep at night. I worry that they can sleep at night, frankly, because they sleep perfectly fine. How do you think this way? It is demented to me. It's probably because Ms. Rachel, while adorable and very kind, is a moron. She's a moron, you guys. She's an idiot for not liking that kids are dying and having, like, and it's completely avoidable. This is a man-made humanitarian disaster that, again, completely avoidable. And she's just a moron. She just doesn't get it. Because when you stop and think, you have a minimal understanding of the conflict. You understand it has complexity and that there are humans on both sides. Like, what? Like, what? You think that she doesn't get that? What moral complexity does she need that is supposed to get her to the point where she's okay with child murder or civilian death? What am I missing? What are we missing here? Somebody put, which side is wanted in terms of the killing of the other side, and which side is backed by my tax dollars? What's complex about wanting them to stop killing Palestinian people? Okay, so another example of someone who is a bit too simple for me, geopolitics. No one won, everyone lost from day one. Okay, so you're an idiot. Got it. So when you called her a moron, that was like just projection, right? Also, like, this is, to even fight on these terms is stupid, but Miss Rachel literally has like a master's degree in like childhood education, and she runs one of the most successful children's entertainment YouTube channels. Yeah.
Hi, friends.
Okay, I'm not gonna steal her content, but 15.7 million subscribers. In 1 month, her 42 million views, 72 million views, 128 million views. This is like a beloved child this is like basically female Mr. Rogers. And is educated to do so. But yeah, you're the smart one, right? And she's like the moron. You're a moron for thinking children shouldn't be bombed. Checkmate. Checkmate leftist. Not even just like checkmate leftist, like checkmate, like just anybody who's like a decent human being who's upset about like human suffering. No one is required just because you want to hear it to speak up. This is cringe, pointless virtue signaling people tend to love is the stupidest shit, and I'll never understand it. Are you schizophrenic still inventing shit to get mad at Natalie about? Please pinpoint your issue with the post. This person posted that after I had already replied to Hutch. Lefties are actual children. Contra has done more for Palestine than 99% of you by actually donating money, but because she's not virtue signaling as hard, she's barely an ally. I mean, like, okay. 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 What are you going to say to that? Here's the thing. Hold on. Like on this. So I saw this last time I was covering it. Did Miss Rachel condemn Hamas? She was accused of being funded by Hamas, and the New York Times actually asked her, were you funded by Hamas? Even though they had no evidence for that. White hot celebrity Miss Rachel waded into the Gaza debate. Facing criticism, Rachel Caruso defends making the plight of children in Gaza a primary focus on her social media feeds. If I put Hamas, unfortunately, what comes up is last month, the advocacy group Stop Anti-Semitism labeled Caruso the anti-Semite of the week, and the New York Post reported sent a letter urging Attorney General Pam Bondi to investigate whether Caruso is receiving funding to further Hamas's agenda. Caruso posted nearly 50 times about the children of Gaza, most of which is filled with misinformation from Hamas, and only 5 times about Israeli children. The group, which monitors statements about Israel on social media accounts of prominent figures, said on its website, in the case of the Israeli children, she only posted due to widespread public backlash, never condemning Hamas and the Palestinians. So, like, literally, they got mad that she didn't condemn Hamas. Caruso, 42, in an emailed response, denied having received money from Hamas. This accusation is not only absurd, it's patently false. The fact that they even asked her. Caruso said, the reason I post about Israeli children is because I care deeply about them. The accusation I would be doing it for any other reason is outrageous and wrong. It is just so frustrating to me because this is not fucking journalism to me. They didn't have any evidence for that. Even the New York Post says that. So when the New York Times says this, they just ask instead of just stating, like, you don't need to ask her because they've not actually provided any evidence that she is. YouTube star Miss Rachel should be investigated for spreading Hamas propaganda over posts about Gaza kids, anti-Semitism groups tells AG Pam Bondi. This was April 7, 2025. Here's the anti-Semitism. This is a prayer for children in Gaza. Please stop hurting them. Stop anti-Semitism says the influencer's posts are anti-Israel. Like, this is insane. You are literally saying that being against children dying, being bombed, being starved, losing limbs, that's now anti-Semitism? A post Miss Rachel made about praying for the children in Gaza during the war between Hamas and Israel. And if I put Hamas, what do they say? Yeah, YouTube's top toddler whisperer Miss Rachel should be investigated over whether she's paid to spread Hamas-aligned propaganda for her posts about the deaths of kids in Israel or in Gaza. A major anti-Semitism group tells Attorney General Pam Bondi. The group says these posts are anti-Israel and are meant to inspire pro-Hamas sympathies among young kids. Again, asking people to pray for kids in Gaza. You're spreading pro-Hamas propaganda now. Children, you mean small terrorists? I mean, literally, like, when the media represents it, like, where's that fucking meme? It's like a baby or whatever when it comes to, like, describing, like, a fucking 30-year-old IDF soldier versus, like, a Palestinian, like, 15-year-old, like, super soldier, and it, like, makes him look like a fucking adult. So let's see where they say. There we go. Stop Anti-Semitism ultimately accused Miss Rachel perpetuating Hamas's claims of Israel bombing Gaza indiscriminately, a claim that even Biden made at one point, and violating the Geneva Convention by halting aid, the latter of which led to the International Criminal Court to put out an arrest warrant against Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu for crimes against humanity. The Israeli military maintains that it takes all necessary precautions, blah, 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 blah. We're not reading the fucking Hasbara. The Post asked Stop Anti-Semitism if it had any evidence to indicate that Ms. Rachel was being paid to spread Hamas propaganda and not just expressing her free speech rights. Let's see what evidence they had for this claim. It's not a secret. Influencers such as Ms. Rachel often have paid collaborations on social media. That being said, we could not help but notice post 10/7, Ms. Rachel posting a massive barrage of anti-Israel propaganda. This was at the same time as other social media influencers were being paid to post. So, no. That's a resounding no. You had no fucking evidence to accuse and basically slander this fucking woman as being a fucking agent of Hamas by bringing attention to Gaza and the humanitarian crisis there and the kids that are being harmed. We are merely asking the AG to investigate. While Ms. Rachel is entitled to her opinions and to exercise her free speech rights, clearly not, right? Because you have no evidence and this was still looked into. There are laws that require those being paid by foreign countries to disclose those things. Foreign agents must register. Again, the irony of this group stop anti-Semitism, which I'm sure is completely fine with AIPAC, wanting foreign agents to register as such. We're gonna go for Miss Rachel, but not AIPAC. Okay. Describing child victims as women was a great meme. 6-year-old woman died. Kidnapped from a tank. 29-year-old IDF soldier kidnapped from a tank. Let's see what else. I don't know if the vids and pictures have no effect. Independent Dem favorability for Israel collapsed over the last 5 years. Exactly. Just because things won't improve right now doesn't mean you have to stop fighting for things you believe in. I can handle disappointments of people I have previously admired, but this is too much. If you recognize a genocide, you might want to act as such. Focusing on what random people say online isn't a solution to anything. Yep. Which is so funny because all of the people in my replies that are like, you don't have a fucking solution, man. It's like, I mean, she doesn't really either, right? Like, if this is what she's prioritizing doing. BTW slander equals spoken defamation, libel, written. Oh, I guess it would be like, yeah, it would be more like akin to libelous. Israeli hostage tragically kidnapped from tank, yeah. Let's see. As a person of Mexican heritage, as am I, let's see, who is surrounded by immigrants in my life, I feel what Natalie is saying about being bothered by the single-minded focus on Gaza. But she didn't even substantiate that. That was a vibes thing. She said that that was the only thing that they're doing. And for one, it's like, yes, I would say that, again, a genocide, like I hate to do the oppression hierarchy, like oppression Olympic shit, but yes, a genocide is more serious than mass deportation camps. I will be honest. If I'm being made to compare these two things because of this person. Genocide is like the crime of all crimes, no? Let me preface this by saying I speak Arabic. I have a degree in Middle Eastern. So why do people do all of this shit? Just hate your opinion. I have a degree in Middle Eastern studies, and have been a member of various groups that support Palestinian liberation. The fact is, a lot of people don't understand the geopolitics behind U.S. support of Israel and all the factors that would need to change to actually stop the current genocide. The chances of any positive developments happening for Palestinians with Trump and the GOP in power is near zero. We have lost every single branch of government. There's nothing any domestic protest in the next few years is going to change but the situation in Gaza at this point. So do nothing? Again, you speak Arabic and English, you have a degree in Middle Eastern studies, and you're arguing against the concept of protest. This would be like arguing like, what's the point in, yeah, all Democrats should resign. Got it. Yeah, there's no point, right? Because they can do whatever they want. They have the majority, so fuck it. Don't even put up in opposition to them. The thing that bothers me is, like, I'm just so, like, again, this is like saying to Vietnam protesters, why are you protesting? I know Nixon ran on wanting to end the war. Does that sound familiar? Like Donald Trump ran on wanting to bring peace in the Middle East. Clearly that's not fucking happening. But you should stop protesting because he's not going to do it. He's like bombing Cambodia right now. He doesn't give a fuck. You're wasting your time. You're wasting your breath. I don't know. I don't get it. I consider myself a leftist, but also acknowledge that the leftists who refuse to vote for anyone left of center who wasn't angry enough on Palestine have actively put the Latino community in danger as they have helped directly contribute to the re-election of Trump. Oh my God. I don't understand how these people blame atomized individual random fucking shit posters on Twitter more than they blame elected officials that have political party, like that have political power, operate within one of two major political parties in the United States, and are funded by different interest groups. Why is the onus ever on them? It's always on voters. I don't get it. The modern Gestapo is occupying my hometown right now, hell-bent and terrorizing the whole city of LA. Anyone who abstained from voting contributed to this situation. Okay, cool. Like, imagine if they were dropping bombs on LA, dude. The leftist commitment to, I consider myself a leftist. It's like, with this analysis, dude, I don't. The leftist commitment to the Gaza issue feels similar to pro-life single-issue voters abandoning all of their issues for this one thing that they don't fully understand. Yes, it's a genocide, and yes, what is happening is horrific, but welcome to Nazi America. Horror is the norm now. I love how, again, Contra's post was to say that leftists were the one contributing to nihilism. The leftists are the one that are not giving people tangible goals to reach to. When this comment section is filled with people that are praising her for not saying more because it's too complicated and are saying, yeah, don't speak up. It's not going to make a difference. Like, what the fuck? I don't get it. How is this any more productive than what those people do? If I'm to grant your premise, which I don't. This is so, they're like off here like circle jerking, like proud that they're not doing anything. Make it make sense, dude. Okay. I don't know if I can, I don't know. Oh, that's why I pulled this up. Yeah. So somebody said, what was it? So this meme, decolonize Russia, any criticism, tankies for some reason, Russia, far-right corrupt country run by oligarchs. This was June 19th. This is June 19th of last year. This is why they shouldn't really be called tankies IMO. Tanky refers to an apologist for a Soviet aggression. These people are campists. They view the US/Western powers as uniquely evil and support any opposition power, even if it's a far-right oligarchy. I agree to never teaming up with the far-right goons, but I have to ask, do you not see the US and West as uniquely evil? Not as uniquely evil, no, but it is the current leader in the empire wars and has its moral upsides and downsides. Somebody else. I'm not defending Russia in any way, but the U.S. is a white settler colony that is currently bankrolling another colony's ethnic cleansing. If that isn't uniquely evil in 2025, then I don't know what is. She puts killing 60,000 people as probably the worst atrocity of the last 2 years, but in the scope of modern history, it is unfortunately far from unique. Like, why was this said? Why did we say this? What is the point of this? This to me just like comes off as like downplaying of atrocities. How about we let's switch some words around here, okay? It's October 8th. No, I guess it's 6 months post October 8th, okay? Or like post October 7th or something like that. A month, whatever. It's post October 7th. And I say in response to somebody being like, "Don't you think that attack was like pretty bad, right?" Killing 1,200 people is probably, one of the worst atrocities since like 9/11. But in the scope of modern history, or like the West has had to confront since 9/11, but in the scope of modern history, it's far from unique. Like, what? Why would it, why? She would obviously call that out. She would see that that's not a productive thing to say. It's like a useless statement. Yeah, it's a genocide and stuff, but did you know that, do you know how many people died at the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki? She was actually making a good point about historical materialism and how evil is a concept that's stupid, and then she immediately destroys it, lol. Well, then she cleaned it up a little bit, right? Note, the Gaza Health Ministry is reporting 56,152 deaths. The actual number is probably higher, possibly much higher. I'm in no way trying to downplay the severity. An atrocity can be severe without being one of a kind. My reasons for saying it's not one of a kind are clear from the context of the tweet this is a response to. I will leave the tweet up with the note to prevent even more people from taking it out of context. She was trying to downplay it. I don't know that the context really made it much better, because I knew the context of this, and it's just a strange reply. I mean, if you're comparing death tolls from an ongoing atrocity to completed atrocity, that's already apples to oranges. Yep. Then to use a well-known massive undercount is another layer. To then use that to argue that the atrocity isn't that bad is just Holocaust minimization. I don't think she was saying, she's downplaying it, but I don't think she was trying to say it wasn't that bad. Are those mutually exclusive? I don't think she was intending to say it wasn't that bad, but she ends up doing that by downplaying it. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Somebody put, I'm not going to debate the death toll with you, but you know very well there is a uniquely racial component to the Palestinian genocide. It is by far the most extreme example of white supremacy in the 21st century. This is a little bit simplistic, but I mostly agree with it. Without making any excuses for what Israel is doing or has done, I don't think white supremacy is the best framework for understanding the ideology behind it. But apparently you can't interrogate Zionism either, in the context of this conversation, according to Natalie. So I don't know what frame of reference you're supposed to use. You can't use white supremacy is not the best, but also don't talk about Zionism because you're just alienating people. So what the fuck, Natalie? What does that leave people with? How are they supposed to understand this conflict? Anti-Semitism, that's not going to get you very far. You will not understand this conflict if you just assume this is all just rabid Jew hate. You won't get it. IDK wish she brought up white supremacy. She seems like she's really educated. Well, she didn't bring it up. This person did. But she was just saying, I don't think that you're like not going to be able to come to this. Okay. The in-group about, to me, I see it as like, what if I dislike Hamas and Likud at the same time? Do I spontaneously combust? That has never happened simultaneously from a single individual, so be warned. But Western chauvinism would probably be better. You can understand it through white supremacy to me because I think people, in the same way that the West is more predisposed and inclined to support Ukrainians because we see Ukrainians as like us, the U.S. is a white majority country. The same with Israelis. We are told Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, right? We see Israelis as like us. There are a lot of Israeli Americans that have like lived in Israel and then they come to America or whatever. And when you look, and people also like conflate Zionism with Judaism all the time. And so when you look at the demographics of the United States population of Jews, the majority of them are Democrats, the majority of them are progressive, and the majority of them are white. So people assume in the West, because they've never been to the fucking Middle East, they've never been to Israel, they don't know too much about the issue. They assume that it basically is like, okay, it's like the people compare the size of Israel to like this, it's like the state of New Jersey or whatever. I think people really think that Israel is like, instead of it just being like another Middle Eastern country or whatever, they see it as like, oh, it's basically like if like a state within the United States was just like smack dab in the Middle East. But it's like, no, it's a Middle Eastern country still. So. And yep, and this is also leaving out like then you get into the fact that like evangelical Christians are the force that's like driving Zionism in the United States, and evangelical Christians are overwhelmingly going to be white. It's not like I don't think like a religious lens is also the way to like understand this, you know. But it's like it's the savage Arabs versus the white or white passing like Israelis, Jewish Israelis. But yeah, I do think I agree with the person that said what Western chauvinism would be better way of looking at it. But okay, quite enough of that. If you're watching on Twitch and you have not subscribed to me already, what are you doing? You should be subscribed to me. You can get access to an ad-free experience as well as a bunch of cute emotes. And if you already have subscribed, then you can gift subs to others in the chat so you can give them the same experience. And if you're not following me, you should already so you can know when I go live. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream if you haven't already. And subscribe to me there as well. And you can see all my past VODs if you're interested in any of my content. I'm going to be getting an editor soon, and then I will be uploading segments and clips from my live streams. And if you want to support me, you can follow the donation link pinned in my chat or in my YouTube description. And yeah, I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. LMC Fig, thank you for subscribing at the tier 1 subscription. Please enjoy your emotes. And Professor Wobbles, please enjoy your Prime subscription to me. Thank you very, very much. Let's do this. What are we doing? We are doing... Let's end on a fun note. Let's do Adam Friedland reacting to Andrew Cuomo calling him a self-hating Jew. This was just uploaded when I was like putting together what I wanted to do on stream, so I have not seen this. Zionism was a political movement pioneered by white European Jews, so I still feel like it works well in the broader white colonialist framework. Yeah. So the thing, the United States is like a white settler colony. Israel is a white not a white settler colony, but envisioned itself and modeled itself after European was like Herzl was inspired by Rhodes, like Cecil Rhodes. or was it? I can't remember if it was Theodore Herzl, who's like the father of Zionism, or revisionist Zionists like Jabotinsky. But they were trying to. They saw themselves very much in the tradition of European settler colonies, trying to replicate that. Yes, the millennial Jon Stewart himself, you guys. Yeah, Adam Friedland reacts to it's Chris Cuomo. I put Andrew Cuomo, I think, in my YouTube thing. Fuck, I need to change it. Or in my Twitch channel, I need to change it. Chris Cuomo's calling him a self-loathing Jew. Let's see.
About your interview with Chris Cuomo. You guys got into it on a couple of things. He called you self-loathing Jew, which I didn't know is something that Gentiles could throw around.
They won't blame you because you are part of the new self-hating Jew. You're
what do you mean
a bad
self-hating Jew. What do you mean
Yes.
self-hating Jew?
You are
I
a
can't get
Jew
enough of
who
it.
is anti-Israel.
That was like before the election for his bro too. So like that's driving me nuts right now.
Hate Israel, and you're Jewish. Like, you must hate yourself.
Like I was on a show and like Andrew Yang was telling me about what anti-Semitism was. It's just like it's absurd to me. The annoying thing is like I have like Jewish friends that live here too, and all of our parents won't stop calling us because they think it's like the Warsaw Ghetto in New York.
Because of Zoran, or
because the news tells them that it's like there's mobs of murderers.
Columbia is.
It's New York City. It's like it's a nice place where like they're nice restaurants. No one's killing Jewish people in New York. It's still it's still the Jew. I mean, this is the real Jewish. I mean, like, but in reality, it's like
What? He's like, they're not killing Jews in New York. I mean, this is the real. What?
I guess maybe it didn't work as much in the primary because like you can't tell people that actually live here that it is like what they're saying on the news, right? Because we actually live here.
Well, because Cuomo's campaign was that the city is a crime-infested anti-Semitic hellscape. And it's like, go outside.
No one's ever I've never had a fundamentalist Muslim terrorist give me any crap in New York City. What do you like? It's just, I think it's, if anything, the only people I have problems with in New York, and I'm fine saying this publicly, are the Chassids. The traffic is terrible.
Are the what?
If anything, the only people I have problems with in New York, and I'm fine saying this publicly, are the Chassids.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's talking about like Orthodox Jews, the Hasidic Jewish people.
The traffic is terrible. They just stop in the middle of the road. What are you? Have you tried driving through South Williamsburg?
I have not in a while.
It's infuriating.
Do you? Has that been
Is that anti-Semitic? I guess I'm being anti-Semitic.
No.
Learn how to learn. Just be like it's rude. It's rude to be just like
They can't operate motor vehicles on certain days, right? Because they're adhering to like Jewish law, which forbids it. It might be all the time, but my understanding was that it was only on certain days.
Parking in the middle of the road. No, I'm doing a bit.
We hereby apologize to the South Williamsburg Hasids.
I don't.
Has that been a regular problem, a recurring problem, being Jewish and being told that unless you are supportive of the state of Israel, which is obviously a foreign country, that you are anti-Semitic by people who are not Jewish?
By not having like a dual loyalty to it, which is the same thing that the same people that get mad when there is the accusation of dual loyalty, as they should, because that is an anti-Semitic assumption, also get mad when you don't have the dual loyalty if you're a Jewish person.
Or just anyone in New York. Like, is that something that bothers you and that you hear about a lot?
I think that what I will say is like complaining about a college student protesting us giving $25 billion to a war is just like it kind of the term anti-Semitic loses its meaning. It's not good for Jewish people. Like, it's like it's what if like it's the most normal. I mean, and also I think I said this to Cuomo, but like in the 60s,
I'm secular, no clue. I know my uncle can't do much on Shabbat. Yeah.
The 70s, they were saying that they're pro VC. Now they're saying they're pro.
I did just see a really interesting video from that's my waiting screen, from a Hasidic Jew. She is an Orthodox Jewish woman showing how she uses the elevator on days that she's forbidden from using electricity, and they have these elevators that like run constantly, because what they're not allowed to do is like touch. They can't actually activate or use it, but the elevator is like continuously going up and like stopping at every floor. It's called like the Shabbat elevator or something like that. And so when it gets to her floor, she just gets on, and then they wait for it to go back down to the floor that they need to or whatever, and then they've avoided using electricity. So
Hamas, it's like they're acting as if it's unprecedented, and it's like it's not true.
Right.
You know, like yeah, they firebombed.
the loopholes are crazy. I know. I mean, you're talking to somebody who I was Catholic, and then now I've been atheist for years and years and years. So like I don't get it either personally, but you know, what is it? It wasn't just a Jewish thing. LOL. Was she like? I wonder if I could find the video. But I mean, these loopholes and rules or whatever. It's like I don't even know how you would attempt to adhere to these sorts of like strict religious traditions in the 21st century without doing this kind of stuff or whatever. This is like how it's like the modernization of it, pretty much, for it to be like a practice, for you to like use it and like for it to still be practical. It just ends up being a bunch of loopholes to me. The loophole video, yeah.
Building like university buildings in the 70s.
They took over Columbia. They fully.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like they're acting as if Hamas is sending like 19-year-old kids to be like the sleeper cells. It's just like it makes no sense. It's like yeah, and it also is just it's. I think the way Zoran's been treated probably is it just makes it seem like Jewish people are racist. You know, I'll say it. And I guess some of them are. I don't know.
I do think that
he's so brave, calling out his fellow Jewish brethren.
Muslim, right?
He is just Muslim. Yeah.
He's just Muslim.
He's like a Muslim Bronx science kid.
Yeah,
he's from Queens. He could not be more New York.
He went to like Wesleyan or something. And
Bowden. Bowden.
He went to that one, and
Yeah.
and then he started rapping.
Yeah.
He's just
It's like more hilarious than Sarah Lawrence.
He's
That's
not
like
Osama bin Laden.
No.
Like, it's like
You don't want to talk about the traditional Mormon ways of getting a rock. Isn't the soaking thing a meme?
yet. Wait till
but
he's mayor.
Being treated that way,
Yeah.
and it's terrible to see that.
And it does strike me like if you start trying to cast any criticism of a foreign country doing bad things as anti-Semitic, you're going to encourage anti-Semitism more than you're going to tamp it down.
The only times I've ever experienced anti-Semitism is on the internet. People say things to me, and it's never from Muslim people. It's from people on the other side. It's like, yeah, it's just like, you know, I mean, also just like I've been in public for, you know, and on the internet long enough that it's just like,
You've gotten in trouble before.
Well, I got in trouble about the anti-Semitism.
I bet Chris Cuomo would be like, you don't face anti-Semitism because they see you as like the good pick-me Jew or whatever, so they don't want to like lose you.
One anti-Semitism. I
got in trouble with Chelsea Clinton once.
But another Gentile who was accused you of anti-Semitism.
She didn't. Well, it was because Ilhan Omar criticized AIPAC, right? Which is like a lobbying organization, right? And she said it's all about the Benjamins, and they said that is an age-old trope.
Right, a trope.
And so, and everyone was like piling on her, and so I made a meme.
He defended his queen, Ilhan Omar, or Rashida Tlaib, sorry.
About because Chelsea Clinton was like lecturing. AOC was even joining in on it, right? It's all about the Benjamins. Is that like? It's not.
I'm a couple hours behind in the VOD listening at work, and I'm at the Contra stuff. If you're still live when I get off, can I try to white knight for a Contra? I'm gonna end after this, like really soon or whatever. But you can. I will. I don't even think I can link the Discord. I don't even think I can link the Discord. But yeah, I'll take call. I would take call-ins on this. So if you're still up or whatever, and I'm still up, then yes, we can debate. And I do want to say I have defended Contra already, but I was all but sure she was going to make a statement like that, or that those were her feelings on it. Like I pretty much knew I was going to be disappointed, but I wanted to wait and give her the chance to really disappoint me before I did, because she hadn't really made a statement yet. And yeah, I still defend her body of work. I still think she's very, very intelligent. If anything, that's contributing to my disappointment for the statement, because I know how smart she is, and I know how sharp her commentary and criticism can be. And I just felt that she has set a very high standard for herself, and this, missed the mark. I don't think she's evil or anything like that.
Nuremberg protocols. It's talking about how a lobbying organization uses money. It's like the oil industry. It's like any other. And sorry, I'm getting pissed off. This is like 9 years ago too.
No, but around that time, we did get very, very sensitive about that. It's like the 2020 hysteria around speech. There were a lot of things that you could not say, and people got very.
Yeah. Anyway,
freaky
so
about
I did a joke, and then Chelsea Clinton quote tweeted me, and then she's like, I'm a Jewish comedian, so we do self-deprecating humor. So I said Chelsea. I should have.
We can put the tweet up.
Dad,
pretty big.
Dad, I'm sorry about that. I apologize multiple times. He's like, why would you
He says Chelsea Clinton isn't even Jewish. She's just ugly.
talk that way? I said she's not even.
Wait, what?
I apologize.
She put, "Hi Adam, you're right. I am not Jewish. Since you find me ugly, feel free to never look at me. The ugly Jew is a vile, centuries-old anti-Semitic trope. So next time, please just go straight to ugly and leave out the rest. Thank you."
Multiple times. He's like, why would you talk that way? I said she's not even Jewish. She's just ugly. Which I'm calling ourselves. I'm ugly because I'm. Anyway, it was a meme thing.
Right.
Okay, but it was just a stupid tweet, and then she quote tweeted it, and then my avatar is Chris Bosch, and then so like people were like saying like, you know, like
Who the
she's
fuck are
ugly.
you?
You're ugly. Like look how ugly you are. And it was
People
pictures
were
of-
dunking on Chris Bosch.
Yeah, Chris Bosch got in trouble.
Catching Chris Bosch catching strays. Thanks, Adam.
He was like, you.
Geraldo
So he's not anti-Semitic. He's just racist. He's enabling racism.
Yeah, he got mad at me. He was like, "You fucking asshole, Adam. You're a schmuck." And like, I'm like, I'm sorry. I didn't.
Chris Bosch notes app apology.
Chris Bosch, I'm sorry if you're watching. Okay, you're a hell of a 4. Okay. No, I mean,
does getting in trouble matter anymore? Because
I
there was a
kinda
time where
like-
people it
I
would
don't
really
care.
affect.
She's the most underachieving daughter there's ever been. Imagine trying to live up to both of your parents that have run for president. Well, the thing is that she was called a lot. She got a lot of shit when Bill Clinton was like the president and she was like the first daughter or whatever. She got a lot of like weird attacks and stuff like that. So I was actually surprised that her response wasn't like more in the strain of that. But yeah, like what has she done since then? Didn't she make like a kid's book? Didn't she do a doc with Hillary and Contra? They did. It wasn't a documentary. It was like a docu-series. And they like went all over the country and like met a bunch of different people, but it was just a single episode. And I don't even think it was a whole episode. I think it was literally just like a segment. But people always post that clip in response to her. And I don't think that I think it's such low-hanging fruit for people to do it, to post it, because it's really like when I think of Contrapoints as like body of work, I forget about the Hillary Clinton thing.
People.
Yeah,
Like,
I think it does still, right? But like,
But you could actually get canceled for a hot second there. I don't think you can anymore.
Yeah, but I think that there is like, the internet is just people like just trying to destroy one another, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like, but that kind of thing happens. Then I realized it was like it's just fake. Like it's
Right.
just Twitter.
What was that Tyler the Creator tweet that was like,
Just
how is
turn off-
cyberbullying
yeah.
real? Just turn off the
Yeah,
computer.
just like I mean, like I don't know. Yeah, I just have too much work to.
Oh, so are you offline?
I look at like stuff now, but Twitter's scary.
Twitter post, it's gotten a little bit better, but there was a time where it was just, for me, it was just like
It's the
videos
Holocaust
of
didn't
migrants.
happen, and then murder.
Migrant murder for me was
You can
wild.
see people getting killed.
Yeah.
And then just
Straight
penis
Nazi.
going in, just like hardcore unedited pornography.
I never gotten that. That might be your algorithm.
It's on.
I was about to say that's a huge self-report, isn't it? I don't really get that stuff like ever. I think of like early on, and all it took was like a not interested, and I didn't get it again. There's a lot of spam though. I get in like DMs and shit. Okay, but there was like a full. I want to see the rest of this interview though. So let's see.
I got this car recently.
So Adam Friedland dishes on politics and podcasting. I'm not Anderson Cooper. Thank you, Adam. I was confused for a second. I thought he might have been. I was like, is that Anderson Cooper? Is that Jon Stewart? Like a millennial Jon Stewart? I was like, oh, it's Adam Friedland. Okay. So Media editor Aidan McLaughlin sits down with Adam Friedland, comedian and host of The Adam Friedland Show, for a tell-all interview. They discuss the new season of his show, his interviews with Sarah Jessica Parker, Steiny, and Anthony Weiner, and how he learned the art of the interview, and what he makes of America's love for comedians who talk politics. They also discuss Trump, the NYC mayoral race, getting lectured on anti-Semitism by Andrew Yang. So we just saw that part, and we'll skip it when we get to it, but yeah. It seemed like it had been like a separate clip. I guess they're gonna break it up into like different things.
Nightclub comedian. I'm not freaking Anderson Cooper. Asking people to do the internet 3 years ago, it was a really difficult like sell. Now seen as more legitimate like media. So thank you, President Trump. You're talking to a guy who pooped his pants on Come Town. Like I'm a schmuck.
Adam Friedland is the host of the Adam Friedland Show.
That's right.
Thanks for coming on the show, Adam. How you doing?
So much. Thanks for having me.
How are you enjoying the new show?
I want to. It's not enjoying, right?
You don't enjoy it?
Well, you feel good when something comes out. You just have to keep doing more of them.
Right. So you're not reflecting on like, oh, you're not thinking, oh, that was a really fun interview or something. This is all
Sometimes
you're toiling.
like, you try something and it works, and you get really excited temporarily.
Okay.
But like the only way to like, I think, be productive is like you have something you think is a good idea, you try it, and then you're like, I'm a fraud.
Wild shirt button situation going on. I can't unsee it now.
This sucks, and then you fight your way through it, and then you kind of cobble something together, and everything you've ever done, you kind of see, and you're like, I would change this, this, and this, and this.
His
And
belly
then,
peeking out. It's a power move.
the moment you're done with one thing, you just start the next day on the next thing.
Yeah, keep it moving.
You have to like treat it like you're like going to the accountancy firm, right? It's just like a job.
Right.
If you're like kind of like considering where do things exist in the
But are you considering
in the discourse and zeitgeist? It's just like it does nothing.
So it's just do the work itself. Well, but when you say you treat it like an accountant, are you also looking at the numbers and the data and the money coming in and the views, or are you just purely talking about the editorial
Just
product?
making the show, making
the show
yeah, yeah.
and doing it as good as possible.
Well, it's just my job to make the show. I'm very lucky that it's my job.
Right.
You know.
Are you going to have any on the mayoral candidates on the show?
I think so. We're talking to Zoran's team, and I would love to have all of them.
So you're not planning to flee?
Oh my God, he might get Zoran on the Adam Friedland show. I'm still waiting for for apparently, and this was a while ago, Tim Pool said that he went on the Adam Friedland show. I'm waiting for that to drop. The day that drops, I'm there. I'm more excited for that one than the Zoran one, I'll be honest.
Work in anticipation of Zoran's mayoralship?
I'm rooting for Sharia law because I think that like I could get maybe like an Upper West Side co-op. If all the Debbie Jewishes leave, I'm gonna get a fabulous pre-war. That generation of like, you know, the terrified of Zoran people, they bought their places for like what, 150 grand in like 1992.
Yeah.
And now it's like 2.5 million, and their kids are all gone, and they won't freaking sell it. So hopefully this Sharia law will get them.
Just need a little.
Hopefully this freaking Sharia law.
Just a dash of Sharia.
No, I want full.
You want full.
Yeah, I mean, if they all, then the prices will plummet.
It's true.
See, I'm even more Jewish. I'm thinking about the real estate.
He's an Arsenal fan, by the way, Zoran.
He's big time.
Yeah.
I saw tweets
Arsenal fan?
from like 2020.
Is this sports? Is this sports?
During the dark times when we were 10th and we were just being humiliated over and over again, we would release a
Soccer.
kit after each like terrible
I'm Mexican, by the way, and I didn't know that.
humiliation, like a new like kit. And I saw a tweet of his quote tweeting it, being mad about a kit release. And I'm like, that it means so much.
You're in the trenches.
It means so much to me that he understands what that is.
So you have representation in this new mayor.
Actual, I know I'm shaming my ethnicity right now.
I mean, I'm not. I feel like such a loser that I even care, right? It does like.
I mean, it is representation. Zoran Mamdani represents like change and like is young.
It's a team in London, England. Like I just like, but I think about it so much, and the fact that he's also a loser in the same way as I am, that it's like it's Wakanda for me. That's Wakanda.
So new show, just guests wise, I think it's safe to say it's having a pretty extraordinary run. You had Anthony Weiner on, which is my personal favorite character.
Yeah.
And Sarah Jessica Parker, who's great.
He disliked me. I felt like
the amount of times I think he said Jesus Christ in response to one of your questions, I found really delightful.
It was just like before we cut it down, it was like a 2.5 hour argument.
Really?
Yeah.
I feel like even if he didn't like you, you seem to, and forgive me for this question, have good chemistry with Wiener, Cuomo, like alpha, no bullshit New Yorkers. For some reason, that works well, that dynamic. Have you noticed that at all? Do you feel like those interviews go better than other ones?
Yeah, because I'm like a little bit when someone's being macho, like
I think he feels more. Yeah, the Wiener episode and the Cuomo episode were very good. I think he feels more like, I don't know, like uninhibited, and like he wants to, like, since it is somebody who is like a serious media figure or serious politician or whatever, he wants to go there. He wants to push the boundaries of the interview to see if he can get them to say. And he almost ends up having always like a kind of like a dad son dynamic with those types very, very quickly, as opposed to the other type, like when he interviews comedians and stuff like that. There's almost like this hesitation or like shyness that he has, that I don't think that he feels restrained by when he wants to like just like needle these politicians.
I'm kind of good at, I'm a little
puncturing
bit a shit head. Yeah. I'm like good with like if they're like like I can break through, I can disarm that,
right?
And
that yields a better interview.
I don't know. I don't know if it's the same with both those guys. I think with Wiener, I've just been arguing. Like, I'm in my family, so I've been arguing with Jewish people my whole life. Just and I stubbornly, but I can tell that both Wiener and myself, like we would just you never apologize. You keep sitting there at the dinner table. That's what I was. That's the training I received in my family.
Like your bane in the.
There's a there is some familiarity with like just like just like it felt like my dad and I were like arguing about freaking Bill Maher or something, whatever he watched that weekend. Yeah.
What for people that don't know, viewers that might not watch the show, what's the concept of the show? Because it's fairly unique.
It's a talk show, kind of. The goal is to
there's like a show like the Dick Cavett show or something.
Kind of like do something that isn't just another podcast. It's like more produced and cohesive, and we kind of modeled it somewhat after like Dick Cavett in the to revive like long form interviews.
Yeah,
which is like Cavett was able to like talk to people that we thought we knew and were very famous, but like kind of talk to them in a way that they didn't talk publicly very often. And so it's like talk shows are like such a weird, like archaic kind of format, like,
but at the same time there's
no
like
real reason for them to exist anymore,
right? And especially like the late night talk shows are totally useless.
Well, it's just like
they're
you say well, I don't even think they probably lose money.
I feel like nobody watches the late night talk shows anymore, like actually live. The majority of people that now view them only look at the highlights and the clips after the fact on YouTube and social media.
At this point,
I mean, the viewership on like a traditional late night show,
the same format I assume would happen with like Ellen as well. I never actually thought that people were sitting down and watching Ellen live. I figure that to the extent that they're watching it, it's because they're at like they're in a doctor's waiting room, and it's like, oh, they're playing Ellen, fine, I'll watch Ellen, or something went viral on YouTube and you'd see it.
It's like 1 million viewers, which is not that much.
Yeah, I think it's just like you say a story about like you just went on vacation, then you say like, okay, what's the movie, and then you play a clip.
Yes.
Yeah.
You give us like, oh, I was in an airplane and somebody said something weird to me, and then you do a bit, and then everyone laughs.
And it was Albert Einstein.
There you go. Yeah.
But that man was Albert Einstein.
But I feel like there are like late night is very antiquated, but there are a billion interview shows. There are far too many interview shows, including mine. And did you look at that landscape and think, okay, I need to do something different because I can't just be another guy interviewing other people with microphones?
YouTube Premium superior to cable and satellite TV. You mean YouTube TV? But I have YouTube Premium now, thanks to viewer Mosby. So come next stream, ad-free experience, you guys.
Because that's just so saturated.
I don't really know. I mean, I was on a podcast that was like successful, and then my friend Nick that I did the podcast with, like one of the guys left, Stavros, who's like now incredibly successful, very funny guy, also a friend of mine. And Nick, I wanted to keep doing the
show. We can say the name of the show. Do I get shadow banned, or should we use it a euphemism?
I don't know.
Village
The
or something?
New York Times. It kind of.
Damn, Grandma Dick Cavett is an ancient reference. I swear to God, that is one, it is an ancient reference, but he's also like famous, and two, I swear he's likened himself to these sorts of like late night TV shows. I don't remember that he said Dick Cavett specifically, but I figured that seemed the vibe that he was going for anyway.
Protected us like when they were like from hit pieces because
you couldn't write about
it. They couldn't write it, yeah, because it was such a disgusting name. You know, I think they would say like a podcast whose name we can't even say, like Voldemort kind of thing. Yeah, it was kind of a smart.
But that helped you, yeah.
Yeah, he explicitly modeled a set after Dick Show. Yeah, that I've heard him say that or whatever. But I did know who Dick Cavett was before he mentioned them.
Yeah, Nick had this idea to like turn it into a current like public affairs like show, and I was kind of like the least popular one on the podcast. I was kind of like the schmuck, and Nick is like, no, like you have to listen to me, and I kind of owe it
nice
that to him encouraging me in that way. And I think I was pretty bad at interviewing at first. I didn't know how to do it, and then I kind of like.
How did you learn?
I kind of accidentally decided to like just start trying for the first time in my life at 35, and then I was like, oh, it's kind of better to try. I'm not like wasting.
It yields better results.
I'm not wasting my life, you know. I'm not like fast forwarding to being dead.
But when you were wasting your life on Cumtown.
You
guys were still like you were fairly successful. How much was that podcast bringing in at a certain point?
Well, yeah, but it was like I had to work too.
Why did the show end? Does anybody
I'm not
know?
talking about. Yeah,
Was it like literally just creative differences?
Like the output.
I had to work 2 hours a week, and then I'd get like maybe 3 movies in a day, and then I've said this before, but then you'd have a girlfriend come home and she'd talk about her day and be like, I did a lot too today. Why is it always about you? I watched 3 movies actually. I started taking notes on movies to act like it was like I was working.
Yeah, that's tough.
And I was just like, and then then at a certain point you're a middle-aged man, and then you're like,
this isn't a life.
Yeah, but so then we kind of like started this talk show. We didn't really know how to do a TV. We very publicly stated we were going to make a TV show. We didn't know like cameras or anything, and we kind of built out this facsimile of the.
Taking notes on movies is so funny. He's got a lot to say. I don't know if anybody like wants to hear his like fun like. The movie review that I remember him doing, he did like a collaboration with Chapo Trap House and they reviewed Gotti. The movie starring John Travolta as John Gotti, the fucking mobster. And this movie was like promoted by Movie Pass, which is a thing that I used to have, and I did not understand how it made money, and it turns out that it didn't because it was bankrupted and closed within like 6 months. But you like paid for a subscription, and you could see a movie at first every single day. One movie, it didn't matter what movie it is, you could like rewatch the movie every single day for only like for a subscription price. I don't get how it worked or whatever. And then they started changing it, and then it was like you can only see like 3 movies a week, and then it was like you can't repeat the movies, and you can't see like the Avengers the first week with Movie Pass or whatever. You have to wait till it's been out for a little bit or whatever, and then it went bankrupt.
The Dick Cavett.
It was awful. It was the greatest movie that had ever been made. Gotti, please.
Set.
It's a great set.
And then kind of I don't know, I started to enjoy it and want to get better, and then kind of try and figure out how to get better at it. And I found that I was like doing things that were like, oh, that's all right, you know.
What's
kind of encouraged me to keep wanting to get better. Yeah.
Movie Pass was great, but unsustainable. I cherished it while it lasted. Although in my inbox, like in the last year or 2 or whatever, it is still around somehow.
What would you say?
Do you use the letterbox? I have one. It's in my link tree, but I like never update it anymore. I used to be like religious about it.
Your interview style is.
And then I on my personal account, and then I made one for Straighterade, and then I never updated it since.
Did you learn when you were researching about it, and how did you come up with the way that you do these interviews?
At first, I did stand up, right? So like, there's no real like 2-way interaction, right? It's like one way, right? And then the only like interaction you have with the audience is like crowd work, which is kind of like this, like you make fun of someone, and so like
so you can post it on Instagram.
Yeah, exactly. And at first, like when I was doing interviews, I was kind of being a douchebag, I think more. And then Nick actually gave me really like I think the most useful advice, where he's like, I don't understand like why you have this affect, and I was like, oh, here you go again, and criticize him. And then he's like, no, you're like he's like, you like are a nice guy and you like make people feel nice to be around you, and like I don't understand why you don't just do that. And I was like, oh, maybe I have to like figure out like what about me is good.
Well, but it's
like,
hard.
what do you do for a living? You're a kindergarten teacher. Oh, it sounds like you're a pedophile. You know, that's our only
right. That's how you typically interact with the world.
That's what. Well, that's no. I don't walk around that way. No, that's just what stand-up training is. And then I kind of like I at first Googled journalism. I read the Wikipedia for journalism.
What'd you learn?
I don't know. It was
It's a pretty broad.
I think I was reading it and I was like, I knew all this crap already. Yeah, whatever. And then I was like, who's good at interviewing? So then I like watched I was like, well, Joe Rogan's very successful. And then what he does is like, I think he like he'll like tend to.
I guess, I mean, I don't know. I guess Joe Rogan is a really good conversationalist. I definitely wouldn't call him a journalist.
Agree with people because like like he's like
the Hot Ones guy. Yeah. He's closer to doing it because he's like, or like Nardwar or something like that. They like do deep dives and really look into their subjects so that they can have a very, very interesting and like in-depth conversation with them.
He'll have like Bernie, and then he'll have like a I don't know. Yeah, like member of the freaking like Panzer Brigade, and he'll be like, "That's trippy." Like he'll agree, but then I think the guest feels like they're crushing.
Yeah,
the guest feels like, "Oh, I'm crushing right now." Like I'm convincing this person, so naturally they like say more and more stuff, right?
Oh, so it relaxes them to reveal more.
I think that's kind of why that show is he's successful at that. But I can't really emulate that because I'm like naturally I sound like a sarcastic like Jewish guy, like like it doesn't sound like
if you're gassing
being
people
honest up. Yeah, it sounds like the guest will be like, are you fucking with me right now? So then I was like, okay, I was like, well, Mark Maron's good, and I watched some of that or listened to some of that, and then his thing is that he's like he like talks about himself, like about like he makes things about himself, and so naturally that kind of disarms the guest. But I was like, I can't really. That's his thing, and he's really, he's really good at that. And like,
I don't think I've ever watched anything from Mark Maron. If anybody's ever, my favorite movie or one of them is the bootleg edition of Almost Famous, and he has like a cameo in it. He doesn't play himself. He plays like a promoter asshole who like works at a venue or whatever. It's the only thing I know him from. And like that show on Netflix called Glow.
Starting set when
Lock the gate. You just found a gate.
Starting stand up in Boston when I was addicted to cocaine, and the guest is like Dame Judi Dench, and she's like, yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. And then I was like, and then I realized I listened to Howard a lot growing up, and so then I started watching a bunch of Howard, like old Howard interviews, and I've said this before, but like the thing he is so good at is like within the first 90 to 120 seconds, he's like your best friend. Right, and he disarms you immediately. Yeah, and like he preys on you, and it'll be like you're a huge star. Everyone wants a piece of you, and and so I can't really emulate that because it sounds like I'm being sarcastic. So instead,
He's like, I'm not charismatic. I can't disarm these people or get them to let their guard down. I'll just come off like a fucking idiot.
Modified it to like be in my own voice, which is like, I'll just like. I'll just be self-deprecating.
I was about to say, he ends up just self-deprecating.
I'll be like, you're talking to a guy who pooped his pants on Cum Town. Like, you don't have to, like, I'm a schmuck. So, like, but naturally, like, the guest will either have a choice to continue to be a know-it-all. He's like, which is, like, naturally, people don't like that. Or drop their guard and, like, open up a little bit. So...
Were you upset that your GQ profile opened with you?
I didn't read it.
Shitting your pants. You haven't read it. It's actually very generous. It's very nice.
I saw that. Well, it made me too nervous to read.
I couldn't read something like that about myself.
But people, I got added to my girlfriend's family's group chat. I guess
that's a win.
No.
Thank you, GQ.
No, it sucks.
Oh, it got added, or you got added?
They added me to the group chat now because I'm a proper member of society.
Oh, you're esteemed.
So now I have to be freaking. Does anyone want this free dresser? Now I have to know about that? No.
When you're doing questions, how much are you improvising and how much is like...
Oh, I prepare a lot.
You prepare. Okay, so famous question you asked Chris Cuomo about Dua Lipa.
I like Dua Lipa.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too. My daughter is a
I
singer.
would let her.
And she would sing Dua Lipa, and I love what she does.
I don't know her
some people will
songs.
say, "Oh no, too sexy, it objectifies." But I'm telling you, I watched my daughter, and her kind of resonating with the vibe, and the empowerment principle of it.
I don't
But
know the songs.
I loved
but
it.
I would let her shit in my mouth. Actually.
Where does that come from? Seriously, where does it come
I don't
from?
know. It just came out. I don't know.
Where? Like, did you see that somewhere, or?
He was saying his
That
daughter.
was not planned.
Okay.
Yeah. That was just a magic moment.
But it is kind of a magic moment because
Yeah.
I think that's why people watch your interviews and other comedians' podcasts.
Typical American who goes there and that's like the most notable jokes that he has are like literally about poop and shit, of course.
Because when you have someone like Chris Cuomo,
I don't know what it is. So much American humor and like revolves around this. Like, just men love nothing more. I think nothing is funnier than watching like another man like throw up for some reason.
and it's not particularly interesting seeing them say the same thing for the 80th time, especially
Sure.
if you're consuming their whatever media they do or their show, watching their show. So to have them go on a show where they could be asked about Dua Lipa defecating in their mouth, which I think that was it.
Dua Lipa's an ethno-nationalist. I don't think most people realize this, but she has posted the Greater Albania flag. She did this like back in 2020. I never forgot that.
Yeah, that's what came out.
Yeah.
That wasn't on the.
But it
cards.
makes it more interesting, a show. Do you think that's part of the appeal of these?
I think that like the show is sometimes I think a little bit better when someone's trying to figure out what to make of me.
I noticed that a lot.
Yeah, I think that it's kind of fun for me too, because like a lot of like the prep is like trying to figure out like what to expect, like what kind of person this is, right?
Yeah, so is every Balkan celebrity real?
Like what's gonna
Standard
piss them
fare.
off and what's gonna what they'll respond to, and what like if there's something that they don't you feel like is off limits, it's like a cool like I mean you're a journo. It's cool to be like, how do I get there?
Right.
In a way where
How do I
it's
back
like,
into it?
Instead of directly asking something, how do I lead it there? And it's fun. And like while you're doing it too, like you have to adjust on the fly, and it's like that part is fun. But I kind of like the editing and the prep more than the
actual interview.
Yeah.
Were you nervous during the interview itself?
Not nervous, but sometimes like like we have like 3 guys in the room too, so like I'm used to stand up. So if something didn't get a pop, like I'll be like, what am I bombing? In front of my own, I pay these people.
I actually wanted to ask you that because I
Yeah.
watch all these things on. I watch so many of these shows today. I don't like listen to the whole show, but I'll see like clips on
yeah.
Instagram, which is like
Yeah.
a crazy way for us to consume news these days. And people laugh, like there's this producers like chuckling in the
Yeah.
back
On
like
our thing?
on your on everyone's, like on Tim
Yeah.
Dillon's or whatever. Are they instructed? Do you tell them like laugh when there's a good?
Oh my god, it doesn't sound canned whatsoever. It's obviously that it's just natural from the production team.
Okay.
No, but it's like I think it kind of makes it.
It makes it
more
way better
fun
because
Yeah.
it means it's like when there's an actual really funny, and it helps the guest out too. I think a little bit
And
to
it's
know
a
what's
little bit,
happening.
I guess like a
Strange
studio
question.
audience. I mean, if you relate it to like late night, like that feels like there is an applause
Yeah.
sign. Like instead, this feels like these are like the 23-year-old camera operators that are like get like just like sitting there for like doing like a day rate and
right.
And they're like if they're liking it, it makes it more like present or fun.
Yeah, and there's a little bit more community to it too.
Serbia's been seething from day one that our country wants to be independent from it, so I think a little reflexive Balkan ethno-nationalism is okay. We can have a little ethno-nationalism, Balkan ethno-nationalism as a treat.
Feel,
Yeah, it's
knowing
like-
that somebody's
yeah,
there.
a little goofy.
Yeah. Do you think it's a problem, politically, culturally, whatever, that everyone now gets their information, it seems, or a lot of their information from short form video or podcasts or, people like Steiny, who you had on your...
Does he give information to people?
I found out who he was from your show, but
Yeah.
I feel like those, like a lot of people...
Is this Steiny guy? Hold on. Is this guy a comedian? Aaron Steiny Steinberg. And Nelk brother. So that's why someone mentioned it. they said like they had like Netanyahu on.
Probably get a lot of people. Probably the only Trump interview that they watched was the Nelk Boys interview.
Even though I swear I watched a video from Jose and they said, I don't think that, I think like at one point one of the Nelk brothers had like posted a photo of a trash can and it was like, oh, it looks like Donald Trump or something like that. Now that's been erased and now they're MAGA shells hardcore.
It probably like got him votes.
It hasn't released yet.
Do you think that's is that something that like disturbs you? That
I don't know. I think it's probably smart for Trump to do the Nelk.
No, I mean the fact that that Americans get all of their news from short form video now and podcasters.
I don't know. It disturbs me. I want to be careful of myself, like not to like speak in a way that I'm not qualified to speak. Like that bothers me. That's like, I don't know about.
He wants to be responsible with his platform.
Freaking. Like I had Ray O'Connor on, like what's the value of me saying like, well, an HR 273, like I'm not gonna talk. I'm not a wonk, and also I'm not qualified to be talking about that stuff. I'm a freaking nightclub comedian.
You had you have some political experience,
Well,
I don't think that you need. I don't know why so many people think this. Okay, talking about politics, which obviously overlaps with like morality and philosophy when you really think about it. And especially if you're like a taxpayer, I don't think that you need like a fucking political science degree or to be a policy wonk to even just participate in the conversation. I think if you don't have those things and you're talking to somebody who has that sort of expertise, then be humble and listen more than you speak or ask questions and try to learn more. But I don't think it should, one, disqualify you from the conversation. And then two, it's like, it's not like, if he felt this way when talking about like, I'm not a physician, I'm not an epidemiologist, I'm not an immunologist. So I should not be participating in a conversation related to like vaccines or whatever. I'm not prepared to debate that. That would make sense to me. When it comes to politics, though, I'm like, anybody can talk about politics.
Study Middle Eastern studies or something.
Yeah, but what the fuck is the value of that? What, like in 2009 I graduated. My degree was pre-Arab Spring. Literally everything I learned was like
irrelevant within 2 years.
Well, it's still a liberal art, so it's like every book that we would read would be like, what happens next? We'll see, and then like the Arab Spring happened and I was like, oh, so my entire degree I didn't really learn anything. I mean, I don't know. I've always liked politics, and I guess it's like I have my own opinions, right? So like I'm, I feel fine speaking to that. But like when Ro Khanna came on, I feel comfortable asking.
I was just trying to abundance those vaccines that kid white peace go mad at me. I thought liberals like that stuff. You should have framed it that way. Maybe he would have been more primed to hear you out.
I'm like, hey, like, like no one likes the government now. And like, but you're in the government. Like, why do you want to be in the government? No. Like, in a simple sense, like I can speak to that, but I'm not going to like, I'm not freaking Anderson Cooper. So like,
well, I think that's true. That's why a lot of these shows, when there's a comedian hosting or even, a YouTuber hosting, will focus on the personal with people. Like Theo Von telling Trump about doing coke.
Yeah.
Like Theo Von's not going to ask Trump about repealing DACA.
That was really funny.
That was genuinely funny.
Yeah. It's hard stuff. What did he say? What did Trump
he said it's really tough stuff.
It's hardcore.
Yeah. Theo Von said like it's got you acting like an
Trump's
owl
like
or something.
Trump's like a teetotaler, right? He's a
full teetotaler. His brother was a
Fred
drunk.
Jr. Yeah. It destroyed his brother.
Right.
Yeah. Did you see the movie?
I did. I went to a screening of it.
I thought it was great.
I was shocked by how good it is because
I thought it was going to be terrible, and it's awesome.
Because it's really difficult to not make an embarrassing, gimmicky, resistance-y Trump movie. I think.
I don't think that's true. I think that but the movie didn't succeed because what audience is there for The Apprentice, right? People that like Trump, we're not going to go see it, and the people that hate Trump don't want to watch a movie about Trump in their free time. So even though it had fantastic performances from Sebastian Stan, I was actually blown away by how good, how much he embodied Trump without it being like a caricature over the top. And Jeremy Strong as Roy Cohn was amazing. I still cannot believe that he lost the Oscar to Kieran Culkin. But that movie was a lot better than I thought it would be.
And they did not do that at all. They did a really, really good job.
Well, yeah, he didn't. The performance wasn't like it wasn't like an Alec Baldwin, he wasn't doing the shtick.
I meant to see that, but never did. It's worth the rent on Amazon.
So, but
it wasn't exaggerated.
He captured the character, but he wasn't doing an impression, which I thought was great. And then Roy Cohn is just as a character,
the greatest character of all time
in American history. He's Angels in America, that scene
where he's dying, and then the ghost of Ethel Rosenberg comes, and then
Yeah.
he like fakes like he's like like
Is that Pacino in the
Pacino,
yeah.
Meryl Streep's like it's the best acting ever. Yeah. But he's just like he's such a fucking psychopath, fascinating maniac figure in American history.
Do you like talking about politics as from your position? Because I feel like now Americans, by and large, especially of a certain age, are getting their news from podcasters and commentators.
Yeah.
And do you think that's too much political responsibility being placed on the shoulders of people like that? Do you?
Yeah, that's why I want to be careful not to like
wade into it too much.
Well, not to say some shit that I have no authority in saying, right? Like I can speak to. Listen, I've lived in America my whole life, and I can see that there's a cultural malaise. There's like this is the most bummed out people have been since I was a kid. You know, that's an experience that I can kind of like wade into like with a.
Why do you think that is? Is it the internet?
Yeah, I mean it's just like it's a series of events, right? Like it's like in my lifetime, I'm like 38, there was like 9/11, then 08, and then COVID.
Very little economic opportunity.
Well, yeah, and that
It's interesting to think of it that way. I yeah, I guess so. If you're like a millennial or whatever, a Zoomer, the key distinction between whether or not you're a millennial or a Zoomer is that if you can remember 9/11, you're a millennial. If you could not, you're probably a Zoomer. But yeah, I guess for Zoomers, it would be the financial crisis and then COVID.
I think that like a lot of people are probably just.
But him, it's like it's 9/11 and the fucking Iraq War and Afghanistan and the other two as well.
The internet certainly has a big part to play. Like I think people are just spend a lot of time alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard you talking about this on Chris Cuomo's podcast.
On his podcast. Yeah. Oh,
Did
yeah.
you-
I was like stressed. That was a stressful.
You guys really got into it.
What does he ask? He's asking me what's going to happen with Iran. When I went on.
Well, this is the point. The
When I
people
went on
you were asked.
Station, he was asking me what's going to happen with Elon and Trump. And then I had to.
You said that they were.
I said they were in pain.
Do you remember the Iraq War? I'm a Zoomer. What do you think?
That was really.
What are you asking me this for?
I'm not asking you. I'm asking you about being asked
The
about.
difference between Gen Alpha and Gen Z will be whether they remember abundance or not. True.
Ooh, the
movement of our time.
Yeah, obviously. No, but like, I want to be careful in that regard, like because I see other comedians popping off, and I'm like, how the fuck do you know about any of this shit, right? But on the other hand, like, the responsibilities aspect is like, I don't know, it's just more people are watching Joe than watching, Anderson Cooper.
Right.
So it's just like it's probably 10 times more people every day.
Where do you get your news from? Do you watch cable news at all?
I get basically.
He's like, is he gonna say Twitter?
A briefing from Israel every day.
Really?
Yeah,
The Mossad?
Yeah, fax. We use faxes still.
Wow.
Yeah, no. Where do I get my news? I don't know. Like from I read the New York Times, I guess, and I don't know, just the normal places. But sometimes
I'm not attacking you. I just want to know where you're. What's fun fueling your brain?
Me, and
I mean, it's not that. I don't think it's bad to. It's not bad to get news from social media. It's bad to exclusively get it, and it's bad if you're counting tweets as news instead of like actually reading articles or something like that. But I do think that people should probably be. It's like we all know that everybody's doing this, but of course, no one wants to admit it.
Mentioned this before. Is like I've said this on the show, and I think in an interview before, but like I got called gay for liking politics. I cried at school when Bush stole the election, and someone was like, "You're gay," and it was like now everyone likes politics, and it's like it should go back to like something that's for losers, right?
I think the rise of like Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, a lot of people that should have been bullied more when they were younger, that really scares me.
You think that people are like getting into politics because they're nerds?
Well, the fact that nerds are running the world.
But Bill Gates was a nerd, right?
Yeah, but Bill Gates didn't have half as much of the power that Elon Musk and Peter Thiel have.
Politically, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Elon Musk was
Probably did, but
unprecedented.
They probably did, but they shut the fuck up about it. You know what I mean?
Right. They kept quiet and just donated money.
I think the point.
Am I wrong? But wasn't Bill Clinton Bill Gates like the youngest billionaire? Something like that.
Being rich
He had
is
like a milestone.
Yeah, you're not.
It would be lovely to not have to go on Twitter.
If I was rich, if I was the richest man in the world, I'd be a ghost. You wouldn't know my name. I'd be like freaking. I wouldn't be trying to be.
The time Bill Gates was very influential. He had to have been, right? I don't know that he was as influential as Elon Musk or, Zuckerberg, but
He got on Twitter.
or like he went out like, I don't know, like it's hard to I don't think that the peak of Bill Gates's influence can even hold a candle to the type of influence that like Musk and Zuckerberg have. But I also just think it's a matter of like they chose to spend their money differently. Like Bill Gates decided to do the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and like do charity. Elon Musk explicitly wanted to be partisan.
Yeah.
That's the weird part.
That's
It's like,
crazy to me.
Rich people are supposed to like just back both
Yeah, he wasn't overtly political. He obviously is political. He has an ideology, but not overtly.
sides, and then whoever wins is going to do the
they profit.
high influence. Yeah, like it's a little bit like like I guess that I wouldn't say it's like a nerd that should be bullied. It feels like I don't know, maybe it does, but that's on the other hand, it's like let's just be like look at Zuckerberg. Like they were like really worried about the fake news during COVID. They had all these fact checkers. That he had that congressional hearing, and then his stock price plummeted, and then he got muscles and a chain.
And now he's pretending like he was forced to do all those
But
things.
it's just for his company. Like it's just like no. I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just about a share price. I mean, I don't really think that it's like about him needing to have been bullied. He's just it's kind of probably in this day and age what you have to do for your company.
Right.
Is get muscles and a chain.
Yeah.
It's probably you have to learn MMA.
I mean, yeah, a lot of them are.
You have to get into which is like I don't know. I mean, it's smarter than like what the other side has been doing, which is like we got Oprah and we paid her like $100 million, even though
For a 5-minute Kamala Harris interview.
And it's just like, yeah, it's smarter to go on the Nelk Boys than that.
Has Trump's win made it easier for you to book guests because people like Ro Khanna see the
Probably.
value of coming on a show like yours?
Well, I think he emailed me, I guess, after the election. That I do think it's like legitimized the platform.
That's interesting that his team reached out to him. I would have thought maybe it was the opposite.
Yeah, it's definitely like asking people to do the internet 3 years ago was a way. It was a really difficult like sell, and now it's probably now seen as more legitimate like media.
Yeah.
So thank you, President Trump, the man.
So one thing I wanted to ask you about your interview with Chris Cuomo. You guys got into it on a couple of things.
Which one?
The
Okay, wait. So this is where
podcast interview.
Something before the election. Nuts right now. Was telling me about what.
Yeah, so we saw this, so we're gonna skip this. Getting canceled.
Like she's not ugly. Like you're ugly. Like look how ugly you are. And it was pictures.
You were dunking on Chris Bosh.
Yeah, Chris Bosh got in trouble. Geraldo was like. He was like, you
Geraldo Rivera?
Yeah, he got mad at me. He was like, you fucking asshole, Adam. You're a schmuck. And like, I'm like, I'm sorry. I didn't.
Of course, Fox News is all over that shit. I didn't even realize it had been picked up by those types of pundits.
Chris Bosh notes app apology.
Chris Bosh, I'm sorry if you're watching, okay? You're a hell of a 4, okay?
We're the Chad that doesn't get the Facebook invite to Thanksgiving. There's 61 people watching on YouTube. If you guys start chatting, I will pay attention. I have my thing open. I can see all of you guys, but like barely anyone is chatting.
No, I mean,
does getting in trouble matter anymore? Because there was a time where it would really affect people.
Yeah,
Like
I think it does still, right? But like,
but you could actually get canceled for a hot second there. I don't think you can anymore.
Yeah, but I think that there is like, the internet is just people like just trying to destroy one another, right? So like, but that kind of thing happens. Then I realized it was like, it's just
Someone in Arizona died from the plague. Were they an anti-vaxxer?
just fake. Like it's
Right.
just Twitter.
What was that Tyler the Creator tweet that was like, how is
turn off-
cyberbullying
yeah.
real? Just turn off the
Yeah,
computer.
just like I mean, like I don't know. Yeah, I just have too much work to.
Oh, so are you offline?
I look at like stuff now, but Twitter's scary.
Twitter post, it's gotten a little bit better, but there was a time where it was just, for me, it was just like
it's the
videos
Holocaust
of
didn't
migrants.
happen, and then murder.
Migrant murder for me was
You
a
can
while.
see people getting killed.
Yeah.
And then just
Straight
penis
Nazi.
going in, just like hardcore, unedited pornography.
I never gotten that. That might be your algorithm.
It's on there. And I'm like, it's Sodom and Gomorrah.
I got a lot of Nazis.
Yeah.
Like straight up.
Anne Frank wrote the diary in ballpoint pen. I saw
Is
that.
that a conspiracy theory that went around?
I guess they didn't have ball
Probably someone who didn't want to go bankrupt to go to the ER. Okay, but they like, do you mean the bubonic plague?
point pens.
Okay.
Maybe pen. I saw
Is
that.
that a conspiracy theory that went around?
I guess they didn't have ballpoint pens.
Okay.
Maybe she invented the ballpoint pen.
You've been having, at least in this season of the show, some fairly online people. There was Steiny. Oh, by the way, the watch you got him?
You really crossed out everything, bro.
Well, no, that's the branding. You didn't have to tear that actually. But...
Dude.
I know.
I've never actually seen one of these.
Yeah, I know. Dude, $400,000.
A Richard Mille, or what is this?
Yeah, it is. It's a Richard Mille.
Dude, you're the man. Appreciate that.
Seriously.
No one's ever gifted me anything like this.
Really?
No.
Wait, is this real?
Steve gave me a Richard Mille last week.
Really?
Swear to God.
Sorry, dude.
You bought him
Is this real, and is that a very expensive watch?
a Richard Mille watch.
Wait, like ripped it open?
$400,000.
Yeah. So what? Where did you buy a fake Richard Mille watch, and did he ever call you out for it?
On Amazon, I got it for.
You bought a real
Okay,
Richard
it's
Mille
fake.
watch
It's fake. It's fake.
on Amazon
for $40. Fake.
Did he know? Because in the interview, I don't think you ever reveal.
I think he probably played along. I don't know.
He seemed flattered.
I didn't think about it.
Okay.
Afterwards, but yeah, I was like, well, because Aiden Ross gave Trump a Tesla, I was like, these kind of guys, like, they get a nice gift, which is, you know what, it's good manners.
Oh, I think it's very good manners to buy a guest a gift.
Great. I didn't get shit for this.
Yeah, I didn't get you. Oh, and I got you Pellegrino. I asked you for your rider. You didn't give me anything. Or whoever I emailed.
No one communicated
told
that
you?
to me.
I said, what's Adam's rider? I was willing to get you anything you wanted, and they said just a water.
I want a flight to Mexico, and
when are you off from your show, from your season?
I don't know.
You don't. Oh, you're gonna keep going. There's no set
We
end
have
date?
like a backlog of interviews, so like we can like kind of have a buffer, and then we're still booking interviews on a rolling basis.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
How do you build an audience for a show like that? Because
For somebody who has a show is like that, like his, it's increasingly growing. It is crazy. He like the Hot Ones guy. That dude seems like he's constantly busy. Like he's always looking to get new guests. He does an insane amount of research. But Adam's style is so different than that it just seems like he's always free.
I understand how you built an audience for Come Down, which I imagine was hard because the name made it difficult. But it was like basically short form video, people putting compilations together on Reddit.
I think
right?
it was the fans were doing it for us.
Yeah.
We didn't know. Yeah.
When it comes to the new show, you have no idea how you built an audience.
I just, if it's good, I mean, I just want to make sure it's good.
Mm-hmm.
I can't like, I don't know. Hopefully, if it's good, more people will watch it. I don't know.
That's true, but you have to like distribute it to them.
Well, it's on YouTube.
Okay, so it's YouTube and like short clips and stuff like that. Is that
I
how?
have someone that does.
You have a guy that does that.
I can't.
But this is your livelihood. You must know how you get.
Like people like it. No, I only think about it in the sense that like if we get like bigger and bigger guests.
Right.
That's all kind of something that I think.
Who's your white whale?
Meghan McCain.
Oh my God. Why?
Why is that?
Slow for.
You a big Meghan McCain fan?
I do like the guests that he picks though, because like Cuomo obviously has like fallen off ever since he left CNN. I can't remember if he was fired or he left or whatever. But he gets these like kind of, they're not like D-listers entirely, but they're like C tier. I'd say they're C-listers. And like randos to come on. People that definitely have like, I wouldn't say they're household names, but they have like name recognition.
No, I don't know White Whale.
And especially like I've enjoyed the like legacy media interviews.
Just like I would love like Barack Obama or something. Or...
Obama would be good.
He wouldn't do it.
He might if he's a fan. You know if he's a fan.
Yes. Yeah.
You never know.
That would be so funny.
Obama would be a good guest.
I want to know if he's miserable.
can't
you imagine like he was so young when he was the president. Now he's just in Martha's Vineyard.
It's a nice house.
Yeah, but like, what does he do? He must be like, what am I doing with my life?
He's got a Netflix deal. I think that's mostly what he's
Does
doing.
that feel good for Obama to be doing Netflix?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah. And then also the world's gone crazy after him.
Right, and there's not much because people.
I mean, that is really like disappointing to me that after Obama's presidency or whatever, like, what does he do? He opens like a fucking production company and has spent his time like hanging out with like Meghan Markle and at Martha's Vineyards instead of actually doing something more productive. You know, it's annoying.
Democrats really
is it
want,
my fault? Yeah.
Democrats really want him to do something about that, but I don't think there is much he can do. So
It's such a disappointment, but it's far from a surprise given who Obama is.
He's kind of caught.
Yeah, it's just it's probably boring, and yeah, and then he has to wonder like, did I do something wrong? And maybe like he thinks he did, or
blames himself for that White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Well, I mean,
roast. That's when Trump decided to run for president, allegedly, according to the lore.
I think that's maybe not 100%.
You're just defending comedy. You don't want comedy to be the reason that Trump was elected president.
He was renegotiating with Jeff Zucker for The Apprentice.
Memed his way to the White House.
Everyone at the announcement was paid to be there.
Yeah.
He just wanted to like
he had paid fans.
Yeah, he wanted to be like he wanted more money for the next season of Apprentice.
Right.
And then he accidentally became the president. It's the funniest thing that's ever happened. It's so insane.
People disagree with me a lot about the extent to which it was accidental. I really truly believe that every single step of the way was a total stumble.
I mean,
into the presidency.
The Comey letter, Weiner is like
Weiner reopening the Hillary Clinton investigation a week before the election.
Yeah.
Okay, but that wasn't just like out of nowhere. That was like he was a Republican and he did it to avoid seeming like he was partisan. I don't fucking know why Obama kept him on. I do because Obama's a shitlib. But that aside, that was not like an apolitical decision.
Because he was
setting his penis to a minor. Yeah.
When I do something productive, he was already president for 8 years. If I was him, I would be happy on the beach. If I was him and I had as much influence over the Democratic base as he does, because he is still incredibly popular within the Democratic Party, I just don't see myself sitting on the sidelines, you know? Jimmy Carter didn't. Jimmy Carter continued to do humanitarian work through different foundations throughout his career until he like physically no longer could. You don't see that same urge with Obama.
Or illicit photo, allegedly.
Speaking of,
I don't know.
Show renewals, not Weiner sending pictures. What's the business model for the show? How does it make money? And because you put a lot of money into it, right? Didn't you?
Yeah,
you said you sank like $150,000 into that show.
Probably more, but like that's fine. I mean, like
that plus a $400,000 watch to an elk brother.
We used to fund it through our podcast and Patreon, and then we kind of like the goal was to stop podcasting. So like I needed to find a way to like break those two things, you know, like separate those two things, because I was just sick. Nick and I were both sick of podcasting. And
yeah.
So I kind of like over like 4.5 months, like went into pre-production, then kind of organized what the business model is, and it's ad integrations, and it's there's like a subscriber thing we have on YouTube now.
Were you surprised by the reception that the new
Like
season
memberships?
has had? Because I feel like it's a lot more.
It goes to show he's not lying, that he's like really hands off with the YouTube channel and he just like leaves it to the editor because he didn't even realize it was called like memberships, not subscriptions.
It's a lot buzzier than, I mean, the show was already, like, you had pretty viral interviews. I watched a lot of them, but this season feels like you've achieved a level above that, what you were doing.
I think people just want content, right? That's consistent. So like, I knew that like I had to like kind of find a way to do it weekly, right? And so that's why we kind of went dark for 4 months, so I can like have a backlog of interviews, and so that I would have like kind of a buffer zone. Because previously we finished an episode and then we're like, what's the next one? And then we're
which is weekly is really hard to do.
Yeah, so I was like, we have to like kind of have like you know, if I have like 10 interviews in the can, that's like 2.5 months of content, and then I can like kind of, we're not going to be screwed over, but maybe we will. I don't know. Who knows? I'm just kind of faking it.
I mean, it's a Dick Cavett style talk show.
It's the stupid.
Dick Cavett name drop. See?
I don't understand how it's happening.
So
But I'm glad you like it.
I love it. I'm a big fan. Lastly, so that we have a usable social media clip, my producer has put together a quick fire round of questions.
Okay.
This is how you do podcasts these days.
All right.
Where is your favorite place to get dinner in New York City?
Bar Oliver. My friend.
You're plugging a friend. First quick fire question.
My girlfriend's brother has.
Zoran just has some serious Obama charisma for sure. He is being compared to Obama a lot. The difference is Zoran's an actual Muslim, unlike Obama.
An amazing restaurant.
Where is
downtown? Like downtown. So it's by Dim Sum Go-Go.
I don't even know where that is.
They have
Like
a great
Chinatown?
steak. Great steak. The Wagyu
So many
Phenom.
emotes.
Wagyu.
Exposed.
All right.
All right.
Who do you hate follow?
Hate follow. Like I've stalked multiple people in my life. You know. I've
No.
multiple court orders against.
On social media.
Hate follow. I don't really. Who do I hate?
I hate that you can't see people's following lists on Twitter. Even if you're on desktop, it doesn't really let you see anything more than like the first 20. Thank you for the bits, Aging Millennial. Thank you for the 100 bits. Is there a Straighterade Discord? There's not a Straighterade Discord, but there is one. Ian Weatherford. I was like, oh, it's almost over. I'm gonna get off. Okay, you can get into I don't even know if I can like drop a link in chat. Hold on.
I don't get really pissed at, like.
You don't get
people do.
angry.
I mean, people are crazy, but like, you know.
You're not following them.
I'm not like, you know.
That's
like,
healthy.
It's just like people. I've said this before, but like people spend 8 hours a day like yelling at like the Secretary of Agriculture for $0. Like the internet's made people so insane, and it's just like, yeah, I don't like. I guess I don't I try not to engage with it because I just have to make the stupid show that I do.
What's your favorite scandal?
Scandal ever?
Yeah, all-time scandal.
That's a good question. Well done. What's a good one? There has to be a great answer. I mean, I don't know if it was.
Ian Weatherford in YouTube chat. I have dropped the Discord link. I've dropped it there. You have like, after this ends or whatever, you have a few minutes to hustle on in there and go into the waiting room. And if you do not do that, I'm gonna go to bed. So.
A scandal, but there's this guy that was like falsely accused of murdering 2 people.
O.J. Simpson?
Orenthal James Simpson. What did you say, O.J.?
You don't know him by O.J.?
I know Orenthal James.
I did not know his name was Orenthal James.
That we'll go with what do you say? O.J.
O.J. Simpson.
Like juice.
Yeah, that would be a great nickname for him. Because he really had the juice.
Yeah. I know him from. He was in
Naked Gun.
Naked Gun. Yeah.
Classic.
He's very clumsy. And I think that's why he was falsely accused of murder, because he might have just and they were like, that guy's.
I'm shocked they didn't go with that defense.
That's what Johnny Cockroach.
Yeah.
Have you seen like Exhibit A, and he's like with Leslie.
This man can't hold a knife.
Guys, there's nothing funny. There's nothing funny about that. I'm sorry.
Deepest fear.
Dying. Easy.
Oh, come on. That's such a lame fear. We're all going to die.
Your suits. I added this one.
The first one's my dad's, and then I copied it.
Oh, you had it made.
I had it facsimiled.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of expensive getting a suit custom made like that, right? Facsimiled in New York.
I got a discount.
Oh, nice.
Someone I know worked at a suit place, and they're like, and I got 50% off.
What is
for being a celebrity?
What's your favorite album of all time?
Ooh, I don't know. Probably if you had it. Time Out of Mind, Bob Dylan. That's my favorite Bob. I don't know if is it my favorite or what's the best album?
Your favorite.
This is the kind of stuff I think about all the time. I like side B of Tattoo You, Phenom. Some of the best music ever. Also the second side of Abbey Road, the Golden Slumbers medley.
Golden Slumbers.
Kind of the best song ever.
It's really good.
I talked about it with Fantano. I like songs and movies.
Yeah. Favorite
what's
movie?
The best song ever?
Yeah, best song ever.
Whiter Shade of Pale.
Thank you for subscribing, the Angry Ginger.
Whiter Shade of Pale.
Might be. Heroes.
Heroes is good.
Heroes.
R.I.P.
He died?
And the Heroes.
This is how I'm finding
I'm
out.
breaking this too. Bowie got cooked. Last one. Favorite interview you've ever done?
I liked Chet Hanks. That was my favorite one.
Are you guys still in touch?
Yeah. He only FaceTimes though.
Of course he does.
Yeah. You know what his? I'll give you an exclusive.
Yeah, let's hear it.
You know what his voicemail is?
What?
It's, hello. Psych! I'm not here right now. He has that voicemail from middle school.
I had that.
Yeah. From
my dad hated it.
When you got your own line in the house. I got my own like phone line, landline, and then I had that.
I had it on my Nokia brick, and it was.
My sister did that with her fucking voicemail. It drove me nuts.
My dad.
She would also never answer her phone.
Flipped out.
Yeah. It got him every fucking time. Yeah.
Haha. Adam Friedland, thanks for coming on the show. Really appreciate it.
How was this? Good?
This was fun.
That was fun. Okay, Ian Weatherford, your time has come. But before Ian's time has come, if you're watching on Twitch, you should go ahead and follow me if you aren't already so you can know when I go live, which is practically every single day. If you want to subscribe to me, you can get access to an ad-free experience as well as emotes in the chat, and you can also share the lovely gift of this experience to other people that are chatting currently. If you're watching on YouTube, you should like this stream if you haven't already, and subscribe to me. That way you can see all of my VODs and different videos when I eventually get around to uploading them. And if you want to just support me, you can follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description, and I'm at Straighterade _ and everything. But what are we doing, you guys? Ian Weatherford, my mic quality is too bad. I'm sorry, I don't want to waste your time. You can just dip. Oh, you're in? Wait. Let's see. You're in. Okay. Okay. We're live. You're on the stream. What's up, Ian? Yes. You're going to White Knight for your queen, for Mother Contra. So, where did I go wrong? Oh, wait. I don't... Oh, hold on. I don't think people... Yeah, they can't hear. Hold on. I don't know what's going on. Let me see. I think I do know what's going on. Give me a second. Let's see. And if not, then the first debate that I tried to have try to have in a minute. I can't get it to work. Hold on. This has to do... It has to do with, like, what's connected. Let's see. Try talking? No, fuck, that doesn't work. Okay, try talking now. Okay, keep going. I'm gonna... Okay, can you guys hear that? Okay, there we go. All right, Ian Weatherford, sent for Contra. Tell me what I'm missing.
Okay, I want to preface everything by saying that I think that anybody who's kept up with Contra for any significant amount of time can tell that this whole post is just I don't know the word, tainted maybe with her past experiences with the quote unquote online left. Like,
I know that. I'm a Contra fucking stan or whatever. I love Contra's work, and I've already defended her before this or whatever. With respect to this issue, somewhat. But yeah, I do think that like a lot of this reaction is like coming from like her past experience with like online hate mobs. I feel like she posts something on Twitter and then she gets backlash to the Twitter and then like to the tweet and then she deletes it and she freaks out and she overthinks it and then she comes up, she like gets in her head about a response and then this is the response. But usually the response is still more thought out and better than this one was.
Right. I think I largely agree. And so, while this is a bit of white knighting, I don't want to pretend that this is I know that this is her exact thought process or anything like that. Because like I said, this post does seem very much motivated by, grievance with the quote-unquote online left or the hard left that has been growing between her and her audience. I think part of that is because, for whatever reason, it's probably better explained throughout her videos and stuff like that, that the left, I'm going to keep using that just broad term for the sake of this conversation, can be more, it seems almost especially vicious when it comes to her for some reason. I don't know. Even if that's not true, I think that's her perception. but I don't think that her perspective here is entirely out of line. I come from this from, I'm very much to the left of her on probably most issues, but specifically this issue, the Israel-Palestine one. This is not me trying to equivocate both sides whatsoever. But I think that this discourse, this conversation within the left, this intra-liberal versus left, or centrist versus progressive, whatever. Zionist liberal versus, anti-Zionist, divide, this discourse I don't see that it has progressed that much since the election, which, from my opinion, and I think that we even have data to suggest this, that the election was a huge inflection point for this issue.
Right, but she argues that they were partially responsible for getting Trump elected, and they're just not. It's a silly analysis.
Right, and I could just be misremembering this, or this could not have been true. I don't want to make too hard of a statement. I think that we've had some analysis done on the effects of, people staying at home versus, or maybe throwing their vote away or whatever. The significance of that. I know there's very, I believe is it Dearborn.
Yeah, and I was talking about that in my response to her. She was saying this didn't she was saying the online left didn't vote hard enough, but in reality, when you look at the strategies that were deployed by the Kamala Harris campaign, they just were not really interested in reaching these voters. They clearly made the decision to not try to court their votes and felt that they could win without them, because they couldn't even get a Palestinian American on the stage at the DNC to virtue signal to the uncommitted movement that they were hearing them out and listening. They certainly were not going to be changing the policy. They shifted rhetorically. She started saying there needs to be a ceasefire, and then she would always say, she would get claps, and then she'd go for 6 weeks. So that's not what people were asking for, though. They wanted a permanent ceasefire, not a temporary ceasefire. And then she's dragging fucking Bill Clinton to Dearborn, Michigan, and having him lecture Muslim voters that are disaffected with the Democratic Party and upset with this policy about fucking Judea and Samaria and King David and shit. Just error after error. And to me, it's that was a conscious choice that they made to not and strategy that they deployed to not reach out to these voters. So I can't really blame them, or I can only fault voters so much for not feeling like they're wanted in the coalition.
And I totally agree. I don't think I have any contention with that. I think that's more or less my position. Mm-hmm. I can't speak for Contra on that, but I think what's missing now in this discourse post-election, especially this issue, this genocide, occupation, ethnic cleansing, whatever words you want to use to describe it, it's only gotten worse significantly for probably obvious reasons, predictable reasons. Mm-hmm. And I think that our discourse has not properly taken that in the sense of we're on the left, we're supposed to be, generally speaking, more materialist in things, as opposed to, quote unquote, liberals, much more dialectical. And this issue has progressed in a way that I think that we have to come to terms with the failures of, both the Democratic establishment, which I think that's an important discussion, but also with the way in which our advocacy for this issue has failed in the past. Not to say that, you put more blame on one versus the other, passing blame, but just taking a more introspective position, because I think at this point, given this administration and their between their incompetence, their ideological composition regarding the issue of Zionism and the whole.
It's not incompetence, though. Everything that they're doing is a policy that they are intentionally pursuing. They didn't just up and accidentally support a genocide. They are signing blank checks left and right to Netanyahu. We're gonna turn Gaza into a fucking resort. The plan that Netanyahu is championing now is explicitly ethnic cleansing, and the ambassador to Israel is Mike Huckabee, who's an insane Christian evangelical Zionist that is no longer even trying to pretend like the United States is pursuing a two-state solution. It's a one-state solution. I mean, so it's one state now. But yeah, of course, like things got immediately worse, and then like Trump was totally fine with them like intentionally starving the population. You know, it's bleak that like in that respect or whatever. It's like, yeah, like Kamala would have been better or whatever. On like food and stuff like that. But the thing is, like, she was not willing to really get at the heart of the matter, because people were not asking for kids to, you know, have full bellies before a bomb is dropped on them in like 6 weeks, or for them to be evacuated to a fucking nearby bombing site because Israel's bombing everything. There were like really no safe zones. They were asking for like a permanent end to the hostilities, and they wanted a solution.
Right.
They were not willing to do that. So.
And I only mention incompetence because, to whatever, you know, this is, you know, highly, you know, you can argue about it one way or the other. I mean, I have no, I'm not holding out any hope that, you know, Trump will simply, you know, one day fix this. He will not. But even if he wanted to, I think him and this administration is too incompetent to even achieve that if they wanted to.
Why do you think it's incompetency?
Just because I see that just how they behave with everything. On top of them, I'm not saying incompetency is overriding their morality, or, you know, it's not one of the incompetency or evil. It's kind of both, you know. So it's.
No, but what do you think that they're very, very effectively pursuing all of these policies unimpeded? Like, he has no issue like flagrantly ignoring the Constitution, ignoring orders from judges that are Republicans and that like he fucking appointed. Like, all of this is very, very intentional to me. So I feel like when you say like I do talk about the incompetency of the Trump administration, but it's in the context of the fact that like I wouldn't say like them including all of these people needing work requirements to kick a bunch of people off Medicaid in the big beautiful bill. That's not an example of incompetency. Incompetency would be like in the first term when he like didn't know how to handle the pandemic, and he was unwilling to listen to experts that he was surrounded with. That to me was like incompetency, because that didn't need to be mishandled. But like this stuff is very, very intentional.
I think a place you can point to like incompetency actually mattering is in the sense that I think over the last several weeks and a couple months regarding foreign policy in general, it seems Trump has become very black-pilled. I mean, he seemed actually quite upset with Netanyahu and Putin in the sense that I think he really thought he could just, you know, come in, wheel and deal, like get some bullshit peace thing so he can call himself the peace president. He's realizing that it's not that simple, and he was very frustrated with that. Now, like I said, even if they weren't.
I mean, I think that was just all like posturing and lying. I think that he really just thought that he could get away with saying, yeah, I'm gonna like end the war on day one, and that it wasn't like that was. I think he like. That either he has an insane ego to the point that he genuinely thought that was possible, or at the like the best case scenario, he was like, it'll at least be soon, or like negotiations will start really, really quickly. And then even though I don't do it in the first 24 hours, I get it done in like the first 30 days or something, and I basically get the same amount of credit I would have otherwise. But I don't think this like tension, quote unquote, that exists between Bibi and Netanyahu, it's not gonna last. Like when you look at the first term, he gave him everything that he wanted, and it's like more of the same or whatever. So like Bibi was sleeping on the couch for like a little bit, but like they always patch it up. And Trump has intentionally surrounded himself. I don't think he surrounded these people. I don't think he put these people around him because they are, you know, Christian and Jewish Zionists or anything like that. But that is who he is surrounded by. So he is liable to listen to them and be influenced by them. So even if Trump personally doesn't care about like the Zionist project or whatever, he will enable it, because if you're a far right, of course you're going to be in the company of a bunch of other far right people that are like fine with Zionism and Zionists themselves.
Yeah, and no disagreement regarding any of that. I mean, I don't want to get hung up on like the incompetency versus evil, you know, whatever it is, you know, just because. Yeah, I mean, I think it's.
Ian, you're making me, because we don't disagree. It sounds like, and you said you disagreed with me.
I'm trying to get to the disagreement. Where my disagreement, and might be a hot take, is that I think like it's a really bad conclusion to have to come to.
Okay.
This is not a equal one. This is something that got thrown around right after the election. A lot of the the rad libs, resist libs, or we're throwing this in people's face as like a gotcha, like, oh well, like, you know, Palestine's fucked now, haha, like wish you voted for Kamala now, don't you, ha ha ha.
Yeah, that's evil.
Which was disgusting. Yeah, which was disgusting. And like, you know, just like as a person, like if that's your thought, like, yeah, that's disgusting. But I think we have to reckon with the fact that, like, you know, given not only that we lost this past election and that now we have this administration, but we also are coming to the conclusion that the Democrats would have rather lose that election than to make any significant
change. Yeah.
Change in our way, is that we have to reckon with the fact that this is a bipartisan consensus on this issue, more or less, that our entire system, we were not going to get an end to this in any meaningful way. That, like, this is, like, you know, it's not to say we shouldn't keep advocating for it, but I'm very, I guess, sympathetic to the idea that it's like, well, okay, I mean, it's kind of a done deal. Like, the genocide is still going, but it's not going to stop. Like, it's kind of like, it's like, not to say to give up, but it's like, we got to, you know, the writing's on the wall. We got to reckon with that.
That is to say to give up. What's the logical conclusion of what you're saying? To give up.
Well, I mean, you can say to not give up in a Sisyphusian way. You know, like, you know, I get that. Like, and, you know, if you want to continue to advocate for it, that's good. And I mean, I still have my position. This doesn't change any of my thoughts.
You're black belt. Well, like, okay, I'm gonna point out some issues with the premises. I agree with you that the leadership is completely out of step with where the base is on this issue, but it can't be ignored that the base has moved on this issue, and Democrats significantly. Like, polling from CNN was showing that, like, just a few years ago, Israelis were viewed as far more sympathetic among Democrats, and now it's, like, swung heavily in favor of Palestinians. There was, even before the election, there was broad support from independents and Democrats, and a very slight majority of Republicans for there to be a ceasefire. Most Americans still favor, like, a two-state solution. There's even Americans that favor, like, a one-state solution or whatever, even though it's not going to happen. But point being that, and Zoran Mamdani's win, historic win, Muslim, Democratic Socialist, young guy, wins in Democratic primary in New York City of all places. Like the fucking, like a capitalism powerhouse, you know, it's a huge economy. And he has the positions on, with respect to Israel and Palestine, that align far more with the quote-unquote Twitter left that Contra was going after, and yet he won. And that wasn't, like, he didn't win because of that, right? He, like, it's like almost like he won in spite of it, but it is showing that, like, this is no longer an issue that you cannot buck the consensus on, and it's a guaranteed loss. So I feel like Democrats are going to increasingly find that they have less and less wiggle room to say, or like, and their supporters should not be doing their work for them by saying, oh, see, like, they want to be more outspoken about Israel-Palestine, but you have to understand, like, the influence of, like, AIPAC, and they could be primaried, and that's a vulnerable seat, and blah, 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 because right now the leadership is currently out of line, or, like, not in line with their own constituents. So constituents need to contact them, they need to pressure them, and to the extent that there is opposition, it's the squad, it's AOC, it's from the left, and it's, like, that plus, like, Thomas Massie. Cool. Right? We need, like, hundreds of more AOCs, though, to be able to have, like, a working majority. But this stuff never happens overnight. So you're, like, black-pilled and stuff like that. And believe me, like, I'm, you know, very negative about this, but I just don't think it's productive, and I don't even think it's entirely true, because I do see a lot of potential for change. Because as bad as you think this issue is now, it was way worse as far as, like, polling and how much Americans cared about it, which is to say they didn't at all. Just, like, pre-October 7th. It was, like, no one was thinking about that.
I mean, I'm not black-pilled in the future in general, but it's just, it seems like, you know, you mentioned we need more representatives, we need more people, and we definitely have the potential for that moving forward. But I mean, this genocide is only ramping up, and there's only so many Palestinians left. And I mean, this administration's flirting with ideas of like a proper ethnic cleansing of, you know, moving millions of people, you know, and it's no telling what they'll actually do. But it's just to say that it feels like this, I don't know what to call it, maybe it feels almost a little bit like a moral victory, of the sense of like, oh, well, a polling has shifted, and oh, we have a mayor, you know, not mayor-elect, but essentially who's, you know, not horrible on this
How is that a
issue.
moral victory? I'm pointing to data and tangible results and things that have happened. That I'm saying that they can set the stage for productive things down the line. And that works entirely. That's entirely compatible with your black pill perspective on this. Because like I don't view it this way, but let me just grant that like okay, yeah, like nothing can be done. There's not going to be any intervention or whatever, and there very well may not be. But then shouldn't you accept that like okay, but like at least from the future, like down the line, it probably will shift, and you're already seeing it change.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not to say that it's a complete black pill or anything like that, but I mean, if we're talking about, very specifically the genocide, because like this all originates with, the Contra situation. I mean, if we look at Contra's position on paper, I mean, she recognizes it's a genocide, it's bad, she calls for sanctions of Israel. I mean, like.
She does like all of the like she's going one step further. The like if you're a liberal Zionist or whatever, what do? They say, I don't like Netanyahu, I don't like the settlements, I favor a two-state solution where Israelis and Palestinians live in peace, and I condemn Hamas. And the thing that the virtue signal she's adding to that is, I say it's a genocide and I oppose it or whatever. But her entire point is in the service of trying to like dissuade people or make them think twice about the type of activism that they're engaging in. Because the impression that she gives off is that being pro-Palestine or being anti-genocide is almost inherently linked to anti-Semitism, and that the people within the movement are unable to recognize this, and they're like cozying up with like anti-Semites to oppose a genocide or something like that, which I think she's definitely and incorrectly characterizing the pro-Palestine movement as like inherently anti-Semitic. I don't think that's true, and I definitely don't think the majority of the protesters that have done the work of actually going out and drawing attention, disrupting, bringing attention to the genocide are like anti-Semites or anything like that.
No, and I don't think any of that either. And I can't. I can't speak for her on this issue, so I'll just speak from my own perspective. I would say that given her stated position, the only thing I could imagine that people take issue with is her just lack of being vocal about it, right?
I mean, it does not fit with her body of work at all to be this way on this issue.
It does not. Well, in a sense it doesn't, but in a sense I think it does, because I think one thing that has always separated Contra from other, I don't know, we'll just say people on the left, is that I don't think she characterizes herself or even portrays herself as much of a, like, quote unquote, like an activist. Very much more of a, book nerd, theorist, philosophy, because I mean, you see the type of.
But the whole thing is that she takes these subjects and tackles them in a way that makes them approachable and digestible for people as like a kind of like a gateway drug into more like liberal, progressive, and at different points in her career, like leftist politics. She de-radicalized people. She attacked these ideas, and she was grappling with topics that were very much considered like new, even fringe at sometimes or whatever, like all the times that she's advocating for like transphobia, where she's like getting into like you're saying, dense philosophical topics and like gender theory and like esoteric notions of like heteronormativity and stuff like that, things that are like not approachable to the vast majority of people, and yet nonetheless she's been met with massive success. So if she's dedicated like, again, a good portion of her platform to advocating for like trans rights, anti-racism, and finding ways to explore these topics that were, creative and interesting or whatever, I definitely think she's capable of doing it in this. But I also wasn't expecting her to make a video. It's fine if she doesn't want to make a video. I think people are not, it's a simultaneous shock at the fact that like she's barely spoken up on this in the last 20 months, right? And then when she did, it's clear there's clearly also an ideological gap here.
Well, there is, and I think the explanation for that gap, or part of an explanation, is that while a lot of people have this more of an activist perspective of like, this is a horrible thing, you need to speak up now, et cetera, right? She takes a bit more of a distance look at it, like I don't want to characterize it as bigger picture. I feel like that makes it sound like inherently superior, but it's not. But I think that she also sees how, and this will probably be another contention with us, is that while obviously the issue of anti-Semitism on the right and left nowhere near equal. I mean, I don't know what number to put on it. It's not equal, but I would feel that in the sense that I feel like on this topic, the left, the anti-Zionist crowd has lost a lot of ground in a lot of ways. One of those, which is that in a lot of ways, this anti-Zionist movement has been co-opted by the right in a lot of ways. That I don't even know who you can put blame on. You know, we can always look for the fringe leftists who don't do a good enough job of distinguishing between.
But what does that have to do with the genocide? Because there will always be and this is not just exclusive to this issue. There will always be people that cynically come into your movement and weaponize it. For their own ends or whatever. And then from there you just have to be vigilant about calling them out, holding people accountable, making sure that they don't they can recognize when somebody is, genuinely interested in a cause, or they're coming at it just because it's a veil for a Trojan horse for something else or whatever. But
I would say that it has to do with the genocide, because I would say in almost like a utilitarian calculus way. I would say, I think she might even said this almost more explicitly in her post, but it would be something along the lines of that, giving the apparent anti-democratic nature of this issue regarding, our representatives, which is very clear. I mean, you cite this polling that has shifted, but the actual actions of our government has not shifted. But
why hasn't it shifted?
I mean, we can get into a lot of things. There's a many motivations.
Yes, there is, but what are the main ones? You know the main ones.
I mean, there's moneyed interest.
Right.
There's people who there's a identity politics aspect to it. There's a lot of liberal Zionists who I would say genuinely view this as fighting anti-Semitism, right? As ridiculous as that can be at times. I mean, there's a military-industrial complex thing. There's a geopolitical aspect to it.
But that the majority of it is really AIPAC.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's a huge one, yes. But, I mean, AIPAC in and of itself encompasses a lot of these motivations.
It's AIPAC, it's J Street. What would you do what would you do and say if somebody gave you $300,000? They could probably get you to do a lot of shit. So, this is, the thing is not, it's multiple things. It's not just that, she's looking at the failure of the Democratic Party to, shift and adopt to the base, and she's indicting the people that are asking them to make the change. But she's not, even though you just said she's giving a big picture analysis, how can your big picture analysis miss and leave out the fact that these politicians are not capable of listening to their base and responding to them on this issue because they're bought by AIPAC, or they're bought by J Street, or they're in bed with the pro-Israel lobby. So it's very, very difficult for them to move their position, and to not factor that to not mention that whatsoever in her post or whatever. It makes me think do you know anything about this issue? I know that she does. How could you leave that out? I do think that moneyed interests have way more to do with it than anti-Semitism. But politicians hide behind they hide behind it as a reason why they support it. But they're the same way that there are anti-Semites that use anti-Zionism to promote their nefarious agenda. There are also Zionists that do the same thing. They hide behind it as well and say that that's the reason why. But in reality, it's because they're paid off.
Oh yeah, well, give me 1 second.
But on that, bias as fuck. Thank
Can you hear me?
So much for the $5. Yeah, I can hear you, and you sound a lot better. And you have 10 minutes because I want to go to bed.
Yeah. I was gonna say, in part of this big picture perspective that I'm ascribing to her that might not actually exist, but I'm white knighting. The calculation is that given the fact that it seems like our advocacy does not have the effect on our policy because of all what we just listed, it seems like the benefit from speaking out is very minimal. And the caution that she is worried about regarding, anti-Semitism,
the benefit from speaking out is minimal?
I think that's in her calculation.
Is that in yours? Do you agree with that?
At this point in time, post-election, all the progress that this discourse has, gone, or this issue, I should say, has gone through, I think, at this point, we could get we could have these polling numbers up to 90%, but I mean, is that actually stopping anything?
See, this is why I don't like her arguments or whatever, because she's leading people to, even though she says that these protesters are the ones that are demotivating people from actually engaging in productive activism, she doesn't offer a productive alternative, and she's leading people to lean into how black-pilled they are, to say, oh, it's completely pointless, nothing you do will change anything, there's no moving. And to me, that is that is the actual thing that's demotivating people, not the anti-Semitism, for one. For two, that is actually nihilistic. That is actually blackpilling. It's also just untrue. And three, like it just betrays like how any protest movement in history, in like United States history, has ever worked. Like, she's pretty much saying, like, I know that you guys like protesting, but that really pales in that strategy pales in comparison to my strategy of doing nothing. You know? Something is better than nothing when it comes to opposing a genocide. I think people should do everything that they possibly can. No one individual person's thing is going to be the difference between, you know, the genocide ending or not. But like everything else, it's always like it's a million little things, right? That all build and build and build and build and have a cumulative effect.
Yeah, and unless I missed it in her post, which I might have, like I was listening at work. I don't think she's saying that you should not protest or that you should stop, but she's just basically saying, like, in a long-winded way, like, get off my back. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to. And I think part of the calculation for her caution is that, you know, we just talked about, you know, what are the motivations for why there's just a clear disconnect between, you know, the democratic will of the voting population and the actual policy. And while me and you, we can, because, you know, I think we, you know, we're on the left, we can, you know, have a level of trust established that when we say there's moneyed interest, that we're not actually referring to, you know, the JQ or anything. I think her worry is that there's a lot of these talking points that even if, you know, me and you, we can talk about this because we're informed. There's a lot of people
give me
who
1
are
second.
very...
Hold that thought. Somebody in chat I need to respond to. At Rusty Russell, you just posted cringe. Protesting just challenges the status quo, which is not right, IMO. People choose their government. Why go against it? I am inviting you to come onto my stream right now. I will extend it so you can actually defend that stupid point. That's probably the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my chat. I would love to debate you. I'm going to link my Discord, or the Discord that I'm in, and you can come in, or I'm going to ban you because it was so stupid what you just said. Sorry. Okay, so you said on the left, we can trust. And then from there, you're gonna finish your sentence.
Yeah, we can. I mean, we can talk about moneyed interest, and, you know, ideological things of like, you know, Jewish supremacy or whatever. We can talk about this, and we know we're not JQing, but the broader public can't distinguish the two. I mean, on that Twitter issue a few days ago with that, I don't know, that TikToker, that guy's TikTok, he's supposedly a communist or whatever, but that TikTok he made was more or less indistinguishable.
It was anti-Semitic, yeah. I didn't have an issue with her calling that post anti-Semitic. I had an issue with the framing of it because she gave the impression that like there's parity between anti-Semitism that comes from the left and anti-Semitism that comes from the right on Twitter, and there's not. It's obviously the overwhelming majority comes from the right.
I only bring that up to say that, like, you know, from my perspective, that was a post. You know, that's a Groyper post tier. But apparently, because the guy calls him a communist, you have Taylor Lorenz running to his defense.
She never defended that post.
Normal people. Well, no, but, you know, she tacitly took opposition to Contra calling it out, which, like,
no. I covered this. What did she take issue with?
She took issue with the framing, but
okay, that's what I just did. Why didn't you call? Why didn't you? You didn't say that I defended it. I just said it was anti-Semitic.
Because this is like, I guess, like the nature of what I'm talking about is that we can talk about this stuff and there's an understanding there.
Taylor is just as Taylor is left.
Right. Yes. But my point is, people who see that from the outside, who aren't as aware of all this, politically educated, aware of all these talking points and their origins, they see that and it's like you're defending just, you know, a Nazi talking point. Or
no, and well, this was my criticism of the left on this, and I talked about this with Vadim because I said, you have to understand that when people see it from the outside, you're just calling out anti-Semitism, and you guys are jumping down the throat saying, do you like Bibi Netanyahu? You support genocide? You're a liberal Zionist or whatever? You look insane.
Right, and I think one of the cautions that Contra has, and I think I share this to an extent, is that you can go out there and start talking about all this money interest, blah, 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 and then you have right wingers who parrot more or less the same thing. Me and you, we can distinguish the difference. We can notice the difference, but to the normal person, they can't.
Yeah.
And
well, there's no
and
normal
so I think
people on
there
Twitter,
is a
but I think it's going to be like it's going to be weaponized. So don't do it. You're just like stepping on
And
a rake. This is also why I don't really like Zionism being centered in this activism. I'll be honest. It's a perfect example because it's too esoteric. People don't know what you're talking about, and there is far more like Israeli propaganda in like saturated in the media that people understand Zionism as just, oh, you just think Israel should exist. So when that's their point of reference for what the fuck Zionism is, you again another layer of it looking absolutely insane to people. So I don't like talking about it.
And so a real worry I have at this point is that we're seeing schisms to various extents in the MAGA movement. Now, how significant they are, time will tell. Regarding the Iran bombing or this Epstein stuff, which there's obviously a lot of JQing going on in that conversation as well.
Right.
Is that I see the schism that has taken place in the right in the MAGA movement is between, we would say, I don't want to say they're not establishment Republicans, but I mean there's a further right coalition seeming to form, and that's
it's the isolationist right, but they all fall in line with Trump, so I don't think that it's really going to take hold.
And
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about like the like America First, the like anti-Israel, anti-Ukraine faction versus the like the hawkish like pro-Iran, more establishment type Republicans. But at the end of the day, they all end up folding to Trump.
And and that has been true up until now. But I would say that we're going to keep seeing this Epstein stuff unfold. That I think this seems to be even a bigger break than the Iran stuff, because all those people on the right, the cranks, they're huge conspiracy nuts, and this is one of the things that and conspiracyism and anti-Semitism go hand in hand.
It's that, but I think that. And this is not to downplay it or whatever. I truly do feel like this is just an objective. Like this is the fact of the matter. There is far more and far worse anti-Muslim bigotry and Islamophobia and xenophobia going on right now than there is anti-Semitism. But I will say that anti-Semitism is like a particular type of bigotry that just seems to be very, very totalizing and gets out of hand very, very quickly. More so than any other type of bigotry. So like people detecting it early on, I obviously have no issue with. But yeah, it's going to be bad. It's going to be a double whammy because these same people are like, they're anti-Semitic and they're also openly Islamophobic. So worst of both worlds.
And so like right now, at least me personally, the way I'm looking at things is that like, okay, we have Trump for the next however long. Hopefully we can, midterms come along and then that helps or whatever. But at least until then, we're stuck with this guy in this situation. I don't want to say there's nothing to do. There is stuff to do, but I'm also taking a look into like, well, what does this MAGA movement become? Because Trump will die soon. And who is the inheritor?
Trump's going to live forever.
And who, where does this go? Hopefully, Trump dies and there's no one to take his place to be the charismatic, person that unites all these different factions on the right. That'd be great. And, we can all live happily ever after with a Mamdani presidency, right? Whatever. But...
well, he can't be the president because he was born in Uganda, but I take your point.
Yeah. Well, but we have now we have the Trump Musk divide. This talk of a third party. Now that's probably some bullshit. But we just had the Elon thing of like.
How do you have more hope that the MAGA movement is going to be split, but you think that like the Israel Palestine, like there's far more evidence to be hopeful about something like something in the future with respect to. Israel Palestine potentially, and I don't mean anytime soon. But what you're talking about is like watch it get. It's gonna worse.
100%. Like that. I think that's a foregone conclusion. Once Trump is not there, he is the uniting force of all these people. There's a lot of internal contradictions within the right wing movement because they are such a. And I don't mean this in a good way. There are various levels of.
They're idiosyncratic.
I don't mean to say yeah. Yeah. And but like
most fascist ideologies they have a bunch of different points that like contradict each other or whatever. It's like it's just all over the place.
Right, and once Trump is not there to be that unifying force, there will be a power vacuum and there will be a fight over who takes his place, if anybody can, what faction will win out. Similar in the same way that the MAGA, populist right. They thoroughly defeated the establishment Rhino Republican, And
no, they
so
didn't. No, they
in
didn't.
that future,
No, they haven't. Why do you think this?
I mean, well, defeated maybe is not the right word, but they have synthesized with them in a way in which the people driving it are not it's not the George Bushes and the Dick Cheneys
It
anymore.
is though. We just ended a 12-day war that we started with Iran. That Israel started unilaterally, and then we joined them in.
Well, I'm not saying because the MAGA populist movement isn't authentically
And then the
anti-war.
Republican base
they're
was totally on board with it. You know that, right?
Yeah, and I mean they're not authentically anti-war either. I mean this is a fascist movement. Of course they're not anti-war, but
then why do you think it's going to split? Because you just acknowledged that at the end of the day they always like fold and decide with Trump.
Well,
and you just said that the populists have captured the party, and they definitely haven't.
Well, they're not real populists because they're not really anti-war. But I mean,
you know what I mean. You're saying that the isolationist, the true isolationist America First, pundits and politicians have captured the party, and they definitely haven't. They have more. They have more of a voice on social media, but even then, they just always fold it. Just always ends up being in service of uncritical support of Trump.
Well, I would say that's what I mean. No, that's what I'm saying. Trump, the pre-Trump Republican Party does not exist anymore.
I'm surprised you're leftist because this take is very it's a very lib take. I'll be honest. This Trump just needs to die and then it's all gonna change or whatever. It's no, there was a lot of stuff that led up to Trump. He can go away. And
this isn't a Trump needs to die and everything gets better. That's a very fairy tale.
No, not gets better. It gets better because you're saying it's going to split, and then from there, maybe Democrats can take power, or that sort of that split.
If we're lucky.
Yeah.
If we're very lucky, this is a very pessimistic take. I'm very much worried that in that split, if the Democratic Party, which I don't have very much hope for, is not able to take advantage of that, and if they are able to, after that split happens, recollect themselves, I'm worried about will be left is something much worse. Because, I mean, we have Elon Musk making a third party, blah, 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 whatever. That's probably not that much, but I mean, I'm sure you saw the Twitter Grok stuff. I think Elon is almost very ideologically Nazi or fascist or whatever. He's probably further to the right than Trump is on a lot of these issues, and he's no small there's a lot of people I don't think they would pick Elon over Trump, but Trump's not going to be in the equation forever. We cannot just always fall back on they have these worst tendencies, but they always fall in line with Trump or whatever. That's not going to happen. And so
they do though.
I see this.
Name an example where they bucked him.
Well, they're not going. I'm up until now we've relied on that, and it's shown true. But he will not be here for that much longer.
So hopefully. You are saying that once he dies, it's gonna get things are gonna change, and you're saying maybe for the worse, maybe for the better. But I don't think Elon Musk is not going to be the president. He was born in South Africa. He's a naturalized U.S. citizen.
He's not going to be the president, obviously. But I mean, who are the contenders for Vance? Vance, I would say, is more dangerous than Trump. He's much
Vance,
more
Ted Cruz, could be Marco Rubio, could be
Ted Cruz is a loser. It won't be any of them.
Ron DeSantis. There's not there's not an obvious success. It could be Josh Hawley. There's not an obvious successor, but there will be somebody.
There will be a fight, a Game of Thrones type thing, and I'm just worried that there is this anti-Semitism issue on the right. It's also on the left to a small degree. They are not equivalent whatsoever.
There's always going to be anti-Semitism on the right. It's like peanut butter and jelly.
Yeah.
The right and anti-Semitism.
Oh yeah, of course. But
right now, I truly do think that the Islamophobia is a way bigger issue. And the xenophobia.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't. And when I say anti-Semitism, I mean maybe I'm being more colloquial, I don't know, is that I'm referencing not necessarily bigotry against Jewish people or Jew hate. I'm more referencing this conspiratorial, almost JQ-esque type thinking, the structure of their ideology that is very present on the right and only getting worse. Because
well, then that's conspiracism, not anti-Semitism. They're like cousins. Good luck finding a conspiracy that doesn't at some point end up leading back to fucking scapegoating Jews or whatever the majority end up do. The majority even flat earthers, JFK, like cultural Bolshevism, like it always ends up leading back to like a cabal of Jews that's behind it all, right?
But there doesn't exist Jew hate that does not turn into JQing. Like there's no guy out there who dislikes Jews but doesn't think they run the world, or something akin or in that direction. And so I don't even like to compare anti-Semitism to other bigotries. They're entirely structured differently. But when this topic of anti-Semitism comes up because of Zionist conflation of anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, Nazis conflation of this, and I would say a somewhat growing trend on the left of people they no longer care to try very hard to make that distinction because they're disillusioned, and I can understand that. I also feel that tendency in myself to fuck the Jews. You know what I mean? Like I know it's wrong and I don't do it, but I mean there is a
my God, why do you feel that way? That's a huge self-report.
Well, no, not because of anything issue, but it's just like, man, like, we talk about how serious this is, blah, 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 all that, like, and it's like.
No, I don't feel this way.
I'm somebody very much aware of all these things, and I check this, but like a normal
person. Is it insane to me that you just said, your anti-Semitism, that like anti-Semitism is unique. And like a unique type of bigotry, probably even going further than I am. I just think it manifestively. I don't know if it's like a uniquely evil bigotry or anything like that. I just think the way that you combat it is a very specific. And then you're like, even I feel the urge to be like that. Like, dude, what?
No, but it's just like when I say an urge, it's a very much like it's like when you talk about all these things and like you have all these talking points of how interconnected Israel, blah, 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 blah. I'm aware of all these various different things, of how money and politics works and blah blah blah, and I don't believe in the race science and everything that Jake here is.
I realize a lot of it maps onto like tropes or whatever, but then it doesn't follow from that leads you to actually have that attitude manifest towards Jewish people.
It doesn't, but most people don't have the information or the education to spot that and to combat that instinct within
well, that's
themselves.
what Contrapoints said, and that's why she said people can't be trusted to protest this genocide responsibly because she feels it contributes and enables anti-Semitism. And so instead of like working to educate people on that and how to like just kind of again showing instead of telling, like just do the activism that you want to see people replicate and you feel is productive, but instead she does this like pointless thing and like scapegoats the left and says that like insinuates the movement's like inherently anti-Semitic, and it's not.
Well, I think that motivation to combat that was part of her motivation to make the her latest video, the conspiracy video. I mean, she talks about anti-Semitism in that. Now, of course, that doesn't, this is much more specific. She doesn't go into the specifics of this particular conversation, and I would appreciate a video. But I kind of get her, like I said, I'm white knighting a little bit. I kind of get her position of like, this seems so doom, or like, can y'all get off my back to like make a statement that's not actually going to change anything? And that she's worried about this, the anti-Semitism thing. And that's not to say that the left contributes to this more than the right. It doesn't, or anywhere near as close. But I think the distinguishing between the left's anti-Zionism and the right's anti-Semitism for a normal person is becoming a lot harder to distinguish, if they ever could. I mean, I have a very low perspective on people's ability to do that. But I mean, we have people on the left who they claim to be on the left. Like that guy in that TikTok. I mean, he claims to be a communist.
Jackson Hinkles, there's like infrared Haas or whatever, but they're like lolcows and you just fucking ignore them. You say fuck those people and you move on.
Or you have people that like Dave Smith, like he doesn't claim to be on the left, but he comes from this very much advocate. Oh yeah, obviously not. He comes from this very much combating this genocide, and he'll talk about it, and you can agree with him on everything, right? Like when he talks about this issue.
Hold on. Someone just said something really stupid in my chat. Laughing off a dude self-reporting anti-Semitism when downplaying leftist anti-Semitism is pretty ironic. That is not what just happened. Would you like to call in and explain to me why you think that that's what I was doing? I was laughing at the absurdity of the contradiction that this person was bringing up. You want to debate me on that?
I don't think that
and explain to me where like this like huge downplaying leftist anti-Semitism or whatever would have acknowledged it over the stream and any past stream. I realize it's the first time chat for you, but yeah, if you want to come in, go for it. You have 5 minutes to join this Discord. Or I'm timing you out. I won't ban you, but I'll just time you out. All right, continue.
I don't remember all that stuff. I would like to say, like,
you gotta
sorry, like,
wrap it up because I just noticed somebody else is in the waiting room and I want to go to sleep soon. So.
Okay, well, I think I got most of my points out there.
Okay, that person.
I know we probably.
No, they came back. Okay, sorry, no. Okay, they came back. So.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. No.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that like it's valid for you to see the post that way, but I wouldn't pretend like it's a great critique or anything like that. I do feel like that is just like parasocial shit on your end and like liking her body of work. I like her body of work as well, but like I would be lying to myself and to other people if I said that I thought the post was good. I know where she's coming from, and it's like in some ways it's like classic Contra because like you're saying, I know that she's had this reaction to other people, but in other respects it just says it seems like the ideological position itself is what surprises me.
Yeah, and I'm less, I called it white knighting just, that was kind of like my in on the conversation. But I'm less concerned with actually defending the post or her, but I think that this, like, there is a conversation that we need to have regarding this anti-Semitism, whatever this conversation moving forward, given how the political environment has changed over the last several months. And that I don't think that it's that crazy for people to be a little spooked on the anti-Semitism thing, because like you said, like I think you said it earlier. I mean, Jews were very well standing, relatively speaking, for the time in Weimar Germany, and it did not take very long. And this, like I said, anti-Semitism is structured very differently from other bigotries, generally speaking, that allows for it to creep into people's minds and ideologies in a way that they don't really think they're being bigoted. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of political and historical knowledge to understand why saying like, man, like it seems like Israel controls America with all the money they give us, that how that can very easily turn into something bad. And that wanting people on the left who are, advocating for anti-Zionism to be, I guess, more aware, more careful of that isn't that crazy. And like I said, I see a little bit of a, growing sentiment on the left that I can even sympathize with, of people, they're saying, well, like, this is so bad, this genocide is so bad, the bad empanada types, like, who gives a fuck about anti-Semitism if we just can just advocate, Yeah, it is stupid, but I mean, it is becoming, as this situation becomes worse, and it seems like it's not getting any better because of our piss poor representation regarding it,
it's not because of the piss poor representation. You just acknowledge that I don't know how you do this. You will concede a point and then later you will like bring up the point that you already conceded on. That is not why the left is not why anything that is going on in Gaza or with respect to Israel is happening right now. That is not why.
No. Opposite causality. The piss poor representation causes the poor attitudes of the left because they become disillusioned.
They already hated the left. I mean, like. That's not anything new. Like the hostility towards the left or whatever didn't only manifest post October 7th. That has always existed. This country is antagonistic to leftist forces.
Not the country's attitude towards the left. The left's attitude towards this topic.
I don't think it's just. I honestly think that like it's not just the left or whatever. I think that's it's more and more people.
Oh yeah, well, I'm just saying that as it becomes more apparent that like. That nobody wants this to continue, but somehow our government continues. It disillusions people to say, well, like, this is so bad. This is such a big issue. Why should I tiptoe around it? I should just come out and just, they no longer take the caution to distinguish between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. And I'm not saying it's a lot of people or a majority of people, but I see that as a growing sentiment on the left. And that just allows for more opportunism, whatever, from the right. It
does it. It needs to be opposed. It's not a zero-sum game, but and it's not mutually exclusive with like opposing the genocide or whatever. But like I think she was asked to make a comment with respect to like Palestine and the genocide, and it turned into like the insinuation that like, again, like even though she acknowledges it's a genocide, she was more interested in distancing herself from the people protesting against the genocide than the people that are supporting it, which is insane.
Yeah, and I see that, and that is disappointing.
Yes,
I will agree.
Okay, and on that we end on an agreement. Okay, I gotta drag this other person
in. Alrighty. Thank you for the conversation. Good luck.
Thank you. Have a good night, Ian.
You too.
Okay, bye. Kick. All right. Amir, you're on. What's up? Who are you? You're muted if you're talking to me. Amir. You're unmuted now, but if you're talking, I can't hear you. You have like 60 seconds to sort this out, and then I'm going to bed. And they left. Classic. Okay. Thanks, guys. If you're watching on Twitch and you haven't subscribed yet, you should go ahead and do that. Ad-free experience. Lots of cute emotes. You can also gift this experience to other people. It would be amazing if you did that. You should follow me so you can know when I go live. If you're watching on YouTube, you should like the stream. And subscribe to me. I've also started time-stamping my VODs. That way, if you want to go back, you can very easily navigate to the chapter in the video and like see the segment. It's awesome. If you want to support me, follow the donation link pinned in my chat or my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. And I will be back later. So let's see who we are rating first, though. Let's see. We go to Jack. We go into... Who's awake? Who the hell is awake? Let's go to Mason. One hand politics. He's watching Mahmoud Khalil on CNN, it looks like. So. All right, guys. See you later. Bye.